Hey, we're here.
Oh, hello, everybody.
Hello, hello. I'm here with Rex Madman. You want to introduce yourself real quick?
Sure. Hey, everyone. Rex Madman here. Tip off time. I'm a basketball themed variety VTuber. This is my first stream with my model, actually. So, this is the sneak peek before debut. I like to play all kinds of games. I like to do some snack streams and crafting stuff. And yeah, that's about it. Would you like to introduce yourself for my viewers?
Sure. I am Elgin Birdfort, and I am a variety streamer. I've been uh, pretty deep in the VTuber scene for a while now, and this is my first collab. Thank you for having me, Rex. Um, this is going to be a great exercise for me because one of the main reasons I got into VTubing or streaming in general, it's not really uh, limited to VTubing, is that I am horrible at articulating my thoughts. I am the kind of person where if you ask my for my opinion on something, I'll just be like, "Oh yeah, it was good. Yeah, I liked it because it was good." And that will be like where it ends, basically. So I'm going to see if I could actually like work my way through this tier list and not limit myself to one word answers. um, and with that, I am ready to go through.
That's awesome. I look forward to it. Do you feel like you actually like most things? Because I know there's some people that are very like divisive. Is that the right word? They'll like either love it or hate it. And then some people they'll be like I don't know what the word is. Have like an average thought on everything. Hey, hidden in. Thanks for setting that up. I never set up commands, so thanks.
Give you okay. Let me test this real quick. This is the one thing I forgot to test.
Hmm.
Were you able to hear that?
No.
Okay, good. Uh, I'm gonna if I have something directed at me only, I
Mhm.
might mute
Mhm.
for when I'm responding to stuff.
Sounds good. How do you want to take this tier list? Also, thank you, Elgin. He did the bulk of the work here, setting up the tier list and everything. Fantastic job. Love the preparation.
All good. I'm a very punctual person, so I kind of just took it upon myself to do this. I know that you're very on board with helping out, but I kind of just did everything myself. It was fine.
I appreciate that. I do. Is there a
No, it's
particular
all
order
good.
you want to take this in?
Um, I was just gonna go work my way from like left to right, top to bottom kind of
All right,
thing.
let's do it. Let's do the first one first, then.
Okay. My Hero Academia. Ghostly, hey, how's it going? Do you want to go first or me?
Um, why don't you go first on this one? Why don't you go first on this one?
Okay. I do I do have some strong feelings about My Hero Academia. Uh this was like the the mainstream shonen that I wanted to take my first place for, like, the mainstream shonen animes. Like it was going to be my favorite out of all of them,
Mm-hmm.
but after a while it became so mainstream, like main character centric,
Mm-hmm.
that it kind of ruined it for me. I feel like Hero Academia had like one of the best casts, one of my favorite casts personally, and the power scaling was reasonable, and that's pretty rare. And then all of a sudden it kind of took a nosedive in those aspects. So I am going to oh crap, I forgot to tell you relabeled my I relabeled my tier list.
That's okay. I actually saw
And
that.
it's going in the middle.
Yeah, I saw that. So I kind of mimicked it without as much typing.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Cuz on this list, I'll just preface this. I do not think any of
Hey, hidden in. What
these
exactly
are
is
bad for
BNH?
me.
What is
So I didn't
BNH?
feel good about labeling any of them as like a D tier or whatever.
Got it, got it. That's fair. I like you know, I think on there's different types of streamers out there. Some really like the hot take and some don't, right? Um
Yeah.
and I will admit I'm oh got it, thank you. Sorry, I'll admit that I'm like you, and I don't really want to label anything as like, oh, this is trash. Like, I'm not really about the hot take. Um because I feel like it exists
Yeah.
just to create conflict almost,
Yes.
and that's like not my
Yeah.
vibe. All right, it is a great you mentioned that you wanted this to sort of become your it shonen. Do you mind me asking what was your it shonen before this, or that you thought this would overtake perhaps?
It's on the list.
It's on the list.
Should I say it now?
If you want, or you don't have to. We can keep it a surprise.
Yeah, we'll get to it.
We'll get to it. All right. Boku Hero. Let's think about this. I really liked the first season. I thought it was really interesting. I think my interest in the show waned as it progressed.
Hmm. It did have a slow start, I feel like. Um,
Yeah.
yeah. And then like it also had at a slow start, it started to pick up and then it slowed down again in the middle.
I'm trying to remember what was the last part I watched. I remember they were getting into the dorms. I remember they did some stuff. Oh, actually, I have another question. Like, what is our stance here now that we've started? What is our stance on how we want to approach spoilers, perhaps?
Oh shoot.
Like, are we willing just to talk about plot points? Is that something we don't
Yeah,
want
I
to
was
do?
that's what I was supposed to include in my tweet was that this is going to include spoilers.
Got it. Okay.
I didn't really know how we're gonna do this otherwise.
Yeah, yeah. Honestly, my memory's horrendous, but yeah. Well, I mean, I feel like most of these are also not exactly new. There are some new ones, and admittedly, I'm not caught up with all of them.
Yeah.
But that's okay. Yeah, I mean, I think it's a fine anime. Like, I no real major faults with it. I just, yeah, I mean, it's, I don't know if it's my fave, but it's fine. I like it. I'll put it in the same category, the great category. That's the only one I think I named the same thing as you. Great. So
Oh,
we'll put it
okay.
there.
Yeah, it goes. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, you're right. Spoilers can't really be avoided for this if we're having to talk about how good the anime is.
Mhm.
Um. All right. So, next one, Black Lagoon. Have you seen this? It wasn't on the list.
I've not. I don't think I have. But feel free to go on about it because you know
I
that's the
don't have much to
content.
say about this one.
Oh.
I know I added it in. I do not have much to say about this one. I barely remember it. All I remember was that I liked it. And this is going to be probably my one thing where I'm just going to go off of like I remember enjoying it. I would recommend it to people who want something that is um it's not a shonen. It's definitely not a shonen. But I just enjoyed the cast of characters. It has one of my favorite female leads, and I just remember it being a good watch. So I just wanted to include it and have it in like a recommendations sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm putting it in good. The fact that I don't remember it means that it wasn't super special, but
Mm-hmm.
it's up there for like I wish they included it in that big list because that list didn't include a lot of like seinens or anything. And I
Mm-hmm.
wanted to put more in here. Okay.
Yeah, there's
So
always I feel like a lot of anime I want to talk about, but it's one of often in a scenario where I won't remember in the moment, or I don't want to like go through like a big list. Are there any like special categories of anime that you like?
A special, um, I don't know. I think because the ones that are always my go-to are like fantasy action anime.
Mm-hmm. Oh, really?
Um,
So fantasy action are some of your favorites? Ah,
yeah.
interesting.
I do like some of my favorites are not that, and they're
Mm-hmm.
like actually like slice of life or something.
Mm-hmm.
But those are like those categories, those genres are not something I could watch all the time. I have to be in the mood for it.
Did you include all your favorite fantasy actions on here?
um I did not. I didn't. I tried not to add. Actually, yeah, some of them are on here. You're gonna see me add a lot of probably add a lot of things to my favorites by the end of this because looking down the list, I see a few, but not all of them for sure. Yeah, not all of them.
It's funny you mentioned fantasy action, and there's a couple of animes that just like popped into my mind, but their names escape me. Like I can visualize it. Um, but the
Is it like an isekai or something?
no, it's
Okay,
not. There's two of them that have popped up into my brain just now. Neither are isekais. They're both like gosh.
dude, I'm a sucker for like those isekais, man. Even if they're like really bad, I just like go after each one.
Okay, I remember one of them. One of them was is called Moribito, Guardian of the Sacred Spirit.
Oh, that one's excellent.
Okay. Cool.
Mhm.
Because like usually,
Yeah.
like when someone tells me they like fantasy action, I'm like, that's like what comes to mind for me.
She probably the female lead for that one probably would have been on a contender for like my favorite character.
Wow. Okay. Cool. Yeah. No, she's super cool, super badass.
Yeah.
I haven't seen Black Lagoon, so it's gonna have to go on the didn't remember, didn't watch list. Sorry.
Hmm.
All right.
Yeah, for sure. Next one is
Next one.
Madoka Magica. And I think this was on our like one that we both have seen.
Mm-hmm.
Um oh, right, I'm going first. Okay,
Black
so this
Lagoon is
one
Japanese salary
I
join
remember
Somali
seeing a
pirates. Oh
lot
my
of
god.
recommendations for
Is it
this.
look at
And
me,
then
I am the captain now?
I took a look at like the thumbnails and images and stuff and the cover photo.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, oh, this is gonna be like really cutesy kind of magic girl stuff, and it's not really gonna be for me. Because I'm not usually into kind of that kind of thing. And then I was like, oh, it's very misleading. Just watch it anyway. And then you take a look at it, and it's actually a lot more brutal than you'd imagine. Um,
Do you mind if I ask you a question?
sure.
Have you seen any more traditional magical girl animes, or just it's been sort of strictly stayed away from that kind of genre?
Um, I don't. None really come to mind. Um, I may have, but I don't think so.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, usually it doesn't strike me as
Hey, Weemy,
something
welcome
that
to
I
the
would want
stream.
to
Anime fell
watch
off for me when VTubers.
personally.
We are the anime now. You are watching the
Why
anime
did you have
guys
some
right now.
recommendations? Oh, Sailor Moon. Sailor Moon counts? I've seen Sailor Moon. I liked Sailor Jupiter was my favorite. That was the green one, right?
I think Sailor Moon is one of those animes that like I feel like everyone's watched, but whether you remember anything from it or not is it's sort of a bit of a different story because
I just
it is a
remember
bit
it from
old,
like the
right?
memes.
Yeah.
Yeah, like the tuxedo mask guy. I've come here and done nothing. My work here is done.
Hmm. Yeah. Good meme right there. Solid meme. So where would
Okay,
you put Madoka then?
it's going in good. Um, I liked it. It
Hmm.
was definitely a surprise,
Hmm.
but it wasn't anything that stuck with me. I enjoyed my time with it, but that's as far as it goes. But it is surprising. It's not like a cutesy anime at all. It definitely goes pretty hard.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. What is like a magical girl anime that I've seen that I remember? There's a series called Nanoha. Have you heard of it at all or seen it at all?
What? Sorry, what was that?
Nanoha? It's another magical girl anime that is
No, I
actually about
haven't.
um the TLDR is pretty much there's like a like an elementary school girl who gets roped into fighting aliens pretty much and fights them with the power of laser beams and friendship. Essentially, that's the TLDR. Um, Sakura, I see.
Oh, Cardcaptor Sakura.
That's a popular one. Yeah.
I remember seeing that everywhere. I have never seen anything of it, not even a clip.
Oh well, thanks so much, Wimmy. I appreciate you
Ghostly is saying
stopping by.
Nanoha, the Yuri
If
one?
your work.
Was it Yuri?
Um, is it Yuri? I wouldn't say that's the focus of it at all, but there are definitely undertones, overtones. I'm not sure what the word is. There are some thematics. I would say if there was like a word to describe Nanoha, it's I shoot you with a big laser and then you become my friend. After I shoot you with a big laser.
Okay, if you're just gonna describe it to me as that, that sounds so ridiculous, honestly.
It
But
kind of is. It kind of is. I mean, it's like if you can imagine an anime kid going to their parent like, "Hey, mom, dad, I know I'm 5, but I need to go to space to fight aliens," and they're just like, "Oh, we understand. Follow your heart, even though you're 5." That's pretty much.
oh,
The later
oh
seasons
wait, are
had some
they that
tones.
young? Oh
Yeah,
god,
they had some. It's
that gives
pretty
off
long. They
Pokemon
grow up
vibes.
over time. Nanoha. They kind of grow up over time. They start young, and then they have like maybe a couple seasons where they're young, and then they have this time jump where they become older. But
Okay.
Madoka,
Yeah.
Madoka. I would probably. So I'm disclaimer. I'm probably gonna start shifting things around as the list goes on, right?
Me
Because I'll
too.
be like,
Yeah, nothing
well,
is set in stone just yet.
yeah, because I'll be like, oh, this anime I put in great, but I don't think it's in the same category as this other anime that I kind of also want to put in great. So I may shift something up, shift something down.
Yeah, for sure. I'm gonna do the same.
Yeah. Sympho Gear had the same vibe, but more mecha. The Undertones, they were roommates. Yeah, they were roommates. They had a kid together, sort of.
Figure's on my to watch list. I haven't seen it.
Maybe I need to watch it too. That's the future to watch list. I thought it was really good though. I like Studio Shaft. Do you have any favorite anime studios?
I who's the one that made the production for Attack on Titan? I know they've done a lot of good ones, and I think they're also those guys. Are they the ones that are coming up with the Genshin anime? The Genshin
Attack
Impact anime.
on Titan was production IG.
Okay, I don't.
Or Wit Studio. Wit Studio did it. Yeah, it was Wit Studio.
Let me see the Genshin Impact anime studio. It wasn't Bones.
Hey, Hidden Ryu,
yeah,
welcome to the
no, you're
stream.
right.
Welcome.
UFO Table.
UFO Table. UFO Table is the
that's how I always said it. UFO Table.
Yeah. They're famous for like the Fate universe, right?
Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah,
Do we have any
everything
Fate
they
animes
make
on
is
here?
like incredible. Huh?
Do we have any
What was that?
Fate animes on our list?
We do. I just included like Fate as a whole.
Okay, we'll get there when we get there. I'm probably just always blind. I can never like see anything. We'll see when we get there.
Dude. We've gotten through 3 animes out of 59 in like 20 minutes. This is gonna be a while.
We will get there. We will get there, I believe.
I'm pretty sure some of these we're just gonna breeze past anyway. So
I'm trying to figure out because I asked you. I think my favorite studio is Kyoto Animation. Have you ever heard of them?
I have not.
I'm trying
What
to
did
think
they
some of
work
the
on?
stuff. They did Violet Evergarden. They
Oh,
did
did they? Okay,
Dragon
that one's
Maid.
good.
You're familiar with Dragon Maid?
I haven't seen it. I know of it.
Yeah. Silent Voice. They did Silent Voice.
Is that the movie?
The movie. Yup. They did the
Oh, okay. Yep.
movie. They've done K-On! That's a popular one. It's a bit of an oldie.
Haven't seen
Haruhi.
K-On!
Haruhi's a oldie but very
Oh,
popular.
yeah, Suzuhime or whatever.
Yeah.
Haven't seen that either.
We'll get there. We'll get there. Time to cancel some for not knowing Keanu. No, we're not canceling anyone. Hidden in. My mod's just trolling. Yeah, Madoka, I put it in awesome. I think it's good. It has a lot of interesting plot twists. I like the premise. I haven't seen, disclaimer, I haven't seen any of the, like, the movies or the after stories. I've only seen the, like, original anime run, so I don't know what happens. It has some fantastic anime figures. I'm kind of an anime figure collector. At least I used to be. I've
Oh,
toned it
are
down.
you?
Mm-hmm. But,
Okay. Yeah, I don't have any of that. I don't have any figures. I would, but it's not like an expense I'm able to take right now.
it's definitely an expense.
Yeah. All right.
All right.
Moving on to Dragon Ball. I'm just gonna go gut reaction. I'm putting it up at the top on favorite. Dragon Ball is
Ooh.
this one is it's not just a nostalgic thing. I actually really like it. But I remember when I was young, my family and I would always gather around the TV to watch the new Dragon Ball episode.
Mhm.
Um and I don't know, it's such a memorable, like, iconic series. And I don't know anyone who isn't familiar with Dragon Ball. Uh
Hidden in
hmm.
Dragon Ball with or without the fillers. Oof.
With or without the fillers, yeah. Uh I think I'm just thinking back to, like, my favorite memories from Dragon Ball. I think I was super young and I remember watching the Frieza arc on
Mhm.
Namek,
Mhm.
and then at one point Krillin gets gored by Frieza, and then Frieza just starts bouncing him up and down on his horn,
Mhm.
and that made me so uncomfortable as a kid. I can't believe they actually showed. I'm pretty sure they showed the blood and everything as well, and that was like, what was it on? It was called like Toonami or something.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Mhm. Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, Cartoon Network Toonami. That's it.
Yeah, and then Dragon Ball disappeared for a while, and then it came back with Super, and that got everyone back involved with it. And I enjoyed Super a lot as well. So the whole series for me is just like such a classic, and it's like pretty timeless. It is definitely going up in my favorites. I've always kept up with all this stuff in it. The characters are extremely memorable. Um, the characters have been memed over and over across the internet for all of its existence. Yeah, it's going up in favorites for me.
Hidden in. Do we not talk about Dragon Ball GT? I legitimately don't remember anything from Dragon
Oh,
Ball
GT.
GT.
GT isn't canon though, right? That's where they introduced Super Saiyan 4. And they became like the red monkey furry suit guys.
Something like that. All right. I've already made my first change right here. I've actually bumped Boku Hero down to okay. I know
Reasonable.
they'll anger some people. I mean, it's fine. It's not bad. I just because I wanted to put Dragon Ball in great, and then I was asking, well, do I find Dragon Ball the same as Boku Hero? I'm like, no, Dragon Ball's not the same to me as Boku Hero. So,
Hmm.
Dragon Ball was probably one of the first animes I've seen, just because growing up I didn't really have cable or anything. So,
Hmm.
this was aired on like just broadcast TV for me though. So, um,
I think it
yeah,
might have been one
iconic
of my first too.
characters, memed all over the internet, set culturally very significant. Like from a cultural
Yeah,
significance standpoint, one of the most I feel like culturally significant animes of all time.
absolutely.
So yeah, that's it.
Which tier did you put that in?
I put that in great. I think it's a
Oh,
great
okay.
anime.
All right. Moving on to Chainsaw Man. This one is going. I'm just gonna place it first. It is going right underneath favorite into my
I'm
orange
so
tier.
angry. Boko
Uh,
Hero.
Mine is labeled incredible.
Nice,
And
nice troll
the
hidden
reason
Ryu.
for this is I think Chainsaw Man is very unique
Hmm.
in like the author himself. You've seen Chainsaw Man, right? Have you?
I've seen the anime. I'm not
Oh,
really
okay.
a manga reader, but I've seen the
Oh,
anime.
okay. I'm definitely like a more of a manga person
Hmm.
nowadays, but Chainsaw Man is very unique. The author is very he doesn't write characters that are cookie cutter, I would say.
Hmm.
Uh, Denji is Denji, the main character for Chainsaw Man.
Hmm.
He's definitely an oddball in a way that like I haven't really seen in many other places, if at all.
Hmm.
um, so I'm putting it here just because the story is pretty good.
Hmm.
I enjoyed it a lot, but the characters are so out there that they're just so memorable to me.
Hmm.
Um, the author as a whole is just like a wacky dude. I've seen his other works. I think notably, I don't know if he has anything other than Fire Punch, but he has another one called Fire Punch. It is the same way. Everything is very the atmosphere is very weird in like a good way. Um,
Yeah, I've
and
never heard of
it
Fire
just
Punch.
stands out.
Interesting. Hmm.
It stands out to me. So it's very appreciated in the space where nowadays I feel like everything is starting to feel a little bit more of the same or getting to that point.
His art style is unique. I agree. His art
And
style is
Chainsaw
very
Man,
unique.
I think for a lot of people was like a surprise.
Why do you think it was a surprise? I'm curious because it had a source material, right? So, do you think just a very
It w-
large percent of the audience just doesn't read manga like me and they just go straight to anime?
oh, it wasn't really a surprise like that. It was just like people were expecting. I know I saw a lot of reviews for it, and a lot of people were expecting something very just like typical shonen with like um over righteous main character and stuff like that. And Denji just doesn't care. He's absolutely not that. Like no one in the show is that. Denji is just like he's a psychopath.
He's something.
He was literally willing to sacrifice like a civilian just because he said he literally didn't care about him because he was a dude and he was only interested in women.
I
So,
appreciate his honesty. He's honest with himself. He knows what he wants.
yep. All
Let's
right,
see.
that's where I'm putting it.
Where would I put Chainsaw Man? I feel like Chainsaw Man's probably one I'm gonna move around a little bit. Um, it's interesting because you're not the first person I've talked to who really likes Chainsaw Man for the characters. Um, I think for a lot of people, the characters
Mm,
are what drive Chainsaw Man for them.
yeah.
I think the interesting thing for me is I really do like Chainsaw Man, but I guess I'm more interested in what happens with the story. I'm actually less directly interested in the characters. Um,
Okay.
and I know that's gonna be like Rex, how can you not like the character? It's not that I don't like them. It's not a matter of like or dislike for me in this case. It's to me like animes sometimes fall into these two categories. One, animes that to me I'm more interested in the story, and those are usually they usually include wilder characters, to be honest. And then
Hmm.
two, animes that are like more mundane story, usually slice of life, something like that.
Oh yeah.
But the characters are more relatable. They're closer to people, I guess. And so
Yeah.
usually with the more relatable characters, I do watch for the characters because I can relate to them a little harder. I pretty much have trouble relating to anyone in like Chainsaw Man, for example, right? Because
Oh no, they're
they're very
all
much characters, right? They're not so much
yeah.
people, more so characters. And to me, they almost blend into like a plot element at that point. They're less separate from the plot to me than if they were more relatable. But I think it's really cool. I think, yeah, I definitely enjoyed watching it. I think they did an excellent job, actually. Do we have it? Wait, we had some questions signed up ahead of time, bonus questions. I'm quickly glancing over them. We didn't have this as a question, but I thought Chainsaw Man had some really exciting like ending like video song combinations. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Really,
it was
really
like
interesting.
different every single time.
Yeah, different and really high quality. So that was really cool. All right, next up.
GTO. I haven't seen it.
It's a little older. I apologize. If there's like a old, like semi-obscure anime, it's probably my fault. It's probably a request by me.
I feel like I've included the most obscure one. So you're
Ooh,
good on
okay.
that.
When we get there, let me know. Okay, let me know. I want to know what is the obscure one.
It was on. I listed it as like the obscure option on the
Oh,
document.
wait. I
don't know if
remember
you
that.
saw it.
I remember. Yeah, I haven't seen that. So.
I don't know anyone who has.
Ooh, okay. Well, I can't wait to hear you talk about it then. All right, GTO. The TLDR premise is it's a former like Japanese gangster, and he sort of is trying to reform himself, and he becomes a teacher, and he gets assigned a bunch of like troubled students, and it's like the wacky stuff they do, I guess.
Oh, I'm familiar with the premise. I've seen like a few animes that did this.
Yeah, GTO is just it's very wholesome. I wouldn't say family friendly, but the messages tend to be very wholesome. You know, it's this guy really cares about his students. He's very despite being kind of a like a gray area character, right? He's a gangster. He does things with some questionable means. He's often violent, but like his like motivation is very like pure. Like yeah.
I wouldn't have guessed from the cover image. He kind of just looks like an asshole.
Yeah, he kind of is. He kind of like that's like I'm pretty sure the intro scene is he's doing something like I don't know what the word is, like kind of you know questionable in public, lewd in public, and then some people go up to him to confront him about it. These aren't good people either. They're probably trying to extort him for money. Like, hey, if you don't give us some money, we'll go to the police with you. And he just like punches through a payphone and rips out the change and like throws it at them. Like that's the first like 10 minutes of the anime, I'm pretty sure. So
Great.
yeah, I think it's really cool. It's an oldie. It has some great music actually.
Oh.
Some great music. Let me see if I can remember
listen to the OST afterwards.
Yeah, the band that did the music for it is really iconic, and I say that, and then their name is escaping me because I'm really bad with.
Did they
names.
do a lot of work with like for other recognizable pieces?
They have. I'm trying to think who. I'm just like trying to find a song. We can just move on, and I can find it later. But yeah, that's pretty much. That's pretty much it. It's one of my faves for sure. I think if someone said like, "Hey Rex, tell me about your top 10," I could probably tell them. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Some of the bands I just looked it up right now. Larkin Seal. Have you heard of Larkin Seal? They're like a Japanese sort of alternative rock kind of band.
I am not sure. I may have. I also may have not.
See,
I don't.
I'm trying
I don't
to quickly
feel
look.
like I recognize the name.
They've done songs for Full Metal Alchemist, for that one we just talked about earlier. What was it? Guardian of the Sacred Spirit. They've done songs for I think Rurouni Kenshin.
Oh.
So some good ones out there. They also have a song by Porno Graffiti. Are you familiar with Porno Graffiti?
No, I'm not. Not at all. That doesn't strike any bells for me.
They're also pretty prolific in the anime world. Let me see what they've done real quick. No, not YouTube. Bad YouTube. There we go. Let's go here real quick. They've done songs for Boku Hero, an anime we've talked about. They've done songs for Bleach. They've done songs for Naruto, I'm pretty sure.
Wait, they're all shonen. Like
mainstream. Yeah, they do a lot of shonen-y kind of some stuff. Yeah, they
Okay. They
recently
have a good track
did.
record.
Okay, recent's 2016. I'm sorry, it's not recent. So I'll say they did a Pokemon song. So
Okay, yeah. It's a reputable source then. All right.
uh,
We moving on to Attack on Titan.
mhm,
And I am going, oh no. This is either at the top or one below it.
mhm,
I'm going to put it one below it for now.
mhm,
And I will say that I feel like whenever I see people that say that they aren't really into anime,
mhm,
this is usually the thing that gets recommended to them. Because a lot of the people I've noticed that say they don't like anime have like this image of it that is just sort of like a children's cutesy like ayaya kind of thing.
mhm, mhm,
And they haven't really experienced something that touches on darker themes and found out the extent that anime is willing to go on them. And
mhm,
then
mhm.
that's why whenever I see people, I'm pretty sure there's like videos on YouTube. It's like this anime watcher watches Attack on Titan for the first time. Like, and then it's just like, oh, I wasn't expecting people to be eaten. And it's just so this is okay. I'm gonna keep saying this.
A couple
UFO
on the list are
cable.
quite dark. Yeah.
This is theirs, right? Is it? That's what we looked up.
I'm sorry. What?
But I'm calling them UFO table. The
Oh,
studio.
okay. Yeah. 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 I'm okay with that. I honestly don't know how to pronounce that name either. I know who you're
I don't
talking about.
either.
Yeah. I'm okay with UFO table. That's our canonical name for them now.
Yep. But that studio is incredible. They did an incredible job with the series, and it has definitely gotten them a lot of jobs. It seems like moving forward because now they're working on the Genshin anime. Um, Clumsy Bear says friends of mine who've never watched anime prior to AOT got really into it and led them down the rabbit hole. Yeah,
Ooh.
I feel like this is the one to kind of do it. And I had my own
Mhm.
um, that I will that is later down the list that kind of hit that for me. But this is like the modern day one where people see it and they're like, "Holy crap, anime is actually like not what I expected it to be."
I am
Um,
very okay. See, I was actually gonna mention that Attack on Titan's like I know I'm gonna say it's semi recent, and people are gonna be like, Rex, it's 10 years old. And I'm like, okay, fine, it's 10 years old. But to me, that's like semi recent. The fact that it's
yeah,
still airing or ended very recently to me makes it like
yeah, it ended recently,
semi
so
recently.
makes it recent.
Yeah, but to me also, I feel like there have been like different, I guess, gateway animes along the way hidden, and I think Genshin just slapped them with money. You know, in the world of anime making, you can't say no to money, right? Like I feel
Yep,
like all the like anime studios are always like needing money, so you know if they got money, it's a good thing.
for sure.
I haven't actually finished Attack on Titan. The amount of anime I watch recently has probably gone down. I blame work and life and VTubers to some degree, but
Absolutely.
um, but I'll put it in. I think to me it's in the great category as well. I haven't finished it, so maybe its ending will surprise and astound me. Um, where did I finish off? I finished off
Oh,
when
you
you
haven't
pretty
finished
much
it.
like
Okay.
start finding out that everyone's practically a Titan. You're a Titan. You know, that Oprah meme. You get a car. You get a car. It's the you're a Titan. You're a Titan. You know, everyone becomes
Oh,
Titans.
okay. I
I'm
think I
around
have the
there in the show.
approximate
Sorry,
knowledge of where you are.
spoilers. Hidden and blaming VTubers, so I'm blaming myself. I mean, I don't think that's an uncommon sentiment. I think a lot of VTuber fans I've talked to have also admitted they've watched less anime since getting into VTubers, right? Because it kind of
Yeah, you're watching VTuber streams now.
exactly. I
That's where your
mean, you
time's
only have so
going.
much time, right? So
Yep.
Steins Gate.
Steins Gate. Um, this one is right up there with it. Or I might drop it down one. I'm not entirely sure. but
Hmm.
I'm gonna keep it here for now. Um, Steins Gate is an anime that I started watching, and then I watched the first episode, and then I dropped it, and then I picked it back up again. I watched the first episode again because I didn't remember what it was about, and then I dropped it. I dropped it a second time, and then I tried a third time, um, and I was like, okay, I'm just gonna stick with this. I'm in the mood for like a nice little slice of life kind of
Oh
little
no.
um little show about like a weird scientist guy. And then I
Hmm.
started going through it and I was like, this isn't really a slice of life about a weird scientist guy. This is getting kind of weird. This is
Hmm.
kind of getting messed up. And then by the end of it, I was just like, oh crap. Uh this was
It's got four memeable
this got
clips.
interesting in
It
ways
is
that I
it is
didn't
highly
think it would
memeable.
go
I like the
to.
microwave banana.
Because I didn't read like the synopsis or anything for it. I had no idea it was gonna deal with like time travel stuff. I literally just thought it was like a goofy cast of characters doing weird science experiments. And but I should have known better because like everywhere was rating this show like a 10 out of 10 and whatever. So, definitely a very twisty, turny anime that catches you off guard with where it goes and is going in my incredible tier.
So I'm sorry if I ever like sound like I'm tuned out slightly, because I'm trying to like figure something out.
Oh,
Maybe
no
someone in
problem.
the audience can let me know. Okay, it is. I figured it out. Okay. So Steins Gate has this naming convention, right? It's Steins semicolon Gate, right?
Yeah,
Have you watched any of the other animes in this shared multiverse? I guess
I have not.
they all share the same naming convention. I've only seen one of them. Yeah, there we go. Hidden Ryu knows what I'm talking about in my chat. Robotics semicolon notes. That's the only one I've seen. Robotics notes is in the shared universe as Steins Gate. The other ones
Hmm.
are Occultic 9, Occultic colon 9, Chaos colon Child, and Chaos colon Head. But I've
Oh,
only
I've
seen
seen
Robotics
Chaos Head.
notes. You have seen Chaos Head.
I've seen Chaos Head, yeah.
There we go. It's a shared universe apparently, or multiverse or something.
Oh. From what I remember of that, I don't really feel like it would have fit in this universe, but maybe I'm misremembering it.
It's some weird timeline that they go to. Who knows?
Hmm.
But Science Gate is fantastic. I almost want to put it in my top category for faves.
Mhm.
Um, but I can't for the. I kind of want to. I'll tell you what. I won't do it for now, but I might move it later. For the exact reason you mentioned in your description of your journey to discovering Steins Gate. The first few episodes are just so slow and weird to get through.
Yeah.
I
Mhm.
feel like to me, okay. I have like a few criteria I judge anime on, but probably my most important criteria is execution. And to me, that's like a flaw in execution. I mean, you can say it does help the story to at the later parts, but
I think so too.
I feel like they still pulled the bit maybe a little too long. I think they could have gone to the core story at least a little earlier, and it wouldn't have really harmed the anime, and it would have helped more people get into it. So I think it's great though. It's awesome. Yeah, easily an awesome or incredible anime. I don't think it's flawless. I guess nothing's flawless. Maybe I'll move it to my faves later, but we'll go on for now. You pretty much covered it.
Whip
Apparently the
says the
visual
visual
novel.
novel, yeah, is better. I saw that. I think that was one of the things that made me like go back to the anime was I saw the visual novel on Steam. I was like, huh,
Ooh.
they came out with the game on it. Okay. Oh, well, I'll just watch the anime instead of playing this. That was it.
There we go. That's history.
Black Butler. I think was this on our shared list
It was on
of
our
things
shared
we've seen?
list. For those
I
who
don't
don't know
remember
what
it
we're
very well.
talking about, there was like on Twitter this have you seen these 100 anime checklist kind of thing going around. That's what we're talking about, if anyone's wondering.
Yeah. And a lot of these are kind of just pulled from that list that we both have seen.
Yep.
I don't remember this very well. I remember it was just basically like a kid with an overpowered butler. But I can't really comment on it. I might just put it in my bottom thing. Don't remember for now, unless
Hmm.
something comes back up in my memory about it.
Um, I do remember it. It has some interesting characters. It had some kind of BL undertones, overtones. It's fine. It's okay.
Between the
The,
kid and Sebastian. Sebastian was the butler's name, I believe, right?
sort of like so the kid. So Sebastian's like a demon or something. He's like a super. He's not a human. He's like
Oh,
a supernatural kind of thing. And so he's
I
helping the
don't
kid
remember
out
that bit.
because the kid pretty much agreed. Like you sign a contract with the devil, right? The kid agreed to give Sebastian his soul in exchange for his service when he's alive, kind of thing.
Oh, okay.
Um,
Yeah, it's coming back to me now.
yeah, Sebastian had this cheesy line where he's like, "Oh, I'm a hell of a butler or something," and that's because it's he's like a demon, right? He's from hell. Barely watched it, barely remember anything. It's I remember he had like he would throw knives or forks or something at people,
Yeah,
and he was really
he's very
OP.
throwy.
Yeah. Little known fact, I have a cosplay of Sebastian, and
Do you really?
yeah, I've yet to find my seal, but you know, I have a cosplay of Sebastian, so there you go.
Okay.
Okay.
Wait, is it just a suit?
Sort of. It's like a long-tailed
Oh,
suit.
it is
Yeah, it's
long-tailed.
kind of like a
Yeah.
long-tailed thing. Uh,
Wait, do you do a lot of cosplays?
I don't do a lot. I've done Roy Mustang from Full Metal Alchemist, an anime we'll get to later in our tier list.
Hmm.
I've done Sephiroth from Final Fantasy VII, and I've done Sebastian. That's like literally the only three.
Oh, okay.
Okay, actually, that's a lie. I've done like low budget
Oh,
ones. I have a jacket. Actually, do we have that on this list? Do we have Psychopass on this list?
I don't think
We
so,
don't.
because
Oh,
I
we
don't
do. We
think I've
no, wait,
seen.
we don't.
Oh, wait,
Okay,
do we?
we don't. We don't.
Okay.
We don't. Yeah. Have
I
you?
didn't
Do you know
include
the
that one because
premise
I
for
didn't remember it
Psychopass?
enough. Yeah, I do. Is that the kid
It's
with the
like
baseball bat?
no, it's
Wait, what am I thinking of?
that's a different one. I know what you're talking about though. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I know the kid with the rollerblades and the baseball bat. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Um, no, Psychopass is like Minority Report. Have you seen that movie Minority Report?
I have not.
Okay. The TLDR is it follows some essentially law enforcement, and there's dynamics there that you know I won't waste time on, but it follows around some law enforcement people in a future where they can quote unquote tell you're going to commit a crime before you commit it. It's very controversial, right?
Oh,
And it's the first season is really good. I would highly recommend it to anyone who hasn't seen it if you're okay with a little gore. If you're okay with a little gore, because it's a little edgy, right? Like Chainsaw Man is, right? There's some gore involved,
hmm.
but it's the first season is quite good. The second season feels like a shell of the first season. I wouldn't really recommend it, but the first season's really good.
Okay. I'll check it out. I, I don't remember. I don't know if I've actually seen it or not. Maybe I just like don't remember it, but I feel like I would have with that description.
Yeah, I mean, hey, I hope to learn about some new animes today from you and check those out as well. So maybe that's part
Might.
of the show and tell.
Okay. Next one is Bleach. Bleach. You are definitely going straight into the good tier. One of the mainstream shonens. Uh, and this one, I commonly uh, I commonly hear it named like the Swiss cheese of anime with all the plot holes. And this one's very well known for giving all
The
the characters
first and the
power
third,
ups
yeah,
for
yeah.
no
Just
apparent
skip the second
reason.
season.
This is it's a very well loved anime for sure, and I like it, and I think it had some great moments that I was very into it at a certain time.
Mhm.
Um, I might move it up one tier. but for now it will be here. Just because I don't know, I put such a big emphasis on like power scaling that makes sense.
Hmm,
And
hmm.
in Bleach, characters get stronger because they want to, and then it just happens. that's that's kind of just the gist of it. It's just like, how did this happen? It's like it just did. And I'm like, okay, fine. And that's the main reason why I'm putting Bleach at a lower um, tier, even though I liked it a lot, and I liked a lot of the characters in it too.
Everything up through Soul Society arc was so good. Yeah, that first arc was amazing for Bleach. That's probably why it has the fandom it does, right? It's like the inverse Steins Gate effect. You start watching it and it's super good, so you stick with it in hopes that it gets good.
Sounds like another anime that's on this list that we'll get to eventually. I
We'll
could
get
think
to.
of a few that, that are like that.
I'll put Bleach on my good list, even though you've mentioned numerous flaws with it, plot holes, ridiculous power scaling. Hidden Ryu says the new Bleach is good. Oh, I might have to check it out.
Wait, there's a new Bleach?
Yeah, Bleach started up again recently.
Wait,
There's
is
a
it
new
like
Bleach.
along the same story? Is it just like a new season, or is it like an actual spin-off or
I'm not
new
sure.
thing
I
afterward?
haven't looked into it. It's a
Okay.
continuation. All right, Hidden Ryu says it's a continuation. So
After
um,
the story that was already completed before? Okay. I'll check that out.
I got tired of Bleach because I was watching it as it was airing, and it literally would
Oh.
spend entire seasons of just fillers, which was like I just wanted to know what was going to happen in the story, and it's pretty disappointing to sit through an entire season and not have a single episode progress the story. Right? It's frustrating. Um, I thought the first arc was amazing and wonderful. It has wonderful intros and endings. Some of my favorite intros and endings, right, from Bleach. Um, the Bleach artist actually has a lot of interest in fashion, so you'll notice in the intros and endings they'll be wearing like normal like street clothing, not their like shinigami or their like combat attire, and that's
Yeah.
because the guy is interested in fashion. It's really interesting. The movies are great watches because you pretty much don't sit through a bunch of fillers, right? They're like, I feel like the movies are just like non-canonical like fever dreams of
Mm.
them like actually getting to fight, which is fantastic.
Oh,
um,
you're definitely a filler hater then, huh?
you know, I for Bleach at least,
Oh, for Bleach. Yeah.
at least
No,
for
I feel
Bleach,
that
yeah,
sometimes.
it just there was too much of it. I stopped watching it because there was too much, but yeah, yeah,
Mm.
it's fine. I think it has highlight moments, and I definitely do think the music and the intros and endings and the some of the movies in it are really fantastic. Like I'll still listen to some of the songs, even though I obviously don't watch Bleach
I don't
anymore. So
remember any of them. I don't remember the songs for Bleach.
there's a popular one. You remember the little lion plushy stuffed doll thingy? I don't know what his name was. Um I even like
Lion
sort of know the
plushie.
lyrics and I can't remember the name of the song, but it's fine. We'll move on from it.
Oh,
Um
was the lion plushie in Bleach? I thought that was okay. Yeah, it was in Bleach. I didn't know which one that was from.
I don't
Okay.
blame you. It is a
Oh, that was yeah, Khan. That's his name.
Con, thank you. There we go.
Okay, you have the next one. The next one on the list is yours.
Okay, Bell. When I suggested these to you, Bell was one of the Bell and another one on this list was put under what I would call like meta anime. Meta meaning it's sort of like to me it feels like very tailored to the times, you know, a kind of I don't know how else to phrase it. So you've not seen Bell, is that correct?
I haven't seen it yet.
Okay. Um it's pretty good. I would, because it's a movie and it's more contained, I just naturally want to put it above some of the stuff that's longer and more stretched out. I'll put it in my grade category for now. It's not without flaws, but I'll TLDR it without any major spoilers. But it has some virtual themes, which is meaningful for like VTubers, right? It
Hmm.
has a lot of fantastic music. The person's essentially like a V singer, so there's a lot of fantastic music in it. Really popular with VTubers when the movie came out. Um,
Oh, it's a
it's
musical.
there's a lot of music in it. I'm not sure if it's a musical, but there's definitely a lot of
Hmm.
music in it because the main character is sort of like a V singer in a sense, right? They go into
Oh,
they're like
that
unknown
sounds
in real
interesting to
life,
me.
but on the internet
I'd
they have
want to
like a
watch that.
billion followers, and they they're the it person in this sort of like metaverse of theirs. Um,
Hmm.
and it's sort of like a modern Japanese VTuber spin on Beauty and the Beast. So that's sort of the TLDR, without spoiling any like specific plot points.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna watch it for sure. This one, I'm interested in the plot.
Haikyuu.
Haikyuu. I think this is probably the sports anime that put me in my sports anime phase.
Ooh, you had a whole sports anime phase. I wanted to ask you about sports anime, but
Oh, okay. Yeah, after I think yeah, I don't think I was really watching any. I'm putting it in my Incredible.
mhm,
I'm
mhm,
putting my hmm, my sports anime phase definitely came after this.
mhm.
And I don't remember. There was like a rugby one that came. Was it called like All In or something, or All Out?
Uh,
And yeah, it was pretty much, it's probably one of those two. It's
mhm.
like about rugby.
All out, all out. Yep, yep.
Yeah, and then after that, most of them are like soccer, aren't they? Um, Ao
Baseball is also
Ashi.
very popular in Japan. There's a lot of baseball anime.
I don't think I've seen any baseball
Me
anime.
neither.
How do you make that exciting? I don't know, but
How do you
um,
classify sports anime, if I may ask? Does it have to be a real sport, or can it just follow the sort of
no.
sports anime formula?
Well, I guess when I'm thinking of sports anime, I am thinking of like traditional sports,
Mm-hmm.
but there are like quote unquote sports animes not included on this list that they're technically sports, but they're like made up sports. Like, have you heard of Keijo?
I have.
I
I've seen
love
Keijo.
that thing, man. I
It's
love it so
something.
much.
It's
Twinkle,
you
twinkle,
say it's
little
not a
star,
real
how I wonder
sport,
what you
but
are.
they've actually adapted something like Keijo. I think in Brazil or something wacky.
Oh, did they?
I don't want to make that up, so I'm googling it right now. But it's something like that. Yeah, it's in where does it occur? It's in Portugal. Sorry, Portuguese, right? They speak it in Brazil. In Portugal, they have something like Keijo. I think they actually call it Keijo.
They
But
have
yeah.
something like it. Hidden in Keijo makes your brain smooth. I mean, yeah. Look what happened to me. Worth it.
Yeah. I guess some of the ones I was mentioning are, for example, have you seen Chihayafuru?
I haven't. That's on my watch list. I keep getting recommended to it because everyone keeps saying the main character is so awesome.
It's about a club activity that's like, again, the TLDR without spoiling any plot points is they're a club that plays a competitive game in Japan where essentially the game is played.
Like a chessboard
They
kind of thing, right?
they say like a poem line, and you try to predict the next line in the poem based on, and you try to swat that card out from the board in front of you. It's a real thing, apparently.
Oh, that's a
um
real
it's a
thing.
real thing. Yeah, it's a
I
real.
figured it was based on a real thing, and then you described it, and I was like, that can't be real.
Yeah, it's like it's an interesting mix of like traditional Japanese culture turned into like a game. Essentially, it's interesting. But that's like a sports anime formula, right? They're a club, they practice against each other, they battle against other teams, but it's not explicitly speaking a sport, right?
Mhm. No,
Another
I
one
would
would be
consider that
something
a
like
sport.
Food Wars. Have you seen Food Wars?
I have not. I think I've seen the first episode of the anime, but that's
Mhm.
it.
It
And I
just
think
follows like a
they got
similar
like the
formula.
Yeah, it's like I watched the first episode, and then some girls started like squealing and like got all naked over eating like an octopus or something that was like wrapped around her, just visually or something like that. I was like, oh, okay, it's got to be that kind of thing, huh? And then I'm not against it. I just I wasn't really. I know that it gets like is way different than that, but I wasn't like in the mood for it, so I kind of
Yeah,
dropped it, and I intended to go back to it, and I just never did. I probably just ran out of time somewhere.
I feel that.
Yep.
All right,
Is Food
Keijo.
Wars on this list? No, I excluded it because I didn't watch it.
Which one? Sorry.
Oh, Food Wars. Yeah,
Oh, Food Wars.
it
Got it.
was supposed to be on the list, but I took it off because I didn't see it.
Got it. Or Haikyuu. Haikyuu. Why did I call it Keijo? Oh my god, my brain is becoming smooth. Oh my goodness. Yeah, Haikyuu goes in the strictly, I think, definitely the awesome column. It's a fantastic anime, a lot of fantastic animation. In fact, I think their intro in one of them, the Fly High intro, I was watching it and they like drew that in like something ridiculous. Like, I know the normal like anime drawing is something like technically like probably 24 or 30 FPS, but they draw like 2 frames. They like stretch 2 frames per frame, so it's like half of that. And they just went like hardcore on the production value for the intro. Music is fantastic. Characters are good. Yeah. I think the only thing that this is being really nitpicky, right? It's not even an annoyance, but like it suffers a little bit from the effect, and it may not be avoidable, where when someone is your enemy, they're like hyper strong, but when they become like your ally or after you beat them or they go on to play someone
Oh,
else, they seem like way less strong for some reason, right? It's like
yeah,
when they're the
yeah.
team in front of you, it's like, oh, this guy is so good, he's the regional champion. But then like when they go up against someone else, like actually that guy's the national champion, just kicks the crap out of this guy. I'm like, oh, okay.
I feel you on that. When they what's it called? What's the defender in volleyball called? I forget what the
um
position is.
it starts with an L. I'm bad with
Like
names.
libero or something.
Libero,
Libero
something
or
like
something.
that, yeah.
Yeah, when I remember in the anime when I started watching it, and they introduced like the libero that was coming back, and they're like, "Oh, this is our guardian deity," and then they like like they play a game together, and he's like kind of just okay.
Yeah.
I was like, "Yeah, you guys hyped him up so much," and then like after like he was good, but he was definitely not. I wouldn't call him the guardian deity.
Yeah. Um I guess since we're on sports anime, I'm not sure if we have any more on this whole list. Actually, let me glance through it real quick.
Hmm.
Some other good ones. Have you seen Yoamushi Pedal? It's about cycling.
I have not.
Um, have you seen Kuroko no Basket? It's a basketball anime.
I have. Yes, I really like that one. I
It's
saw
pretty good. Uh-huh.
I don't think they I don't know if they animated. Maybe they did. The one where they play against the USA team, where all of the Miracle guys get together and
I
play against the
think
USA
that
team.
was the movie actually, but I
Was it the
haven't
movie?
seen
It might have
it.
been.
Yeah, I think they made that
Yeah.
arc a movie.
Yeah, I've seen
Um,
all of it. I've seen the anime, I've seen the movie.
mhm.
Loved it. Have you seen Blue Lock?
I've not. How do you spell that?
Color blue and then lock as in like a locked door.
Okay.
That one's the big sports anime going on right now. It's the soccer
Ah,
one.
soccer. Got it. Yeah, Japan had a wild run at the World Cup.
It did. Yeah. I remember when they were having that run, Blue Lock was actually trending on Twitter.
Ooh.
They're like, Blue Lock is real because it's like the Japanese team is going off.
I actually heard that their uniforms were designed by like a mangaka or something like that. Give them
Oh,
that
didn't hear
that
about that.
extra manga power.
Hmm. Okay. Moving to Mob Psycho. Mob Psycho. This one's hard for me too. I'm gonna put it in the middle for now.
Okay.
So, Mob Psycho is made by the same guy that made One Punch Man, right?
Yep.
Yeah, it's the same. It's the same one. and I really liked it. The characters were surprisingly a lot. They weren't one-dimensional, and
Mm-hmm.
um, there was character growth, like significant character growth throughout the series. I think that's a big thing for me. And it's I put a lot of emphasis on characters, and there's like different types. There's like Chainsaw Man, they're not realistic at all. They're just like characters.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's characters that are very realistic and relatable.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if Mob Psycho like complete. No, it touches on like subjects that are very real in
Mm-hmm.
there.
Mm-hmm.
Like what's the main character's name that isn't Mob? It's like,
Renge?
is that it?
He's the
Um,
he's the sensei. Is that who you're
yeah,
talking
the
about?
sensei.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Renge. Yeah, I think that's his name.
he's definitely I don't know. He seemed like a character that could actually exist.
Oh
And
yeah, for sure.
Mob goes through like the whole kid phase where he's struggling to talk to girls and stuff, and it's like, and then yeah, he's just like an innocent kid and is very believable as such. He does a lot of things that like an awkward kid actually does. Um, so yeah, the characters in this one are fairly believable for sure, and I probably the best cast. This isn't gonna have my best cast in it, but as some of my favorite groups, namely the Body Improvement Club.
Oh, the Body Improvement
Yep.
Club.
Those are some of my favorite characters of all times. Those guys are so great, man. And
Yeah,
it's
really
it's very
wholesome.
it's pretty accurate. I feel like a lot of like the gym goers,
Mm-hmm.
because I don't know, I should talk about like what I do, but I'm a trainer.
Oh,
So
really?
I experience this stuff a lot, and the people in the gym, they're mostly like that. They're very the bigger guys are like usually the more eccentric ones who are very nice and helpful and wholesome, and that just kind of reminded me of it. So it was those guys were some of my favorites.
Dang, I'm gonna have to tap you for some tips then, for some tips, some gym
You
tips.
can, yeah, sure.
Thank you. Maybe we'll have a stream about it sometime. We'll see.
I was thinking about that, like in the future, to have like a fitness advice stream.
I would love to see that. I would love to hear about it because I'm always trying to improve my health, my fitness. Um
Hmm.
Last year, February actually, I don't even know what I did, and it was during the whole Big C thing, right? Everyone was home and stuff, but I I'm guessing I damaged some kind of soft tissue in my left knee because I did a bit of running before that, and it kind of sidelined me for a really long time. And this was like my first time with any kind of experience with injury, so I kind of
Hmm.
like didn't, I think, treat it as seriously as I should have, and I think I just kept aggravating it, and it was like a full like 9 months or 8 months before I really could run again.
Oh,
It was really
yeah, that could
severe.
be a
Yeah,
lot of things, but
yeah,
but yeah, yeah,
yeah.
knees,
Um,
man,
so I'm back at it now, trying to get back into running shape, and just healthy lungs, healthy heart, that kind of stuff.
for sure. Yep.
Now I
All
know.
right.
Now I know. We'll have to do that sometime.
Yeah, I'm totally down.
Mob Psycho. I think, yep, same author as One Punch Man, more stylized. One Punch Man deviated a bit from the art style, but Mob Psycho stayed closer to the author's art style.
Yeah.
Um, I think it's really good. It has 3 seasons, right? Am I making that up, or is that
It
correct?
has a third one? I only remember two.
What is the last thing you remember occurring at Mob Psycho?
The last thing I remember occurring was was him fighting the boss in season 1 or 2. I don't think that was season 1. I thought he fought the little orange-haired kid,
Yeah.
his dad. I thought that was the end of season 2. Was it?
Yeah, I think that was the end of season 2. Yep.
And then I don't remember a season after that.
Got it. So season 3, I think, came out last season.
Oh, okay. And
And
I haven't
if
seen
if
it.
you like character development and people sort of, growing a little bit, I think that's a great season to watch.
Okay.
I loved the first episode of season 2. It has some like the execution on that is just fantastic. Fantastic audio, visual, production quality, everything. Like see episode 1 of season 2 still to this day stands out in my mind as just like an excellent
Oh
episode
yeah.
of anime. But yeah, overall it's good. Yeah, I'm putting it in my awesome category. Fantastic characters, fantastic story. I do find the Hidden In, it aired 3 months ago. Yeah, 3 months ago. I do find it a little inconsistent in pacing and
Yeah,
stuff, but
I agree.
it's still really good. So next one's yours.
Yep.
I've not seen this one. It's one of the ones I've not seen.
Oh, Vinland Saga. Okay,
Mhm.
you haven't seen this one. This one I am going to put. Dude, this is a lot of people's favorites. I'm gonna. I'm putting it in the middle. Vinland Saga is another like Viking sort of thing.
Mhm.
You'll see a lot of very familiar names in there. And when I say very familiar, I'm going to say what they were, and I can't remember. um, but yeah, this is kind of just like your basic Viking storyline here, and it is a
Viking anime. Yeah, I
very
haven't seen it.
brutal
The second
one, I
season's
guess.
airing.
It
Oh,
is.
interesting.
It's like I don't know. It definitely makes you follow a cast of characters that are. It's not the norm
Mhm.
because the main character travels with the man that killed his dad,
Oh, interesting.
and it's a so it creates like a very weird dynamic, and it's just like fascinating to see how it evolves over time.
Hmm.
But
Would you
yeah,
would you
other than that,
recommend it? Is it a Rex? You should go watch it.
um, yeah, I would give it a shot. I personally didn't think it was. A lot of people really love this thing, man. But I personally, I don't really see like the big catch behind it. I thought it
Hmm.
was great. But it wasn't really special to me. It was
Hmm.
just like a good action adventure um sort of Viking flick with a good cast of characters that are a little more interesting than your average cast.
Interesting. Yeah. Well, I think you mentioned you don't quite get the catch, and I haven't seen it, so I don't know. But I feel like
Mhm.
the effect, like when people come out like, "Hey, this is the best anime ever," it's probably because that's like the first anime that does something like that they've seen.
Oh yeah.
When the longer you've
Mhm.
been watching, it's more like, well, I've seen like 8 other animes that are sort of like this. I mean, it's good, high quality, well executed, good production, good voice acting, all that. But it's like I've kind of seen something like it before, so it doesn't like I think connect the brain cranial synapses as much or something.
Yeah, it's kind of like Madoka Magica. The ending, I'm sure, like if they haven't seen like a super crazy tragic ending, Madoka Magica might be at the top of their list for that reason, but it's at like the bottom of mine.
Hmm.
Yeah, so I could definitely see that happening.
Okay, next
Okay,
one up.
Inuyasha. How about we flip things around a little bit
Hmm.
and have you go first?
I was about to say, if you're tired of going first, I'm
Oh
fine
no,
taking.
yeah, I just wanna
Uh,
maybe
I
I'll be able to bounce
genuinely,
off of you.
this is not a good one to. I've seen it.
Oh,
I've seen it for sure. I've seen it. It is just relatively unmemorable for me for some reason. I think it's just because it's old. Honestly, I've seen a lot of anime, and I think I'm I have a double edged sword. I'm both, I think, a little older than the average streamer or anime fan, and I think I also have a worse memory than the average anime fan. You can
mhm.
see my jersey says boomers. I'm not a literal boomer, but I am, I believe, on the internet, everyone over whatever, a certain age is called a boomer, right?
Yep.
So I kind of fall into that boomer demographic for the internet, and so I watched this a really long time ago. I think they came
Yeah,
out with a spin-off recently, but I haven't seen
they
that.
did. It was I was gonna ask you that if you've seen it, which is it's Inuyasha's kids.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's everyone's kids. It's Shomaru's and Inuyasha's, and the other people, the monk.
Hmm.
Yeah, that one. I watched the first episode. It wasn't very good. I think that was the consensus about it.
Yeah.
Where are you putting Inuyasha?
Oh, I just I don't remember enough of
Oh,
it
you
to
don't remember.
give it a solid rating. Yeah,
Okay.
it wouldn't be fair.
Um.
Whatever I give it would be probably like a combination of just nostalgia and bad memory.
mm, I know this is a lot of people's like a lot of people would rate this very highly, especially dude, Sesshomaru was so popular with the ladies, man.
Hmm.
This is, I'm sure, like, if we put this like, who's your favorite character? Sesshomaru would pop up in a lot of people's top.
Hmm.
Um, for me, Inuyasha, it's gonna happen a lot with like some of these older animes. I'm going to
Hmm.
put this. It's somewhere in between great and good. I'll put it in the middle for now.
Hmm.
And the age definitely shows. If you look back on it, it's like, yeah, they definitely didn't really have a lot to work with in this show.
Hmm.
It's a lot of just repetitive attack moves and everything. So Inuyasha, one of the things that really made me upset with this, and it happens a lot with and I talked about this before, was that like I really don't like power scalings that don't really make any sense,
Hmm.
which was the case for Bleach.
Hmm.
And Inuyasha also had that
Hmm.
kind of just in one attack, because Inuyasha had one. I remember one attack that Inuyasha did. It like summoned a tornado or something, and it was explained in the anime that like this move can only be used against an opponent stronger than you or something like that. And it was
Hmm.
basically like if you're losing, win. And that was basically it. And I remember that like turning me off so much. But
The rubber
other than
banding
that,
attack.
yeah, it's just like if you're losing, just don't, and then use this. And the characters for me, yeah, I don't remember it all too much. The characters I remember being very. I remember one of the girl character. I think the monk ended up getting with her. I remember that was probably like one of my first anime crushes.
Hmm.
But the characters, yeah, I like them a lot. I think that the age of the show is very much apparent at this point, so I might move it down one tier.
Hmm.
Oh, Papuaku. Oh, yeah, Papu. I'll just call you Papu. Thanks for the raid. We're
Papu,
um
welcome Raiders. Welcome, welcome.
we're doing an anime tier list. I'm here with Rex Madman. You can check him out as well. He is my VTuber sibling. We're under the same VTuber mom, or VTuber mom. The same, yeah, mama. She did our art. Hello, Raiders. Um, yeah, this tier list is probably not going to be too controversial because we don't have a tier for anything bad.
Yeah, we don't have this as trash.
Yeah. um. So yeah, Inuyasha is the age is showing. It's definitely it's an older anime. It shows it doesn't have anything crazy in it. So it is in the middle for me for now. I might move it down. Time will tell.
Hmm.
Next one, Princess Mononoke. Is this our
Princess
first
Mononoke.
Ghibli film?
It is. It is our first.
How many Ghibli films have you seen?
Oh, all right. Let me pull up a list real quick. Just I actually
Oh,
haven't seen
is it
a
gonna be a
lot of the
lot?
ones on the list, but I have seen some. I've seen.
I put six of the ones I know for sure are like quite Well
I've
known.
seen, let's see, Kiki's, I've seen Spirited Away, I've seen Totoro, I've seen Arrietty, I've seen Princess Mononoke, I've seen Ponyo, I've seen Porco Rosso, Whispers of the Heart, Nausicaa, Cat Returns. That might be it.
Oh, so you haven't seen a lot of the ones I had on the list. I thought they would be common. You haven't
I
seen Howl's
know
Moving
they
Castle
are
or
ones
Castle
I
in the
need to
Sky?
get to. It's just I haven't done it yet, kind of thing, you know.
Okay. Yeah, I think they had like a Studio Ghibli marathon on TV, and I think that's where I watched all of these that are on the list.
Wow.
Papu, what's anime? Come on.
The review means no hot takes. You know, I'm not really about the hot
Papu's
take. You know,
a
I'm
VTuber,
not
by
here
the
to
way.
generate interactions through
He is
conflict.
one of the first ones from my on my stream that have visited me. Very
Nice.
appreciated.
An old streamer, buddy. Old
Yep.
in a good way, not old in a
Oh,
bad way.
yeah. I drew her. She was also my first fan art. I think you saw that
Oh,
one. Yeah, she's the
I
one in
looked at
the
some.
snowboarder.
Very
Okay.
cool. Elgin, you've done some really amazing art, by the way. Like I know
Oh,
we
thank you.
talked before and you're like, yeah, you do some art. I'm like, now like I was gonna say like, hey, maybe we could do like a stream where we doodle or something. But now that I've seen your work, I'm a little intimidated. You know, I didn't want to suggest that for
Oh,
our first interaction.
well,
Uh,
you see the finished products, but you don't see the the amount of struggle I go through to get there. I'm definitely it takes me a lot of adjusting to get to that point. So if we had to do some like freehand doodles,
yeah.
you're probably gonna have me beat.
Oh, well, I don't know about that, but we'll see. I don't really put a lot of drawings on my standard on my VTuber
Hmm.
Twitter. I have like another Twitter where I just follow like thousands and thousands of artists. um,
Oh yeah.
and so I do most of my drawings there because they're almost all just VTuber fan art. I'm practically just a VTuber fan art account at that point. So yeah.
Mhm.
Okay, sometime though. Now it's a
Yeah.
promise. Sometime we'll do a little art something.
Sure. Yeah. Sounds like a good idea.
Princess Mononoke though, special place in my heart because it was, I think, one of the first Ghibli films I've seen. I remember
Me too.
distinctly they had the DVD at the local library, so I borrowed it and got to watch it in beautiful whatever 720p or whatever DVDs have, you know,
Did
these days.
DVDs exist when back then?
It
I
did,
would have
yeah, for
assumed that it
Princess
was
Mononoke.
gonna be on
Mononoke
like
is
a
relatively
VHS or something.
recent. Yeah. Um but yeah, it's
I
a
don't
good
even
one.
remember how old this was. I was like a baby.
Princess, it had I think it's maybe their first one that had some 3D aspects to it. Um but yeah, no, Princess Mononoke, a great one. Awesome. It goes in my awesome. I don't know if I'd call it a fave. I honestly like this is gonna be really, this might be my controversial hot take. Um but I find a lot of Ghibli films play it a little safe. I don't think Princess Mononoke is one of the ones that plays it too safe, but I feel like a lot of them played a little safe and they have like you know, very fairy tale, almost Disney-esque stories
Mhm.
where I don't want to say you can't mess it up, but I mean their execution is usually fantastic. But at the same
Yeah.
time, nothing too mind-blowing occurs or too complex. Like we're not talking like Interstellar or like Inception or something, right? Nothing too bizarre happens where execution, like poor execution, could mess it up more. Um,
Oh, I know what you mean.
yeah,
Yeah.
it goes to my awesome tier though. I mean, it is definitely a fantastic movie. I love the themes. I love everything about it. I love Studio Ghibli. I went to their museum in Japan. It's a fantastic museum if you get a chance to go. My hot tip for
Oh,
that is you can't just buy
oh.
tickets at the door though. The tickets go on sale like the first Tuesday of the prior month for the next month. So you got to buy them ahead of time if you're planning a trip. But it's fantastic. Definitely worth
Great.
checking out.
Yeah. Okay. For me, Princess Mononoke. This is my favorite Ghibli film, going all the way at the top for me.
Nice. It is a good one.
Um, Yeah, this was the very first Ghibli film that I watched, and I don't know if I would have been allowed to watch it on my own at that age, but my sister roped me into it. She always dragged me into like I have a sister that's much older, and she always roped me into like things that were not for kids my age. So, this one was definitely a shock to me. I remember getting like massive heebie-jeebies whenever like things were getting taken over by the little worm-looking dudes.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, it would make me so uncomfortable. But yeah, that was it was probably like the first um thing I've watched that had like gory undertones to it.
It,
And
it is rather gory.
it was very yeah, it's quite actually no, it was very gory.
Hmm.
Remember like the pig boss dude, the main
Hmm.
boar,
Hmm.
when he was just blood fountaining out of his mouth
Yeah,
and
like
nose and
oozing
everywhere.
out of
Yeah.
everywhere. Yeah.
Is it I remember that pretty vividly. I remember I was so grossed out, but man, it was so good. I think, Mononoke, oh my gosh, she was a contender for my, favorite character, like,
Quite
overall.
graphic. Yeah, it's very graphic. Kind of shocking,
I
to
have
be
a thing
honest.
for her type of character. So, yeah, the she was amazing. I remember the being fascinated with the whole living among the wolves thing.
Hmm.
And, yeah, first gory film or anything, it doesn't even have to just be a film, that kinda just shocked me into growing up a little bit faster.
I feel like you mentioned something like this earlier in the stream about something that was a bit shocking and you ended up really liking it. I'm trying
Oh,
to
probably I don't know, maybe, Chainsaw Man with Denji being, like, such an like, a weird protagonist.
maybe, yeah, it was
Yeah.
something. I'll need to watch back the VOD later, but yeah, you like shocking things. That's what
I
I've
like
gathered so far.
yeah,
Um,
when things kinda go off, like, the beaten path, I think it
mhm.
gives it puts, like, a lot of points in for me. 'Cause,
Nice.
I
I
mean,
respect that.
we've seen so much anime, a lot of it starts to repeat a little bit.
Hmm. It's true.
Riffle
Very
says
true.
the wolf head's, sprinting across the ground and bite oh, yeah, I remember that. That was crazy. I didn't even I was like, "How is this possible?" I remember that one kinda when I was a kid and my kid brain was just like, this is a little unbelievable. The wolf head is alive." But, okay, next
Insane.
one, Made in Abyss.
Made in Abyss. We both seen this. I believe this is from the list.
Yep.
It's I'm gonna put it in awesome for now. I It's a little older from when I saw it. It released in 2012, right? That's like nearly 10 years ago or
Wait,
something. Wait, was it
really? I
2012?
thought it was more recent.
It was. Let me
Oh
find out. That might have
gosh.
been the manga. When was the television? 2017. Sorry,
Oh,
2017.
okay. I was like,
Um,
"No way.
yeah,
It's that old?"
yeah.
Oh
Still, that's
gosh.
like 6 years, right?
Yeah.
6 years is a long time. It's a perfect example for what I expect versus what I saw. Yeah, it is. It is. It's a little Madoka like in the fact that
Yeah.
the art style is very cute, but the content is incredibly what is the word? It's very intense. It's very intense content. Um Yeah. Yeah, really good. I like it. I like where it's going. I've seen only the original series. I think they did a movie or something recently, right? To expand upon the story. I would like to see
Maybe.
it.
Yeah, I think they did. I haven't
Um
seen the movie.
yeah, but yeah, it's really good. Oh, they made a movie and a second season? Wow, hidden ins on top of it. All
Oh,
right. Well,
you didn't see the 2nd season?
wait, there's a second season. Okay. Um wait.
Yeah.
Let me look this up real
I thought
quick.
you were going into this having seen the 2nd season of Made in Abyss.
No, I don't think I have. I think I've only seen the original
Okay.
season 1 run. Um yeah, I just remember a lot of things about it being like so I'm only going to talk about season 1 since I haven't seen season 2, but like
Okay.
the sense of danger in the pit, is that what it was called? The hole? There was like a really intense sense of unknown. Like even if you took like one
Yeah.
step into it, it's like immediate danger zone, right?
Hmm.
And then like it brought me back to like some like early days of gaming where you couldn't really save that easily, and like, you
Oh
know,
yeah.
like venturing out a little bit, even like a little bit, had a great sense of danger. I love the sense of danger. Some of the scenes were really intense, right? Like
Hmm.
oh shoot, what's that character's name? She's kind of bunny like. I'm sorry, I forgot her name. I have a figure
Ooh.
of her actually, but I
I
don't
don't
remember
think
her name.
I remember any any of the names of that show.
Yeah, but you
It's
know
been
who
a
I'm talking
while.
about, right?
I do.
She's
Yeah.
kind of like a bunny. Um, gosh, what's her name? All right, whatever. Um, and her backstory with her friend Meaty, I think was her name. Nachi, her name was Nachi. Hidden in, how do you know all this? Hidden in, you're a never endless fountain of useful knowledge. Yeah, Nachi and Meaty's arc was really intense and scarring. And the scene where with her hand, I don't know how much more I want to say, but yeah, very intense scene,
I know
very
what you're
good
talking about,
sense
yeah.
of atmosphere, really good
Mm.
atmosphere, and great anime.
Okay. I am also putting in the same tier that you did. And a lot of it is for the same reason that you put, which is mainly like I'm very fascinated with themes about exploring the unknown. And I can relate it to like
You're
gaming,
one
where
of the
one of my
few
favorite
that
games
doesn't
is
watch less
Subnautica,
anime
and
because of
it's just
VTubers. It's
that
true.
one's all about like being
You're very
alone and like
controlled in what
being in the
VTuber
middle of
content you consume.
a planet that you have no idea what's there. And Made in Abyss was kind of the same for me,
Hmm.
where it was just like y- I'm a like fanatic for any like sort of dungeon delving themes to begin with,
Hmm.
and they did this one so well because it was so the I guess, how should I put it? All the places within the pit were very unique. It had a unique system in like the levels where like you could only go down a certain amount, or and you're gonna start to like there's like consequences of going down further and further.
Hmm.
And it's just like the whole thing is just like, well, what are they gonna do? They keep going down. And then it's just like,
There's
well, where
technically
is this
three
going to
movies,
go?
but the
Because
first and
it's
second movie. Ah, gotcha, gotcha.
the
So
quest
for new
was
content, I'm only
of
interested
the main
in.
character, I guess, was like finding her mom or
Got it.
something down there. But then when you do that, you can't
Hmm.
come back up anymore. That's the rule. It's
Hmm.
like at that level, you literally the consequences, you die if you try to come back up. And it's just like such an eerie anime about like these two very, it's not just two, it's multiple like very small children.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a very good
Um.
show. Okay, next one is mine.
This is yours. I can't wait. You know, there's sorry, something you mentioned about small children and like eerie situations triggered a memory in my brain. Um, but the
Mhm.
name of the anime is escaping me. So, please
Oh,
go
is
ahead.
it
Tell
like
me about Uninhabited Planet. Pardon?
wait, what? Sorry.
Sorry, what were we saying? I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
Oh, I was gonna. I thought you were like thinking of the name of a show that was kind of the same thing with children eerie, and I was going to say like, was it called like the Neverending, whatever land about the kids
Oh,
and the
Promise
farm?
Neverland. No, it's not
Promise
Promise
Neverland. Oh,
Neverland.
okay. I was gonna take a guess at that.
But that is one. That is one. You're right. That is one. It
Mm.
was actually called Shin Yori, From a New World. It's like
Oh,
it's from 2013, so a little older, a little older. But the TLDR is it's about a village of people with psychic powers, and then
mm.
stuff happens. You know, stuff happens. So if you're kind of into like really kind of shocking and brutal stuff, that I mean, it might be worth a
Yeah.
watch.
I've actually had that anime in my bookmark
Oh,
for
really? So you
years.
know about this? Okay,
I know
okay.
about it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's literally been sitting there for years. I haven't got into it.
Hey, I think it probably ages well, so you can always just go back to it at
Mm.
some point. Hidden, oh
It
wow, an
looks
anime I
good
haven't seen.
still.
Hidden in, you haven't seen it? Wow, it might be worth a watch if
Oh,
you're into that kind of thing.
really? I haven't seen. Oh, okay. Next one.
Next one.
Uninhabited planet survive. This is at the top of my list. This is my
Ooh.
this is my obscure pick.
Mm-hmm.
And if you ask me why it's up here, I have no idea.
Oh no.
This is this is like it isn't like action packed at all. It's very slice of lifey. And
Mm-hmm.
it's just like some kids that were like on a field trip, but it's like very sci-fi and the field trip was like um, you know, they have space travel. So
Mm-hmm.
they crash land on an uninhabited planet. And this literally just turns into like a slice of life for there where they're just surviving on a uninhabited planet. There isn't exactly any crazy environments or anything, but I don't know. It's a very long anime too. It's one season and the one season is 52 episodes, I believe.
Wow, that is intense.
um
Wow, it's also it's a bit on the older side, right? It looks like
it's
it aired
very
in
old. Yeah.
2003. Mm-hmm.
Oh, I thought it might even be older than that, but 2003, okay. Yeah, I actually I didn't watch it when it released. I watched it
Mm-hmm.
way later on when I was
Mm-hmm.
looking for like sort of like a survival themed slice of life kind of anime, and this came up, and I have never heard of a single person who's heard of this anime before. And I don't know, it was just such like a, when you get that show, it doesn't necessarily have to be an anime
Mm-hmm.
where the the characters become sort of like this thing where you're so familiar with them that you kind of start to, it feels like a comfort food almost sort of thing I could relate it to. And it was just such a non-offensive piece
A
of thing.
Madhouse anime
And
before
it
they've gone
does
off
it
the
does
deep
have
end.
its
Oh no.
twists and turns
Wait, I
and
need to figure out what
everything,
else has
but you don't
Madhouse done.
really, you're not going to expect anyone to get their heads cut off. Is what I'm saying. It's just like I guess
Wait,
you could
wait,
also
wait. Yeah,
relate like
you
it's
don't expect it, but do they? Actually, don't tell me that. If I'm gonna watch it, maybe don't tell me that. But got
I
it.
don't even know if I'd recommend this to anyone. I was probably in just like the weirdest like craving for this sort of genre, but I
Mm-mm-mm.
loved it so much. It has its own twists and turns. It has its own the thing that like gets me a lot again is like the sense of wonder, right? And it's like the whole theme of this whole thing, and the ending was very satisfactory. It was you kind of you kind of figure out everything about like what happened to them and where they are, and it was just it was a very homey sort of kind of feeling that it was kind of just stuck with me. I had the cast as like my computer screensaver for the longest time.
Fun fact about this anime: it was done by Studio Madhouse, which also
Oh,
did
really?
an anime we mentioned earlier that's not on the list called Paranoia Agent. You mentioned the baseball bat and the rollerblades.
Oh, that's what it
Um,
was.
Paranoia Agent is a Madhouse anime from 2004, so it actually was probably being made concurrently with with
Interesting.
um Uninhabited Planet Survive, because Survive was from October 2003 to October 2004. So
Mm.
yeah, that's the
Yeah,
fun
you
fact.
definitely have to be in a certain mood for something slower paced to want to watch this one. But man, I don't know what it was about it. I just really enjoyed the journey.
Nice. I'll definitely give it a try. I'll definitely give it a try. This was your obscure pick of the night. I will definitely give it a try. Is it on
Yeah,
a streaming service, or am I going to have to sort of scour the corners of the internet for it?
I highly doubt it. It's
Okay.
anywhere that you could find. Yeah, you're gonna have to dive for it.
All right. I'll look for it. I'll look for it. Oh, hey, kitty.
Mhm.
All right. Next up, Spirited Away. Another Studio Ghibli. Sorry, I keep scrolling on my screen.
Mhm.
Honestly, very similar to Princess Mononoke for me. They're both very good. Good story, good characters, good pacing, good pretty much everything. Not a whole lot more to say about it.
Mm,
I mean, everyone's seen these, so I don't think I could
yeah,
offer any like amazing, insightful input.
yeah. Um, I think Spirited Away. Whenever you ask someone what like their favorite Ghibli movie is, this is usually what they think about. I feel like this is like regarded as like the best Ghibli film, but I don't know if it's to be just because like this is the one that gets the most air. This is the one that gets like thrown around the most,
Hmm.
and it's just like more recognized. I don't know. I thought it was. I'm putting it um one tier under favorite.
Hmm.
Is it's all very good,
Hmm.
but I don't know. Nothing super special. Like you said, it's a very safe Disney-esque sort of thing that Ghibli usually goes for.
Next up,
They
Berserk.
did they did a great job with the food though,
They did. Oh yeah, the
as
food
always.
scene. I feel like I've seen multiple like Twitter posts or YouTube videos about we're gonna try to make this food from Spirit Away or something, right?
Oh yeah. Hmm.
I haven't seen Berserk. I was gonna say, so it just goes directly to my
Oh.
I haven't seen it list. So we
Okay.
actually have a few of those. I haven't seen Fairy Tale or Terraformers, so it's gonna be you for a little bit.
Oh.
You have to
Okay.
carry this for a little bit.
Sure. No problem. Berserk. This is going all the way at the top.
Ooh, okay.
Berserk is this Berserk is so influential. Have you heard of it at all?
I've heard of it. I've heard of it, but honestly,
Mm.
like everything that I've heard of it, like um it doesn't make me want to watch it. Not that people say it's bad, but people say like it's usually say it's like depressing or something.
It
Um
is. It's quite depressing. Actually, the ending of the anime is probably one of the most depressing I've ever seen. Or I don't even know if I'd say it's depressing as much as it was traumatic
mhm.
in many ways. Um, but Berserk actually was the influence for so many other mangas, and you're gonna
Mhm.
find references for it with it in many different places, and it also influences a lot of games, like the Soul series, like Dark Souls,
Mhm.
Elden
Mhm.
Ring.
Mhm.
They are influenced by Berserk. You could actually
Ooh.
see the main character. His name is Guts. His
Mhm.
sword in Berserk. They included that in I think Elden Rings.
Oh,
It's
really?
it's in the
Wow.
game. Yeah. The author did unfortunately die. The series is not finished. It kind of just I
Oh
heard that
no.
his team is trying to pick it back up, but yeah, it was very unfortunate. It's a extremely well loved series and an even more celebrated author, and it is an extremely like one of the darkest themed um animes and mangas out there. I wouldn't watch like the more for anyone who's interested in seeing, I wouldn't watch the more recent animes for it because they went for this really janky CGI route that just
Hmm.
doesn't work.
Got it.
It got memed to oblivion. I have no idea why they trusted like they trusted the studio that made it with like such an iconic series, but they did, and nothing worked out. It got crushed.
It's actually funny you mentioned that. Recently Trigun got a remake or something, and that's also kind of like CGI'd, and I feel like had some what's the word for it, like community um dislike for
There
that or
was no one
something.
behind it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm. Okay. So that's Berserk. It is a brutal fantasy, dark fantasy, kind of bleak. Everything
Your
is
opinion's fine. Okay, okay. I haven't
everything
seen it.
is in
Yeah,
ruins,
I
sort
haven't
of.
seen the new. Oh wait, you mentioned that. Okay,
Next up is
I
Fairy
didn't
Tale.
even read that. I was just
Fairy Tale
thinking
is
about
going
it.
in the bottom good category,
Mm-hmm.
and this is actually one of my. It was one of my favorite shonens,
Mm-hmm.
but this is like the source of all Nakama Power animes. You know how like in game like Nakama Powers being like a friendship powers
Yeah,
thing,
yeah, yeah.
where
Mm-hmm.
like you know how in like mainly shonens they're like, okay, power of friendship, now I'll win. this is this is like the progenitor. This is the main source of all of that combined
Ooh.
into one ball of friendship power, um, source material. Nothing can compete with Fairy Tail when it comes to that. And that's why it's rated so low, because I hated it.
Oh no.
Um,
You heard it here. Elgin hates
it's
the power
like
of friendship.
it was like, but I love the characters. I love the whole theme of it. Um, the aside from them auto winning as soon as they activated friendship powers, the power scaling was good. It was very interesting the way all the characters were laid out and like the competitions and strength between them. But I don't know. It's just like the Marvel universe has like Cyttorak for like where all magic comes from, and Fairy Tail is just that sort of being for friendship power, and I just hate it so much. There's nothing else that. Oh god, I hate it. But but if it didn't exist and like they just went about it in a smarter way where they didn't have to say friendship power I win at the end of every single fight, then it would have been it might have been my favorite shonen above My Hero and the one that is going to go over that one as well.
We haven't gotten there yet, so we'll find out. Stay
Yeah.
tuned.
And there's a Scarlet. She was you could only barely see the top of her head in the bottom right.
Yeah.
She was also one of my first anime crushes early on.
Nice.
Next up, Terraform Mars. So I don't remember the reason why they had to go to Mars, but it's
They went to
basically
Mars.
it's like a superpower anime, and they're going
Oh,
to Mars for some reason where there's a bunch of like mega superpowered cockroach people.
so
And
Mars is inhabited
yeah,
by
Mars is
natives.
inhabited by a bunch of like these cockroach humanoid monsters,
Mm-hmm.
and they send representatives of each country that are also superpowered through bug enhancements. So you'll see like a rhino beetle empowered human that has rhino beetle powers, or you'll have like a stinger, someone's like infused with a wasp that has like stinger powers, like she jabs you twice and you die or something, and like you explode. Um, but it is a very like thematically, it's very interesting. I haven't seen anything that was quite quite like it. Well, maybe I have. Maybe I have. Where they like infuse you with. I haven't seen anything with bugs, but they've definitely done that. Um, it is another one that's very bleak. People are absolutely. It is not safe for like for. It's not going to be a cushy film. The heroes aren't always going to win in this one, and I think that's one of the things for what I like in general is I appreciate like the darker themes where you can't the main cast can't always win. Um,
I'm gonna re-emphasize my earlier recommendation for Psychopaths. I think you would love Psychopaths. Um,
oh, okay.
that's
Okay, I'm definitely gonna have to
yeah.
definitely gonna
Put
have
put
to
it
get
on your
into it
watch
now.
list. You know, depending when you get to it, but put it on your watch list. It's a good one.
I will.
You like dark
Um,
stuff. You like
mhm.
the sort of nitty gritty, the ill-defined, good guy,
The
bad guy
morally
kind of.
gray
Yeah,
sort of thing,
yeah.
yeah.
I think you would like it. You would like Psychopaths. I was very TLDR with my description because I don't want to ruin anything, but I think there's a lot of aspects that you might like. Now that I've hyped it up for you, you're probably gonna be like, "Well, this was fine," but because I've set the bar
I'm
kind
sure
of
I'll
high.
like it. Yeah.
But it's a good one for me at least.
All right. So where am I gonna put it? It's like for me, it's in between the middle and the great incredible tier for me.
Hmm.
Um, I don't even know if the manga's done yet.
Hmm.
I'm gonna place it in the middle for now. I might move it up.
Hmm.
I'm but you know, I'm looking at the other things I have in the middle. It deserves to move up. Um, The thing that made me stop following it though, it kept going on like a hiatus. I think it updated very infrequently. I hit the end and then it just wasn't updating anymore.
Got
I
it.
kind of just
Yeah.
dropped it from there.
One of
But
those, the author
yeah,
doesn't write a new chapter for a year or something.
yeah. Actually, I'm moving it back down because it I'm moving back down to the middle because it was a little confusing to follow for me. It's quite all over the place. It has a very wide cast and it jumps around quite a bit. So,
It's the Game of Thrones of anime.
yeah.
Um,
Okay.
just because, yeah, wide cast jumps around. George R. R. Martin's never gonna finish it. Got it.
Oh, absolutely.
um, Nice.
Next
Yeah,
one.
yeah. I've heard of the anime before. I've just never seen it. I've heard of it
Oh,
because I used to
okay.
be. I'm not in anymore. I used to be really into a card game, called Weiss Schwartz, and they pretty much make like series based on like animes. So I've seen people with these cards, but I've never really
Wait,
inquired.
they have cards of this anime,
Yeah,
Terraformars?
yeah, they have cards of the same. So
Oh
it's like
gosh.
are you familiar with like TCGs like Pokemon or Yu-Gi-Oh or Magic the Gathering?
Yeah.
It's
Hmm.
kind of like that. Only the way the deck building generally works is you can only build your deck from things from like one series, or certain weird special rules apply for some of them. But for the most part, it's like, hey, if this is from the same series, you can build a deck with these cards, and then you play against other people with other decks.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't know that that was existing. Yeah.
Yeah. They even have Hololive. They have
Wait,
VTubers. They
oh,
even have
wait,
Hololive. So
what's this called?
Weiss Schwartz. I can type it
Oh,
actually.
okay. Yeah, you're gonna have to type that for me.
Something like that. It's just like white and black in
Oh, I see.
German,
Yeah.
but it's a
Hmm.
Japanese card game. It's made by Bushiroad,
I'll look
who's
it up.
famous for like Love Live and other
Hmm.
stuff.
Yeah, I'm familiar. Okay.
Love Lives. We don't have any idol animes on this list. Actually, now that I took a
We
quick
don't.
glance,
I
do you
don't know
have
if
any you
I've
like?
seen
Just
any.
as a quick insert, do you have any idol animes you like, or not really into that?
Um, I don't know if they're necessarily. I don't know if I've necessarily seen like an idol anime.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen like ones that are focused on music, but I don't know if they would be considered idols.
Mm-hmm.
Like you haven't seen. I saw that you didn't check it on the list, but it was Nana and
I haven't seen
also
no, yeah.
Fuka. Have you seen Fuka? Fuuka?
I've not either.
Okay, yeah. Those are like music based, but I don't know if I'd call them idols. They're like in a
Got it.
band.
Yeah. Have you seen Beck? That's an older
Oh,
band anime.
I know of it. I haven't seen it.
Mhm. It's a little slow. I think it's really good, but it took me a couple attempts to get past the initial slowness a little bit. It's a little slow at the beginning, but it's a good one.
Hmm.
All right, next up, One Punch Man. All right, One Punch. One Punch
Yep.
Man. It's awesome for me. I don't think I can say it's better than Mob, but I really like season 1. Season 2, they changed studios, some
Oh,
stuff
yeah.
changed with it, obviously. I thought season 1 was amazing. I really liked a lot of aspects of it. I've heard that the whatever it is, whether it's a manga or like a webtoon, I forgot what the original source material is, but I've heard it goes on and there's like a lot to it, and so I'm pretty much like basing my opinion on a very small portion
Oh,
of One
yeah,
Punch
I
Man,
I I
right?
know, I've seen the source material and I've read all the way through it, so
Yeah. So
I know
my
it's
opinion is
coming.
very formed purely on essentially season 1. I don't even really remember what
Mm.
happens in season 2, to be honest.
Season 2 was kinda it dropped off in
Yeah.
season 2. They
But
they didn't really touch on any, like, significant portions of the story.
yeah, I've noticed that. Yeah, it was just kind of
It was
like
weird.
yeah, it was
Nothing significant
very just
happened.
like nothing. Yeah, it's very nothing. But I loved a lot of stuff about season 1. I loved the fact that Saitama behaves in this like very normal way almost, right? He focuses on saving money on groceries and playing video games, but at the same time he's like super powerful, right? Um
Yeah.
to me there's a lot of interesting philosophical thoughts behind why he's super powerful. I love the biker guy. I forgot his name, but he's got like a lot of heart, right? Even though he's just like a normal dude on a bike. Um
Yep. Human Rider.
Yeah, he's just, great characters. A lot of great characters. I love a lot of the characters in the show. The final fight was just like epically animated, just
Oh, it's
fantastic
amazing.
production. Yeah, just fantastic. Yeah, I love it. I
Mhm.
think it's great. It was a lot of fun.
I'm gonna put it in the middle on my great tier.
Mm-hmm.
Just with Mob Psycho.
Yep.
I
Yep.
think one of the things holding me back from both is that like they're well, it's mainly One Punch Man, but it's like it's just like a parody on other anime's tropes where it's
Mhm.
just
It
like
is. It is. Yeah,
you have
that's true.
you have the main character that kind of just defies everything. Like no matter what your expectations are, he just punches right through it. And the fact that that's like the end game for pretty much everything, it's like I appreciate like him like the fact that like it's bringing up all these tropes and then he just like swats it away. But at the end of the day, like that's pretty much all it is. Just like world-ending threat, he punches it. World-ending threat, like some you get characters that need to be put into place. Okay, they get put into place, and then he punches the problem. And while I do like the characters, I don't know. I look for actual struggle, and I just know that this guy is like the cheat code to get out of literally everything. And I guess that
Yes, he
kind of
is the
just
cheat code.
yeah, for me personally, that holds it back. Even though it's a very enjoyable watch, it can't be
Mhm.
anything that's like amazing for me personally.
Yeah, I
It
mean,
hits like a cap.
my opinions form very little. So I think like this might be something I'm actually interested in reading the source material for, just
Mm.
because I'm interested in what occurs and I'm not sure I have the patience to wait on everything. But yeah.
Mm.
I definitely understand. It's funny when you mentioned he just punches through things. For some reason, the first thing that comes to mind is when he was fighting the ninja dude, and the ninja dude like accidentally like he pretty much accidentally nut taps him, and he just like
Yep.
dies, right? I mean,
Uh-huh.
but he doesn't explode at least, so he wasn't trying to do anything bad. It's just
Hey, he's just
funny.
holding up his fist.
Yeah, his fist was up, and the other guy just ran into it, and it was bad
Yep,
news for him. Um,
for sure. The next one is yours.
Okay, Bocce. Okay. Disclaimer: I haven't seen the whole thing or whatever's even out. I've seen like I think the first like maybe four episodes, but I wanted to bring it up because it's also it was with Belle in my like interesting meta category. So I don't really like
Uh,
whatever rating I give it right now is not particularly final. But I am enjoying it quite a bit. So I'll put it in the awesome category for now. It could move based on how I see it. But the reason so you haven't seen this, is that correct?
um, I know of it and I know the memes on it because like you got the figure of her laying on the ground with the wobbly mouth thing.
Yeah.
You get that you see it everywhere.
It is.
So I know of it. I
Yeah.
know that everyone is recommending it.
Yeah.
I've seen Fauna recommend it to Mume in Hololive
Nice.
terms.
Yeah, yeah,
So
yeah.
I know,
I'm
yeah, I know
surprised
a lot
Moonbay
of
hasn't
them.
seen it yet. Yeah, wow. Yeah.
Mm,
I'm actually not surprised. I'm sure in Hololive you are so incredibly busy
busy.
that yeah, the probability you carve time out just to watch anime is like it's probably difficult, right?
Yeah. Mhm.
Um, it's meta in the sense that the main character, without spoiling anything, I try to do things spoiler free. If it's like if we're talking about like Princess Mononoke or whatever, right? I'm gonna talk about
Mhm.
it. Or
Yeah.
Steins Gate. It's old. I'll talk about it. But Bocce is pretty recent. The TLDR is about a girl, making friends, exploring real life, touching grass, forming a band. When she's like this like hyper successful like internet micro celebrity, right? She has like hundreds of thousands of followers on her like YouTube page where she does covers, but
Mm.
no one knows that's her in real life. And because of her like nervous tendencies in real life, she doesn't perform like a fraction of what she does just in her closet, like streaming covers or making covers, right? Which is very meta, right? Because a lot of VTubers, right, have I don't know if I'm one of them, but I'm a small indie, right? I've noticed a lot of the corpo VTubers, they have perhaps some social interaction issues with people in real life, and they're much
Uh-huh.
more
Yep.
freer and open online as their online selves, right? So I just thought it was a very interesting, um, modern, relevant take. So yeah, that's it.
Yep.
Um, Code Geass. Next up, Code Geass. Wow. It's been a hot minute since I've seen Code Geass. How old is this
Me
anime?
too. It's probably
Code.
very old. It went through 2 long seasons, and both of them were a while ago.
Yeah. I heard they was it a movie or something or doing something with it recently, but I haven't seen the recent stuff on it.
I
I've
haven't
only
even
seen
heard
more
of
or less
that.
the original run.
Yeah.
So that's what I'll be basing my thing on. But I really like it. I honestly don't remember that much from it, but I remember it being like plot wise very interesting. The pizza plug is a little weird. The main character is a bit of a anti-hero, right? He's kind of
Yeah.
but that's all like that's cool. I kind of like that. I don't know if it was the first that did a lot of what it did, but maybe to me it was, which is maybe why I view it as I do. It had robots. We talked about this when we were setting up
We did.
animes. We are like, is there any anime you watch that like we don't watch? And I'm like, I don't really watch anything with robots in it. But like thinking back, this thing definitely had robots. I just don't really remember anything about the robots. So I don't remember too much from it, honestly, just because of how old it is. But it's between awesome and great to me. I'll probably tentatively put it in awesome, but that might be the glasses of nostalgia doing that to me.
No, for sure. I'm gonna do the same. I'm gonna put in the same tier. It's my incredible tier. This is I do not typically enjoy mecha. And this one is kind of the one that brought me back into it. I did enjoy watching Gundams as a kid, but as I grew older and I explored more genres, mecha started to fall down in like my
Season 1
lower
aired 15
desired
years
genres.
ago. That's so
Until
long.
I saw Code Geass, and I was like, man, maybe I should give mecha anime another shot because that one was so good. The characters were great. They weren't typical. You had your anti-hero as your protagonist. But like he shared a lot of screen time with the other characters. It's hard to like call him the main protagonist.
Yeah.
And then the ending of it all was probably not what anyone expected.
Yeah, right? Big plot twist, kind of subversion of expectations right there.
Yeah.
Yep.
It was definitely a very, very memorable moment. And that puts it up there. But yeah, this is what gave me a new spark of life in any sort of mecha interest at all. But yeah, in terms of mecha anime, this is about at the top.
Just I know I do a lot of tangents. That's kind of like my thing. I do a lot of tangential talking on my talking streams, and I'll apologize if I kind of derail us a little bit. But have you ever seen what is it called? Gargantia, the Verdant Planet.
No, I don't think so.
Okay, just a random thought. It's an interesting anime. It's not very commonly known, but I thought it was good. So I'm not sure why it's as obscure as it is. But yeah, that's it.
Okay.
It has a robot.
Yeah, I mean, I'll look
has
it up. Maybe I
interesting
have
stuff.
seen it. Gargantia sounds familiar to me, but I don't think I've seen it.
So this is not the focus of the anime at all, but if you've seen it, you'll probably remember this. Do you remember belly dancing?
No.
Okay, then probably not.
Yeah, I definitely haven't seen it, but maybe I've heard the title somewhere.
Yeah, it's a good one. It's about sci-fi. It's about the TLDR is this space pilot in some kind of space Earth defense army or something gets sucked into some kind of hole, putting him into a different part of the world. That turns out is like where his people were from, I think. And the story of that, pretty much.
Okay, yeah, I definitely haven't seen it.
No problem. All right, well, moving on, or actually, our Code Geass next up, ReZero. All right, this is gonna be my controversial hot take. All right, because I know ReZero is very well loved in the community.
It is.
Everyone has a waifu in it, whether it's Rem or the wrong ones, Amelia. But I mean, I'm joking. Rem or Amelia or Ram or what is Beatrice? Is that her name?
Yes, I think Beatrice is the librarian. Yeah,
Yeah, she's got the curly hair.
the blonde
Right.
one. Yeah.
Everyone's got a waifu in it. I don't know. I don't want to call it okay because I genuinely think it's better than okay, but I don't want to call it great either. Like I would need to insert a tier between great and okay for it, but I'll put it at the top of okay for myself. Not that I've really been arranging things, but maybe for this tier I'll arrange them. And my main issue with ReZero is it's threefold. One, I think my expectation was probably just set too high for it because it was so popular and well loved. Two, I felt like the characters, especially Rem and Ram, were designed. I don't want to say too much for fan service because I'm fine with fan service, but they're designed for like I feel like merchandising and advertising and like getting people to like it. Not designed to be interesting characters in a way. Well, they're still interesting characters, but they're also, like twin fetishy maids kind of. So I mean, there's that. And I have some chat in my stream. Let's see. Subaru needs some substantial character development. From Hidden In. Hidden Ryu thinks he did. Miko Shasha said, I read somewhere that the author didn't intend for them to have a big role. Yeah, I have no idea. I didn't really look into it. But my problem with Subaru is he has this hyper convenient ability that he just doesn't make good use of, in my opinion. Like, that's it. Like, it bothers me a lot. Like, look, you have an ability just to reset at any time. If something goes bad, just carry around a painless way to end yourself and reset. Like, not that hard. And he doesn't. He lets things get so bad. So yeah, I don't know. I don't think it lived up to the potential I think it could have had. I think it has a lot of good stuff. I think it could have been fantastic, but yeah, the combination of factors I think just left it a little sour for me. Maybe it was my state of mind while I was watching it. I mean, it's completely possible.
Yeah, I'm gonna put it in the middle in my great tier. And I definitely agree with what you're saying about. I kind of like sort of saw it as Subaru is kind of just like he's a very average person. He's extremely
He's
average. He
very
might be the most
mediocre.
average guy I've ever seen in my life. Um, but I kind of like rationalize that as like why he isn't able to make better use of his abilities.
That's true. That's true. I agree. That is a good rationalization.
But at the same time, like you said, why did he have to like let it get so bad and then freak out over it? He didn't have to freak out. Yeah, you could just go back.
Yep.
You don't have to. You don't have to have like a mental breakdown. Just reset it. I don't know, but it used to. If you asked me where I would rate this, right after it aired and I watched it in its completion, it probably would have been in my favorites. And then I watched it back more recently. I was like, eh, it's good. It's still good, but um, the moments that I thought were extremely exciting weren't as exciting as I remembered them to be. And yeah, it did have some issues with the characters for sure. And also, Amelia is better than Rem.
Amelia is very good. I agree. I honestly, I have no, what's the word for it? I have no horse in the race.
Yeah, I have a friend who is a very, very much a Rem fan, and we would play games together. And then just to like irk him, I would name my character in games like Amelia greater than Rem,
Nice.
and it's just like the ongoing thing.
I know the ReZero fan in my chat, Hidden Ryu. I think his favorite's Ram. So his horse is not in the Amelia or Rem race. Yeah, it's Ram. So
yeah, I haven't heard that one. Okay, moving on to
Fire Force. I haven't seen Fire Force.
Oh yeah, this one was my pick.
This is a you.
I am working on a cover for the
Ooh,
OP of this song.
really?
Yeah, it's
Wow.
just gonna be a short, but
Mhm.
um, it is so hard to sing, man. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do it.
You can do it, man. I
But
believe in you. You know, that's the beauty of covers, right? You can do
mhm,
it in parts, you can do it in takes.
yeah, for sure. It's called the YouTube musician. You don't have to do it live. You just take as
Yeah.
many takes as you want.
I have
Um,
no ability to sing, so I'm
I'm
maybe
yeah, I
someday I'll
started.
get to release a cover, but it'll be a long time coming.
Mm, yeah, I started taking lessons. I've been involved with music from a young age, but I mean, like listening to my voice, like no one really expects me to be able to sing with how I sound.
Why do you
um,
say that? I think you have a really pleasant voice.
but could you? My voice, I wouldn't say I hate my voice or it's a bad voice, but it's like,
Hey,
can you imagine
interesting
it
show, but sort of all over the place. Yeah, I haven't
singing?
seen that one.
And
Zeno, anime tier
usually the
list.
answer
Yeah,
is
Zeno, welcome to the
no.
stream. I'm with
And
my VTuber sibling,
whenever
Elgin Birdford,
one of the
and
best
we
ways to practice, you
are
have to
rating
record
animes as a
yourself
way to just
and
get to know each other better.
to like
Welcome to the
actually
stream, though,
hear
Zeno.
yourself from a third person so you can make an objective point about how you sound.
Hmm.
And yeah, it sounds weird whenever I sing anything. Like even if I like detach myself from my voice, it doesn't really seem to fit with very much. And that's why I'm working on with my vocal coach because she did tell me like your voice isn't gonna work with everything. It's not gonna sound good with everything, and we just had to figure that out. And I don't know. Moving forward, I just have to work with what I've got.
You know,
But
that I think that's excellent advice. That's something I've heard recently because although I don't make covers, I do sometimes have a role in like the production of covers for other VTubers, and yeah, I think one of the advice I've heard from a lot of different sources in like researching this stuff is like picking a song that fits your voice is really important, right? Because
yeah,
yeah, unless you're like a freak of nature singing machine, like you're not gonna work with everything, right? So,
mhm.
do
Yeah,
you
it's
have
just
a
your voice
favorite V
quality as
singer or
well.
anything? Do you mind me
A
asking?
favorite
Is
V
that okay?
singer. Um, in terms of how they handle their voice, probably Suisei.
Suicide is a very popular one. Yep, she was on the first take a couple times recently.
Yeah, she was. Um, but yeah, in terms of like her vocal ability, as I've become more and more apt at like vocal stuff in general, I've come to appreciate like the very little things that nuances that people do when they sing,
Hmm.
and I could tell like right off the bat she really
Naruto
knows
Kids
how to
anime is
sing.
S plus, but Boruto isn't
So
good.
I have
I
a
haven't
lot of
seen Boruto. I
admiration
have
for her
seen some
ability.
Naruto though. Yeah, that's
Okay.
awesome. I know a lot of people who Suicide is their fave.
For sure.
She's very good. Yeah.
All right, let's move on to Fire Force. This one's mine. Talked about it. It's doing a cover of the OP.
Hmm.
Very, very memorable opening song. Um, Probably one of my up there. Is probably my number two for like favorite music track for our end question.
Okay.
Um, they're like super powered firefighters,
Hmm.
basically. They have firefighter uniforms. They control fire, and they're basically fighting. There's like this weird phenomenon in their world where um, people erupt into flames, and they either turn into monsters or they gain the powers that make them able to be the firefighter heroes that come up.
Ooh, you either become a hero or a villain.
The villains are, from what I remember, because it's a little older. It's not like that old, but I don't remember it clearly. But I don't think any of the monsters were
Oh, okay. They aren't
necessarily
actually the
intelligent.
villains. Got it.
Yeah, they're kind of just like mindless zombie-esque kind of
Got it.
things. Didn't watch Fire Force, but I did watch Premiere. Premiere was great. Yeah. hmm And Fire Force is going to have the cast is great. It has my favorite character in here. When we get to it, I will I'll name off my favorite character. It is from Fire Force.
So you would recommend Fire Force?
Um, it's worth a watch. It is very shonen.
That's okay.
So You have to be
I like
into a bit
shonen.
of yeah, you have to be into a bit of the Nakamon Power stuff. The very righteous main character cast.
Well, we'll see. Once we get to the some of the other shonens, you'll see. Yeah, I mean, we still got some. They'll go on the list, so we'll see.
Um, I actually, it's gonna be surprising. I'm gonna put it down at the bottom in good. I
It's your
liked it.
favorite character, but it's in
It
good.
has my
Got it.
favorite character. The cast is good. They're very is a very likable cast. It has one of my favorite openings of all time.
Basically,
But
people spontaneously combust into
it's just
zombies and demons, and there's people.
your typical
Okay,
shonen
you got
anime.
the firebenders and
That's
the
it.
monsters.
It isn't like anything extravagant in my opinion. It's a good watch just like any of the other ones, but nothing special. It's good. And so it goes in the good tier.
That's fair. That's perfectly fair. Yeah, our good tier isn't bad. Like, I
Yeah.
genuinely like some of the animes I put in here. Like, I just don't think they do anything beyond their
Yeah,
job,
that's
I
pretty much.
guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why so far I have 3 of the mainstream shonens down here. Bleach, Fairy Tail, Fire Force.
Yeah.
Okay, next one is Kingdom. Have you
That's also one of
seen
yours.
this
I
at
haven't
all?
seen this. Yeah.
Okay. Kingdom is going. This isn't okay. This is might be a little bit of cheating. Um, wait one second. Fun fact: the Fire Force creator accused the program makers of stealing his material. Huh? Was it really that similar in concept? I don't really remember, but I have no idea.
I have to watch both now and make my own judgment in the
Yeah,
court of public opinion.
I'll go back and look it up. Kingdom. It might be a little bit cheating,
Mhm.
but th- I this is the one of like 2 mangas that I'm keeping up with.
Got it. Got it.
So I'm basing this more off of like manga than
Mhm.
anime. They kind of they picked a weird studio for the anime. It was really bad for the first few seasons. Um, but yeah, I was always a manga reader rather than an anime reader for this,
Mhm.
and this is going up top in my favorites. Um, it is probably my favorite series going ongoing series right now. This one I have to keep up with this one. It is basically just like a Dynasty Warriors era sort of like Chinese martial arts kind of war story
Mhm.
about the Qin Dynasty's conquest over China when they're trying to unite everything into one country.
Mhm.
And I don't know what else to say about it. It's just it's an extremely exciting, I guess, um, war story. It's very just like beat 'em up kind of thing. And it's just like yeah, people are getting cut up, and the power scaling is good. The it isn't going to be hyper realism. People are slicing through like 10 people at the same time. It's not going to be like a
That's
hyper
okay. Well,
realistic
we're
story.
watching anime, right? We're
But
not here
yeah,
for realism.
yeah, we're but that's kind of what plays into it. It's like just such a feel good like strong characters ravaging the lands of China kind of war story. Dynasty Warriors the manga, yeah. Um yeah, it's my favorite right now for sure. And
Cool.
the next one
So
is yours.
is that a strong recommendation for Kingdom then?
Um I wouldn't recommend the anime.
Really? Okay. Okay.
The
Um,
anime is kind of smudge. It's a little messed
got it.
up
They
in terms of
mismanaged
quality.
the source material a little bit. Got it.
Yeah.
Makia. I'm gonna put this in my favorite tier.
Mm.
It.
This one looked really good to me when you know I saw it on your list and then I had to look it up for the cover image.
Mhm.
I was like, man, I'm gonna watch this one. It looked
Yeah.
really good to me.
Yeah. Hidden in great movie. Miko Shisha. I was crying. I was a crying
Yeah.
mess when I watched it. Yeah,
Try
it's
not
very
to try not
emotional.
to spoil this one for me.
Yep.
I'm
I won't spoil
100% gonna
anything.
watch
It's
it.
pretty much it's very interesting. It has a good story. It hits on certain fantasy elements that I really like. let's see. How do I I'm trying to think of a way to like talk about what I like about it without it being any like level of spoiler. So in fantasy, there are often characters with like extended lifespans, right?
Yep.
And this plays on some of those elements a little bit, which I enjoy, for example. So, yeah, I mean, definitely worth a watch. It was sort of I didn't hear much about it. There was a lot of talk of like Your Name or Silent Voice. I didn't hear the same level of public chatter about this. Yeah, but I think it's fantastic. So worth a watch.
Okay. Great.
Next one up, Gantz. I haven't seen this one, so back to you.
You haven't seen this one?
No.
This one's going up at the top. By the way, I'm going to preface my list in particular. I don't know if how you're handling yours, but there is no order from left to right for me. I'm just putting them wherever. Whatever's in the same tier, I'm not gonna really be able to order them from best to worst. It's gonna take a lot more thought. So they're just going in the section.
That's fair. I think for me, that's why I'm ordering mine too, except for maybe the okay category. The good. Just because so much stuff falls there, and I distinctly do think some things are significantly better than other things. So
yeah. The Gantz. This is another one of those extremely brutal, kind of twisted themes. Basically, basically you get these people. I think
watched
they have
Gantz,
to
but it's been so long, I don't remember anything.
before they get put into the system. But it's basically just like an alien invasion, and people who die are resurrected by some unknown piece of technology. They wake up in this room with like this big black metal. I don't even know if it's metal, but it's like a big black ball sort of thing. And then it says, your objective today is to go out and kill this monster. And then they have to go out and do that. And it says, and you get rewards for it. If you have this many successful missions, then you'll be rewarded with a new weapon. And eventually you could be resurrected for real or have your freedom from this system. You'll be resurrected and have freedom from the system. And the people who make it to the end, good luck with that. You're probably dead, but it's very brutal. It's a very it's just humans versus aliens kind of thing. It gets
it sounds kind of science fiction-y, because you mentioned that like they're getting brought back and they have this mysterious objective, and they could make it out in the end, but it's kind of an impossibility task.
I guess it's like sci-fi fantasy sort of thing. But it is extremely brutal. It is very unfair all the way through. But yeah, just a action-packed humans versus aliens. Gets extremely weird at the end. A lot of people are controversial. The actual ending, it just like ends. So that wasn't great, but otherwise, the journey was super out there for me. It was great.
This is another one of Rex's random detours. You mentioned ending, so I wanted to bring up something real quick. I don't know if we have any of the enemies on this list. Do we? Wait. Let me take a look real quick. Kill a little bit, but not so much. Gurren Lagann for sure. Gurren Lagann for sure. You know what? I'll talk about this when we get to Gurren Lagann. How about that?
Okay.
All right. Pokemon. Next up, Pokemon. Oh, Pokemon. That has to be a fave, right? That has to be a fave for me. The quality of the show, is it the best? No. Is there a high amount of nostalgia factor? Yes. But there's a reason it's one of the most beloved franchises, even though it's gotten a little weird recently. I feel like it's the most recent generation has turned it a bit into almost like Digimon to me. But
did you hear that their Ash is no longer going to be the main character?
I heard it's because he won, right? He finally became the champion.
Yeah.
He became the champion of spoilers. Ash becomes the champion of champions, because he won the what was that league? I forgot the name. I'm bad with names, but he won the league in the previous season, and then they brought all the league winners in the last season, and he won. That's it. He's freed from this horrific cycle of being age 10 for 25 years and forced to fight his animals over and over.
Yep.
I mean,
What
Pokemon
a legacy, man.
yeah, just a beloved series, you know, iconic Pokemon. You could argue it's hard to not make a couple iconic Pokemon. We've made like literally like 1,000 plus, but you know, iconic Pokemon. The movies are fun. Is any of it life changing? Not for me, you know, individually. It's not like this show was so touching that I went out and did something wonderful with my life. But I mean, it's just like, just homey, comfortable, right?
Yep. Yep. Pokemon for me. My gut reaction was not to put it in favorites. I was gonna go like,
don't do it. Don't do it. Don't let me convince you of anything. That's the danger of me going first.
I mean, that's the danger of either of us going first.
Yeah.
But it is like, I'm starting to think like, is it fair for me to have this down here while Dragon Ball is up? And I think yes, because I genuinely just enjoy Dragon Ball more, I suppose.
Dragon Ball's very iconic as well. Like,
yeah.
I don't, I have some friends from Mexico, and they pretty much tell me that like everyone in Mexico watches Dragon Ball. Even if they don't watch animated Dragon Ball. It's like a national show there. Like it's a big deal. I'm just like, that shows the cultural impact, right? From Japan to Mexico, like different countries far apart, but there's this thread of common impact. I've also heard that a lot of I'm trying to phrase this in a good way. I don't want to like strike anything controversial, but like a lot of gosh, okay, the more I delay this, the weirder it's going to be when it comes out, which I feel really bad. But like like my black friends and stuff, they really enjoy Dragon Ball, and they pull a lot of cultural significance from it. They pull a lot of, they relate to the characters a lot. When like I feel like some of them don't watch a lot of other anime, but they watch Dragon Ball. You know, Dragon Ball. There's something about Dragon Ball that's special.
Yeah, I know for sure the black community for sure absolutely loves Dragon Ball for sure. All right, so Pokemon. Yeah, I wasn't the big like I love the series, but I wasn't like the diehard fan of it. Like I don't really know many Pokemon past the second generation. And I played Pokemon Violet. That was my very first Pokemon game ever. I played that on stream. I finished it. I had a lot of fun, but it's probably because I heard people saying it was like one of the worst Pokemon games. But since it was my first Pokemon game, I actually really liked it. But yeah, I wasn't very entwined with the franchise, so I know the impact it has. I do really enjoy it, but I wasn't like an ultimate fan of it. So one tier under.
A question: have you ever been to Japan?
I have not.
Okay, just because we're talking about anime, you know, anime is obviously from most what I would consider animes from Japan. You know,
yeah. You want to reverse? I'll start first.
Go for it. But the Dragon Ball fandom is just a bit that
Sword Art Online.
Some, but not all. Yeah. I mean that's true about
one of those
things
that started amazing, and then the future spin-offs and series and stuff were weird. The first half of the first season of Sword Art Online was probably one of my favorites. I remember starting off watching Sword Art, and I was like, "This is it. This is gonna be my favorite anime of all time." Because
it sounds like it, right? It sounds like your kind of thing. It's kind of grim. There's a lot of death.
Yeah, and wasn't this the one that kind of like kicked off the whole isekai trend? Everything after Sword Art was an isekai. It's like there's so many coming out.
Sword Art did hark the I don't know if I would call it the golden era of isekai, but there was definitely a flood after Sword Art. Yeah.
Yeah, and yeah, it was just it's crazy.
SAO,
The first
nice.
half of the
Yeah.
first
We'll
season,
see. We'll see.
and then after
I
that, I
talk
was
about
like,
it next.
man, what's happening? Get back in the game. Get stuck in there again. And I don't know.
Your
I like that
first
character so
anime with
much. I
Cell?
really liked Asuna.
Wow. Nice.
Kirito was okay. He wasn't very present as a main character, especially in the subsequent series.
Mhm.
Um, which I thought was weird. They like sometimes they just threw Kirito off to the side and never touched upon him. But either way, I don't know where I'm gonna put this. I'll put it in the middle for now. It might move up. I did even though the other series in the Sword Art online sort of area was not great, I still enjoyed them. I forgot what they're called. Um the one where they became elves. I don't even know if I like that one. Was that the second half of the first season?
The
Or was
second
that
half or
something else
second season,
entirely?
yeah, depending on how you want to classify it. Yeah, that is it.
Yeah, I remember not really enjoying that one too much.
You are not alone in that boat. So, um, all right. So, Sword Art is my other hot take. ReZero was my first hot take. This is where all the ReZero fans are going to pounce on me. Um, I'm actually a little torn because Sword Art is very long and encompasses a lot of different stuff, right?
Mhm.
And I haven't seen it all. I've seen a little bit of the most recent, the Alicization, but I haven't seen it all. So
Oh,
it's
I
hard for
started
me
that
to.
and then I dropped it.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna put it in my great category for now, above okay, but not quite
Mhm.
awesome. I would say if you rewind a little bit and remove some of the stuff more recently, I might actually, or just my mental state at an earlier time. Alfhelm, yeah, Alfhelm was the second season. Alfhelm Online.
Oh, Xenolim
Um,
says best isekai is Overlord.
have you
I
seen
agree.
Overlord?
I've read the entire light novel,
Ah,
all 16 volumes.
I. Do you have any thoughts on Overlord, or you want to take a quick segue into, or detour onto Overlord?
We can. If we
Thoughts?
were to, I would not base it on the anime. I feel like the anime skipped over so much. I feel like a lot of the charm to Overlord is from the inner workings of like the in betweens, the little details that happen inside of Nazarick. And the anime doesn't really include any of it. It just includes it kind of skips in between the major events.
Hmm.
So, in terms of an anime, if I was like an anime only watcher, I don't know
Hmm.
if I would rate it that high. But as a light novel, but knowing all the things from the light novel, I would have thrown it at the top in my favorites.
I so I am one of those anime only watchers. I don't do a lot of reading just because reading takes a lot of
It does.
like
It takes a
focus,
lot of
right?
time
It's the
to
only thing you
focus.
can focus on. Like I can't read and do anything else, but I don't know. I'm horribly guilty of watching anime and like playing games at the same time or eating dinner or doing something else, right?
Same.
Um
And I
so
don't
yeah.
understand the language well enough, so I usually don't even know what happens in the episode.
I feel that I'm not fantastic at Japanese either. Unless it's like a shonen where they just yell at each other for 30 minutes.
Yep.
Um, but uh, Overlord. When I think Overlord, I just think of season 2 and the lizards, and that just like always like just distracts
Oh,
me from the show. It's
you know what this show needs? It needs lizard sex.
it needs scalies. You know what market is not tapped enough out there? The fandom, the scalies. We need the scalies on board. That's what happened in the boardroom of making Overlord. Um, isn't Overlord based on a D&D? Maybe. It was
I don't
supposed to be like an
know.
MMO or something, right? And they got stuck in it. That's
It
all
is
I
an MMO,
remember.
yeah.
Yeah.
The theme of it is
Um,
an MMO.
all right. So back to MMO, back to Sword Art. That was our quick detour.
Yes.
Scalies and fantastic light novel. Um, I like season 1 a lot. I think you're not alone in not liking the second arc, the Elfhelm arc. Um, I didn't mind it as much. I don't know if it was just the state of mind that I was watching it in, or just the fact that it's one of those like the ends justify the means a little bit. Like, you know, like the more you hate this revolting elf king, the more satisfying you get when he gets axed, right? Um,
Yep.
but maybe it was something like that. But yeah, I don't think I had the same negative reaction to season 2 as most people did, or the second half of
Yeah,
season 1,
I still
whatever you
enjoyed
call
all of
it.
it. It just wasn't like the special experience that season one's first half was.
Yeah, I also think, and this is more of a recent opinion, Kirito is a little self-insert, on retrospect. I
Yeah.
still like him, but he definitely is a little self-insert. So there's that. But the characters are almost all the characters are cute. I appreciate that, right? I like the anime girls. I'm watching the anime for the anime girls.
Hmm.
I thought the movie, I don't know if anyone saw the movie. The movie was a good, what's the word for it? Like a good nod to the fans. Like it's what I want from a movie. Like I don't need it to be an Oscar award-winning film. I like that the movie pulled in like all the like cool characters from all the different seasons and stuff, and got a little nod from everything. A really good throwback. It was obviously a work of love for the fans, which I highly appreciate. So
Was
it
there more
goes in
than one
my
movie?
grade category, which is actually the same as yours. So yeah.
Was there more than one movie? I've seen a Sword Art Online movie. I don't
I
know if
don't
there's any more.
remember. I don't remember.
Yeah, I didn't know if you were talking about the same one I saw or not. So, but
Maybe
yeah.
not. The one I saw was the very first movie with the cancer girl, I think. Wait, well, the
Oh, I
cancer
did see
girl
that
was,
one. But wasn't she also in
she
the
was in the
show?
movie. She came back like at the end, yeah.
Hmm. Yeah.
Oh, also there's them, do you have any thoughts on the but it was the first movie. I don't know what the first, it was just called, I think, Sword Art Online movie, maybe. It's not the most recent one. There's a very recent one that came out like last year. It's not that.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Um,
that's not the one I saw either.
but sorry, there's the other Sword Art, the one with the gun MMO. Do you know what I'm
Oh yeah,
talking
the gun
about?
one.
Where
Yeah.
well, there's multiple gun ones, but there's one that doesn't have any of the main characters from like the main Sword Art. I forgot what it's called, but it has the girl with the pink FMP 90.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't remember what it's
I didn't
called.
finish it.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't finish that one.
Anyways, yeah, just interesting side tour. All right, Full Metal Alchemist. Wow, this is a one. You want to take the go on this?
Uh Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
This one didn't really hook me
No One Piece.
as it did for probably everyone
No
else.
One Piece. There's two movies. Okay, cool.
I did watch
never seen
through
One
a
Piece,
lot
I'm
of it, but I think it was mainly
GGO, yeah,
on
GGO.
television where I was seeing it. I don't remember it too well. I didn't really feel like I was connecting with the characters very much. I wasn't like all that interested.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, did you
Um,
watch the original anime series or the remake Brotherhood? I'm just
the
curious.
Brotherhood. I
Brotherhood.
did
Okay.
not see Brotherhood. I saw the original.
The original. Okay.
Is that an issue?
Um, it's a mixed bag. So, Brotherhood follows the source material when the source material wasn't done. So, like halfway through, they just had to make stuff up, and
Mm.
that might be it. Like when the original first came out, it was pretty well loved. But then after Brotherhood came out, and they're like, wow, they just remade the whole thing, and it's way better. Pretty much, people started shitting on the original a lot. I thought the original was fine. Brotherhood's distinctly better, but
All I remember was Edward wanna play
oh,
now.
that is
Is that Brotherhood?
That is both. That is both. That existed
Both,
when
okay.
the original was made, so that was part of both.
Okay, yeah, that's the main thing I remember from it. I didn't finish it. I don't remember much of it. I'm
Yeah.
not gonna try to rate it. I'm gonna put it at the bottom.
Okay, that's fair. I'll go. Remember when you mentioned that Attack on Titan is like the anime people recommend to non-anime watchers? I feel like that for me, or at least for a certain period of time, is Full Metal Alchemist. It was the anime that people recommended to people who didn't really watch anime. because I don't know. I guess it's not as cutesy as other anime, right?
Yeah.
It's a little nitty gritty.
Surprising that it never hooked me. I was also very young. I was very, very young when I watched it on TV.
Yeah. I'm probably putting the awesome category. I know it's like literally like a lot of people's favorites.
Mm.
I don't know if my experience with it is slightly altered because I watched both the original and Brotherhood like when they were coming out. But it's also a little long. I mean, GTO's long also though, and Pokemon's long. Wow, two of my faves right now are both really long. So I don't know. That's not an excuse, but I tend to like shorter animes. As weird as that's gonna sound. There's like some that I didn't recommend for our list just because I figured they were too old or obscure that no one else would care about them. But a lot of my favorites are on the shorter end of things. So I'll put that in awesome. All right, let's go on. Clannad. Have you seen Clannad?
That is on my to watch list. I had someone come in. I was looking for like a visual novel, and they said, go play Clannad. And I was like, I didn't. Apparently, the visual novel came before the anime.
Yeah, I bet.
I did not know that. I thought it was just an anime. But it is now. It's been on my watch list actually. I knew about it way, way back then, but I never got around to it because I have to be in the mood for a romance anime, and it was just never the right time for it.
Is it a romance? I guess it is a romance. It is a romance.
Wait, is it not just blatantly romance?
It's not. It's not.
Oh,
it's not.
That's what I thought it was.
I'm trying to split it in my brain right now because there's Clannad and there's Clannad After Story, which is like season 2, but it's one continuous like story. I don't know why one's called After Story. Maybe it has to do with the visual novel games or something. But are you familiar with the studios? I think they're called Key, the studio that makes the game.
I don't think so, no.
Yeah, Key, they developed a lot of these games turned anime. Clannad is one of them. Air is another one. There's a few other ones. What's that one? Someone help me out here. Is that one with Cosmonauto? What's Cosmonauto? Come on, chat. I know you know what I'm talking about. Little Busters. Little Busters, I think, is another one.
Little Busters.
Yeah, they're all these visual novels turned animes. And Little Busters is also Key. That's the company that made these games pretty much. Canon, Air, Clannad, Planetarian, Little Busters, Kudwafter, which is related to Little Busters, Rewrite. One of my favorite animes of all time, actually not on the list, so I'll quickly talk about it. Angel Beats.
Angel Beats, I've seen it.
Angel Beats. Angel Beats is another Key anime slash.
I was actually going to include that on the list, but I decided not to.
Yeah. I have a lot of Angel Beats figures, for example. But yeah, they're all made by the same company. So Clannad, Angel Beats, etc. And maybe you can tell from Angel Beats that it's not going to be as straightforward as you might imagine it is. Because Angel Beats is a bit weird, right? There's some gore, there's some weird timelines going on. I don't know if any of that happens in Clannad, but it's not super straightforward, I don't think so.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it.
All right.
Oh, I'm supposed to rate it. I really like it. I'll put it in my awesome category. I think After Story is very touching and beautiful. It could be the rosy glasses of nostalgia, so who knows, right? Hidden in Kudwafter. Yeah, Kudwafter. So, yeah, we'll go with that for now.
All right. Next one. Gurren Lagann.
Yep.
This is Mecha Anime #1. It's going up at the top. I think for me, this is my #1 music track. Is the opening, and also it plays at the end.
Wait, what is the opening? I do remember. Is it a Lisa song?
I don't think so.
Is it a? Okay, I'm trying to think who sings it.
they've like played the opening for Gurren Lagann in like other animes before.
Have they? Oh my goodness.
Yeah, there's like music themed anime that it's like I forget which anime did it. Second.
Who sings this? Oh, Shoko Nagagawa. Okay. Why did I think it was like a Lisa or something? Maybe I'm thinking of something else.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe I'm thinking of the other one from the same studio. It's on our list. Kill la Kill. Did Kill la Kill have a Lisa song? Hey, Nelly, welcome to the stream. Kind of
Oh
mid
yeah, the
list.
anime
Hey,
is
I'm
called
trying to,
Seikano.
I'm trying
I haven't seen
to
this, but
spice it up a little bit.
they covered the theme song inside of this anime.
Really?
Yeah,
Interesting.
I need to watch this. Okay. But Gurren Lagann, it was definitely this was another one. I started it. I was like, okay, this is just gonna be your typical
Oh,
shonen. I'm
Kill
not
la
really
Kill is
feeling
going
it
in my
right
head.
now.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
And then so I stopped watching it. It was very much like Steins Gate, where I didn't know exactly what it was. But in this case, you really didn't know what it was. Because it's not gonna tell you in like the synopsis or anything. You just think it's like some mecha anime where they're fighting against like things that have taken over the planet. And that whole thing for me was interesting, but it wasn't enough for me to get over like the characters at the start that I thought were just like extremely cookie cutter. Is how it felt for me
Mm-hmm.
when I started watching it. But then it progressed in the most amazing way. Um, so after unexpected things happened, like relatively early on, and then it took
Good
off
rankings, but could have been better animes on the list.
and
So yeah,
evolved
hey, I'm
into some
collaborating
absolutely
with
nut
my
job
VTuber
tier kind of way.
sibling Elgin, and we pretty much try
I
to
actually
pick
think that
animes that we've both seen,
the
with a
way that
few
Gurren
select
Lagann
ones that are like,
ended,
hey,
I haven't
we
been
wanted
more
to pick this.
satisfied
I
with
think
an
some of
ending.
mine didn't actually make it in, but that's
I
okay.
don't know how you felt about it, but I
Uh,
thought it was like one of the best endings I could have ever hoped for, and one of the most well done endings for any anime in general.
how familiar are you with the studio who did this? I'm
Um,
curious. Um,
I don't know their names. I have seen, I think, one of their other works. Did
yeah,
they
so
make
they're
Promare?
Gynax, and they are famous for things like Evangelion, Fully Cooley. Um,
Oh, okay. I've seen multiple of their works
yeah,
actually.
but you know, when it comes to um more recent stuff, yeah, it's like Gurren Lagann, Kill la Kill. I'm trying to think what else. Gynax actually just disbanded, so it's like the
Hmm.
remnants of Gynax um kept doing things. What is their remnants called? I'm trying. Trigger, Studio Trigger. So Studio
Yeah,
Trigger, um does
Studio
the one at
Trigger.
the bottom say Your Lie in April? Yeah, probably. I know Your Lie in April is on this list somewhere, so it
It is.
yes. Yeah, Trigger, they did Kill la Kill, they did Darling and the Franks, they did Cyberpunk Edge Runners.
Oh gosh, it did all the mechas.
Yeah, Promare, someone mentioned that in your chat earlier, I remember.
Yep.
Um but they are famous. Studio Trigger is famous for doing, in my mind, this kind of ending where the ending essentially is a throwback to a bunch of like old Gynex stuff. Um
Oh
I don't,
really?
yeah, it's interesting. I personally am not the biggest fan of how they approach it. My term that I use it to describe is I call it the spiral to absurdity, where things get like more and more wacky and out of control,
Uh huh.
and crazy. And have you seen, for example, Darlie and the Franks by any
I
chance?
have. Yeah.
Do you know
Mhm.
what I'm talking about at the end? Where things get like wackier and wackier, and
Mhm.
eventually they just become like this floating spaceship, and you're just like, what happened a little bit? Um,
Yep.
that's kind of their style, and the reason it got so weird is because it's a throwback to all these other Gynex stuff. Now, I think Gurren Lagann has some of that in there. It's less extreme than Darling in the Franxx, and I think it is a good ending, but it tickles that spiral to absurdity part of me that makes me like kind of do a little double take and be like, could they have done this without it being as absurd? Kind of thought process. But yeah,
Mm,
that's my take on the ending.
I see.
It is
Okay.
really good though. It's a really good anime. I like that the way they approached it. They built the characters. They had the time jump. They had lots of stuff going on. I would probably put this. It's a great, awesome anime for me.
All right. Yeah. Okay. So definitely, if it isn't like your thing for things to like spiral out of control like that, uh, Gans definitely does that horribly,
It's
like to
less that
like
I
an
don't like things
incredible extent,
spiraling out of control. It's
to
want
like
them
absurdity,
to
basically.
make some sense on why it's occurring, like opposed to just doing
Oh,
it for almost the sake of visual and story wackiness, which I feel like is
that is
kind of
true.
like why it occurs. Um, I guess
Mhm.
it's similar to your thing on like reasonable power scaling. It's almost kind of like that, but it has to do with like reasonable plot scaling, I guess. Um,
Yeah.
but yeah,
Gurren Lagann basically took like friendship power and then like remodeled it into like willpower power.
yeah.
And then they just went absurd with it.
It's a mecha. It's a mecha. I just
Yeah,
realized it's a mecha on our
it
on
is.
our list.
Uh-huh.
Um,
Okay.
yeah. Next up,
Castle in the Sky.
believe
Um,
in the you that believes in the me. Yes.
yep, that's the line.
Nelly, you gotta go. But you'll be right back. No problem. No
Castle
problem.
in the
Yeah.
Sky for me. Um, there's hitting like there's gonna hit like a critical mass point in Ghibli films where they all kind of just like do all the same thing. I'm going to put hmm. I'm just gonna throw it. It's like in the middle of incredible and great for me. I'm gonna
Mm-hmm.
put it in the middle for now.
Mm-hmm.
Um, as a Ghibli film, I just like I liked all of them a lot, but I have to like I'm trying to think of like if I should put it in context to it doesn't do anything like crazy. It's just like a really really nice well told story. I guess thematically like the environments and like the world around them, they do a great job at building unique stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But at the end of the day, like you said, it is very Disney-esque, and it's just I feel like at a certain point, all of the Ghibli films kind of seem the same in like a certain space, like Castle in the Sky, and there's one coming up, Howl's Moving Castle. I feel like they're kind of the same film,
So I know Howl's
and
Moving Castle's actually. So a lot of Ghibli films are based on books or other source materials, right? They're not originals. I'm actually kind of curious. I haven't seen Howl's or Castle in the Sky, but I know Howl's is based on a book. Um, do you know if Castle in the Sky
mm,
is based on a book or anything like that, or?
I do not. I didn't even know they were based on books, to be honest.
Yeah, a lot of them. I know Arietti is. I know. I'm trying to think what else off the top of my head. I'm not sure about Mononoke or Spirited Away, but I know
Mm,
Howl's Moving Castle is a book. Now in the book, it doesn't talk about walking feet, but that's a
mm.
Ghibli special. But it's also a book.
And
Yeah, I haven't seen
Castle in
Castle
the
in the Sky,
Sky.
so that goes in the I haven't seen it yet category.
Ruffles says it doesn't beat Spirited Away, but it has your favorite soundtrack out of any Ghibli film. I do not
Ooh.
remember the soundtrack. I'll go back and listen to it.
It's about to say, I want to watch all the Ghibli films, someday. So I'm gonna watch them all someday. They're all solid. They're all worth the time
Yeah,
of watching for sure.
yeah, they are. All right, Ano, Anohana.
Hano Hana, was this a mutual one? I don't remember.
It was,
Okay.
but I'm going to be honest. I
Mm.
watched it, and I don't. I remember these faces. I remember these characters. I do not remember the whole story of the anime. Is
Do you
this
want
the
me to
one where
go
they all
first? It
they're
might trigger your thought process a little bit.
yeah? Is this the one where at the end they're all screaming, "Where are you?" Or
Yes.
was that? Oh, it was this one.
Yeah, that is this one. Joe
Yeah,
Hisashi
I
did a
don't
great job composing. Joe Hisashi's amazing. He does a
I
lot of
don't
the Studio
remember this
Ghibli
one.
music.
Um, I will rate it. I'm gonna put it in the middle. I'm just gonna, even though I don't remember the story, I do remember that it was very good and I enjoyed it a lot. And it was like, yeah, I'm just gonna put it there.
Mm-hmm.
I remember my feelings on it. I do not remember the story in detail.
Hey, Nelly, welcome back. Welcome back to the stream. Um, I'm gonna put it in my faves for now. I think definitely at one
Mm,
point in time. Hey, Nelly, thanks for the follow. I think I definitely at one point in time I would definitely describe it as a fave. I'm not sure if I still would, but here's a little secret truth, a little secret truth about me. I messed up watching this anime.
uh-oh.
And I think it would have been even better for me if I didn't mess up watching it. I started on episode 2 for some reason. I don't know why. I have no
Huh.
recollection of why I did this. I don't think it was intentional, right? I just thought it was episode 1.
I've done that. It's horrible.
Yeah, the ending song left you with emotional trauma. Yes. Um, so I was confused by I didn't understand why Menma was the way she was. Why disclaimer, if you watch the first episode, you'll know, so spoilers. Menma's dead. She's a ghost, and her ghost is essentially trying to reconcile all her past friends, like get them back together when her death sort of mark a point in their lives where they all kind of went their separate ways, right? It's very traumatic, right? They were all children, a friend died, and then her ghost has essentially come back trying to get them all together. It's very
Mm.
emotional. I went to go see the movie when it released twice. um, uh,
Oh, as a movie.
yeah, it has a
Does it
movie.
just basically follow the anime?
Yeah, it more or less, it's like anime plus and minus, because obviously a movie is going to have less screen time than 12 episodes of anime, but at the same time they do poke into some things that they didn't touch on in the anime. I don't think the movie would make sense though if you haven't seen the anime, just because I
Oh,
think they're trying to condense too much down, but it does give you some little extra content that is, if you like it, it's worth watching. If this isn't like one of your
I
faves,
see.
then probably not. So yeah, that's it. Next up, we got a good one coming up. At least I think it's a good one.
Violet Evergarden. Okay, so Violet Evergarden, this one was great. I'm going to put it up in my incredible tier. This one was a very emotional journey. So basically, it's about like an automatonic
And then
doll. Is that what they're called? They're
I've
called
definitely
something like that.
cried to that
But they're
ending
essentially
song. It's
just
so sad.
androids, and it's basically like an android that's learning how to feel and trying to figure out what the word love means or something like that. And for like the first half, I don't know how much I could say without spoiling. I guess we did say that we didn't really care about spoiling
Yeah,
stuff,
we can
right?
spoil. We can spoil. Yeah. Uh,
Um,
wait. I think she's a person though. Is she? I don't think she's a
no,
robot.
she's a doll.
That's a term they use though. I think she's a person. Like,
Oh wait, are they not androids?
no, they're people. Yeah, they're people. They're just like literate people. This takes place in a time where people use them for communication because it's supposed to be like, I don't know,
How did I think
early
they were androids
1900s, I
all the
think.
time?
Um, she has robot hands because she lost them in the war. She like literally took
Oh,
like a freaking grenade or something and lost both her arms. There's a really traumatic scene in a flashback where we just see both her arms like slosh off her body.
Mm. I don't know. The whole time I just like, okay, that's a very realistic robot.
Violent
That's why I
Overguard's
thought
over.
they
It's so
were based on
emotional
the
though.
fact that
It's so
they were called
emotional.
dolls.
So
But
the doll term refers to the they're essentially like scribes. They're like telegraphing scribes. Like they go write things for people, letters, right? Those were the dolls. And I think it's just because they're like what's the word for it? Like voice to text service, right? Essentially.
yeah. But I did really enjoy it.
Very few people
It's
knew how to
like
read or
in
write because of
between
the
great
war.
and
Yeah, remember
incredible
the
for me, but
mom?
I'll put
God, the
it up
mom letter
at like a
episode
barely incredible sort of thing.
murdered me.
Kind of at the end of that. And
Yeah,
I don't know.
that
It was
was the
just like it
best.
was very hard hitting. One of the things that really gets me in like if you want to like poke at my emotions, you have to touch on things that are like very they give off a very like a big sense of unfairness. And a
Hmm.
lot of the things that happened in Violet Evergarden are just based on things not being fair.
I
It's
agree.
like it's like,
Yeah.
okay, yeah, it's like how cruel life can be, and that's kinda just what it was all the way through.
I think
So,
part of the beauty of it also though is it felt kind of real at the same time. Like it's an
yeah.
unfairness that you can see happening, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Um it's a fave of mine. Nelly here will disagree. Nelly would put an okay. It's a fave of mine though. It hits on a lot of things I really like. One, it's from my favorite studio, Kyoto Animation. I will not say everything they do is fantastic, but from the arts and animation side, they are all fantastic. And even among the god art of Kyoto Animation, I feel like Violet Evergarden stands out as a jewel
It does.
among Kyoto Animation. Um, I like the storytelling method. I like little modular stories. It's just a something I like. It's a personal thing.
Hmm.
Have you seen Darker Than Black? It's a older anime.
I that was another one that I started, like, 3 times, and then I never went back to it.
Was it 1 or 2? Darker Than Black 1 or Darker Than Black 2? I'm curious.
I
It
didn't
had 2
even know there
seasons.
was a I don't even know there was a 2, so it must have been 1.
Okay. It does a similar thing where it tells stories in like 2 or 3 episode arcs, which is just like it's a system I like, I guess. I kind of like
I see.
little self-contained stories within a big overarching story. I mean, obviously there's an overarching story too, right? But I
Mhm.
like having little contained segments. It kind of breaks up the feeling that you're just like getting to a plot, but you're not like resolving anything. Kind of like the beginning of Steins Gate, right? Like,
Yeah.
imagine if Steins Gate had like little subplots that, you know, still kept the main plot moving, but like you were resolving like minor issues along the way. It would feel better, right? So,
It would, yeah.
it's just a system I like. I wouldn't say everyone likes it, that kind of system, but I like it. So, yeah, just very emotional. There was a Miko Shasha brought this up. Miko Shasha and Nelly brought this up in my chat. There was the episode where the
The
mom
letter.
wrote letters for the child like years after she died, and they would be sent at intervals. Like so emotional, so insane. Like
Yep.
who came up with that? So yeah,
Okay. Next one is yours.
you're all right. Eurocamp, Eurocamp. It's a
I'm
kind of a
interested in
modern
this.
anime, and honestly, like I might have to like I would say in its whole I would probably set it as a great anime. But I just out of my personal desire, I want to put it up as an awesome anime. And I'll explain why. Season 1, love the music, fantastic comfy factor. It's pretty much about a bunch of high school girls in the camping club, and they go camping, and that's like literally it. There's nothing else beyond that,
I
but they
feel
go
like
to
I would
real
love
places
this.
in Japan. They have these hyper comfy like food scenes where they're like cooking campfire food, and just makes you hungry, and it makes you want to cook their food. I think season 1 is my favorite. I really like season 3, the most recent. I think season 2 is probably my least favorite, just because it feels a little what's the word for it? Like a little too much like virtual tourism. Like they go to these real places in Japan site by site, but I feel like they lack a little bit of the personal touch that seasons 1 and 3 had. It felt a little too much just like they're showing off these places in Japan and hoping you go visit them kind of thing. So yeah, super comfy. I would recommend, if you want to check it out, just check out the first season, watch a couple episodes. You know, if it doesn't tickle your fancy, it won't be for you, you know.
I see. Okay. No, I think I'll like this one.
Nadeshiko Besko. Yeah, it's a really comfy anime. Like if you're like at home with a cup of super warm tea and you want to watch something that's like low brain power, super comfy, that's the one. You know, you got your cat or dog with you, blankets on the couch. That's it. You know.
I think that might have been what Planet Survive was for me.
Ooh, okay. All
right, we're moving on.
How's Moving Castle?
Film. Like I said, Castle in the Sky and Howl's Moving Castle. It kind of just felt like the same film to me. I'm just putting them together, and that's kind of it.
Okay, yeah, I haven't seen it, so no problem.
Okay, but the next one is Konosuba. I'll place it first. I'm just gonna put it in good. I know a lot of people like this one. People use the art from this all the time because they have the.
It's very really memeable.
Yeah, they have very, very good expressions. But Riffle doesn't like me saying they're the same film. I think Castle in the Sky was better. I'm gonna say that. But yeah, it was the same kind of. It felt the same to me. Konosuba, it has very, very recognizable facial features. They did such a good job with that. The problem I had with Konosuba is that like I didn't feel like they went through any like significant character arcs. Like I feel like there wasn't anything substantial that occurred. It just felt like they were just messing around in their little fantasy world.
That's exactly it. You hit the nail on the head there. That is what they do.
Mm-hmm. So I was looking for a little more substance from it that I kind of just didn't get. It kind of just felt like all of Konosuba kind of just feels like season 2 of One Piece, man. Where, like, yeah, he's just messing around and everything, and things are happening, but none of them are really hitting very hard. It didn't feel significant at any point.
Yeah, I'm trying to think where I want to put this.
It's so trash here.
Like part of me wants to put it
I enjoyed it
in awesome, but I don't think it matches up to anything I have in awesome. So I think I'll put it in great. And I guess I'll quickly, because you know we've been going on for so long. I feel like I'm holding you hostage here. Because I have so many tangents. I'm the one dragging this thing on. But I'll give you the quick TLDR why I like Konosuba, why it earns at least a grade from me. I like that it's a self-aware anime. It's very self-aware. It is okay with poking fun at itself, which I like that kind of like fourth wall breaking meta kind of stuff. I think the characters are all relatively likable despite having zero character growth or development. They're just relatively interesting from the get-go.
They are.
And I like that it's sort of like, do you know the story of Shrek? The movie Shrek?
I've only seen the first 2 movies.
Okay, I'm just talking about the very first Shrek movie.
Oh, yeah.
Do you know the backstory about the making of Shrek? This is going to be a detour. Okay, I'll give you the real, like, quick TLDR of Shrek. Pretty much, when Shrek was being made, it was made by, what, DreamWorks, right? Yep. Who doesn't know Shrek? Everyone loves Shrek. When it was being made by DreamWorks, they had an A team and a B team, right? A team being like, hey, these are the really talented, awesome people. And B team be like, these are the weird outcast weirdos, right? And the A team was making Prince of Egypt, which is a good film in its own right? But everyone that was like a troublemaker or kind of like they didn't like, they literally had an internal term. It was called getting Shrek'd. And you would be taken off of Prince of Egypt and you would be put on Shrek. It was like the punishment project. And Shrek is a wildly successful and fantastic film, and at least in my opinion, objectively wildly successful. Fantastic film is an opinion, but it is a case study in why people who are like traditionally good employees can be awesome, or traditionally not good employees can be awesome creators, right? Like they have more of a passion. They add their own little quirkiness to things. They may not be the standard person, but they can do a fantastic job. And that's kind of how I feel about Konosuba. Konosuba was sort of a B team that made it, yet I feel like there's so much soul in there that like I just have to admire the amount of work they did with the resources and quote unquote talent they had. Refuel is asking if there's a selection order within the tiers, and there's not.
Yeah, there's not.
So yeah, that's my short spiel about Konosuba.
No, yeah, he pretty much hit the nail on the head with that one. They're absolutely the B tier. They kind of just get by.
They are.
All right, Dr. Stone. Have you seen this? It was from me, but oh, you have seen it.
Yeah.
Okay.
It has a very
Dr.
memorable
Stone.
opening song, right? It was kind of everywhere for a while.
Yeah. I think Dr. Stone is one of those things where I was very interested in it at the start, and then it is like the reveals kind of they kind of ruined it for me a little bit once it got into the end and you're kind of figuring out what was causing everything.
Oh, I don't think I've seen it that far. I think I've only seen like how many seasons are there, Dr. Stone?
How many seasons are there? I might be going into the manga too. I don't know.
Okay.
I started reading it and then
got it.
I don't know.
Nelly, gotta exit for a minute. Do you when you do okay?
I think there might be
no problem, no problem.
I'm pretty sure there is.
Yeah, I think there's 2 seasons. I'm trying to remember. I left off after they were. Oh gosh, I don't know the names of any of the characters. So you know the guy he starts off with that forms as like his own clan, the really like strong dude or whatever. Yeah. They were infiltrating his base because they invented like telephones or something. That's about as far as I got. I think that's the end of one of the seasons.
I see. So where should I put this? I'll put it in the middle for me. I thought I was very, very invested in it at the start. Like the first half of the whole thing was I really liked it. But it did drop off later on, I feel like. I ended up dropping the series. I'll put it I shouldn't be trying to I shouldn't be trying to order these things within the tiers. But it'd definitely be on like the low end of great for me.
The anime hasn't reached the reason why everyone turned to stone. Got it. Yeah. So I have no reason. I don't know why anything happened. So I'm in the dark. I don't have too much opinions on it. It's cool. I like the premise. I think it's if it inspires anyone to be interested in science or something like that, that's awesome. But it's fine. I think I enjoyed it a lot when I watched it, but like on objective like retrospection, it's kind of
You're right.
Okay. I'll put it at the high end of okay. It'll be my highest okay anime.
Yeah, it's like teetering for me.
Yeah.
Okay, next one, Nausicaa. I actually really like Nausicaa. This one is going in the middle as well, but it is going above Castle in the Sky and Howl's Moving Castle. My tiers are not. They're not in order except for the Ghibli movies. The Ghibli movies are in order.
That's a good enough caveat, just because they're kind of their own little universe.
Yep. So,
is there something particularly you really enjoyed about it? I'm just curious, since we're talking about it, right?
Have you seen Nausicaa?
I have. Do you want me to give I'll put it in great. I think it's at least great. I
just liked it because it was very different from the rest of the Ghibli films. It was about like her on her little wing glider thing, just like stemming the tides of little bug monsters. Well, they were
They
definitely
were
weren't
big
little.
bug monsters.
They
Yeah.
were really big.
Yeah.
But I remember, in terms of fascination with the world, I'm very into like apocalyptic themes, and
Mm,
this
mm,
kind of just
mm.
rang that bell for me.
Nice.
Yep,
It's one
not
of the
little bug monsters.
weirder Ghibli movies. In
Mm.
its like strange factor. I put it up there with like Porco Rosso and stuff. Like, why is what's happening? I don't know. It's cool, but I don't really know why it's what's happening. Um,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, that kind of thing actually does have quite a bit of weight to my list,
hmm
which is why like a lot it could be explained for like a lot of things I place higher up.
you like the atmosphere of that.
Yeah.
hmm No, I totally get that. Next up, Odd
Odd
Taxi.
Taxi is yours.
Okay.
I have seen this thrown around. I have been recommended it.
hmm
I have not seen it.
Okay. I would recommend it. It's not what it seems to be. I assure you, it's not what it
That's what
seems
I
to be.
heard.
Yeah.
That's what I heard.
Yeah. Just like Madoka isn't what it seems to be. This is not what it seems to be. It's not like the other furry animes. It's
Mhm.
I'm not like the other girls kind of. I know that's a
Or
meme
like
and a joke, but
actually.
this yeah, it's a well written story. Yep, hidden in. I think it is interesting if you like a bit of mystery, a bit of intrigue, almost a Dickens like sense that there's a cast of characters and they all kind of come together in the grand scheme of the story. If you're familiar with Charles Dickens stories, he kind of does that
I
kind
am.
of thing. So it's at least awesome. I'm gonna put it at the high end of awesome. I don't know if I want to call it a favorite, just because it's so recent that I haven't really fully processed how it sits in my grand scheme of animes. But it's somewhere between awesome to fave. And you know, if you haven't seen it, I don't really want to say any more about it, but it's an interesting one.
It's been recommended to me enough that yeah, I'm gonna watch it.
Now that's gonna ruin
Okay.
it for you, right? Just like ReZero is ruined for me, and my expectations were too high. So,
All right. Next up, Kill la Kill.
Kill la Kill from Studio Trigger / former Studio Gainax.
I remember really liking this one. My grade tier is gonna be very
A little congested.
congested. Yeah.
Yeah, it's from the same
But I
people that
think
did
that's where
Gurren
it's
Lagann,
going.
right? So has a similar feel.
Hmm.
It's from the same
Yeah.
studio that did Gurren Lagann. Yeah.
Yeah. This one.
Weemy, I'm still up. I
It was
know we
so
had so
long
many
ago when I
animes,
watched this.
and you know Weemy.
I don't
love
really know
detours
what I'm
and
able to say
Zatsu and
about it because I
segues.
really
So.
don't remember. I just
Welcome back,
remember,
Weemy. Appreciate it.
dude. There was like after this came out, there was a lot of stuff about like living weapon clothes coming out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and it was a very. This thing was a trailblazer in that for sure, and the whole journey behind what was the main character's name?
Makoto.
Makoto. Yeah. Um, it was good, but hmm. It wasn't. It kind of felt like it gave me like typical shonen vibes, but not quite. It was like something more than that. It wasn't really just like self-righteous protagonist beating everyone for the sake of being just.
It's a wacky one. It's a wacky one. I
It is.
remember like it
Yeah.
was like a school system, and then like the big bads of the school were like dressed in like band outfits, and then like there was like a nudist beach. I don't know. Do you go to conventions at all? Anime conventions?
I have not. I have been wanting to go to a fanime. There's one
You should
nearby me.
totally go. Fanime is super good. Actually, if you're into VTubers, there's a VTuber specific one in the same general area called Offkai. If you're into VTubers, Offkai is a fantastic
Offkai.
expo.
I actually haven't even heard of it.
It's VTuber specific. Their first year was last year, and I'll just sorry. I keep sidetracking us. I apologize so much. I'm so sorry. But yeah, it was really awesome. Like I don't know who you watch in the VTuber sphere, but last year they had people from Lazulite, which is right Pomu,
Oh,
Alira, and Finana. Sorry.
Mhm.
and they had a bunch of indies. They had Prism Project, which is owned by Sony. They had Phase Connect, which is a really big Canadian agency with a lot of good VTubers I enjoy. So they had Bao, which is a very large indie.
Oh, they had Bao.
They
Yeah.
had, I think, 1 or 2 people from. God, sorry. The later the night goes, the more my brain just disintegrates into. What's that giant, insano big corpo, Western corpo? Someone help me out here. Like they have Iron Mouse. I think Iron Mouse was there.
Not VShojo?
VShojo. There we go. VShojo. Yeah.
Okay.
They had VShojo. Like, yeah. There we go. VShojo. Everyone's saying it. Yeah. Anime Expo. Anime Expo is in Los Angeles. If for those who have never been to Anime Expo, I've been once in my life. My warning is it is very big. Lines are very long. Everything takes extra tickets. The base entry covers only base entry. It's like the Disneyland of anime conventions. Now, is it the biggest and the best? Yeah, it kind of is, right? It has the best cosplayers. Most people go. They have the biggest guests. But my warning about it is very energy draining, very money and time consuming. Something like Off-Kai or Fanime is very chill in comparison. So yeah, that's it.
Oh, I actually didn't know that. I thought Fanime was the main one. I didn't even know about Anime Expo.
Fanime is completely volunteer run. So they have they're very good, but I would argue that some of their programming tends to be a little dated because they're very they're heavily based on like volunteer. Like almost all the panels and everything are like volunteer based. When Anime Expo is run by a corporation, so they can just pretty much buy what they want. Like Anime Expo last year, right, had VShojo there, like in person, right? It was nuts, off the wall nuts, but yeah.
I thought whenever people said Anime Expo, I thought they were talking about Fanime. That's why.
That's funny.
That's why I didn't know.
That's funny. Nelly, you're afraid to say you like anime in public, but at a con, everyone likes anime. It's a safe space. We're
at the final bar. Let's switch it around, especially because I don't remember Cowboy Bebop.
Wait. Kill la Kill. Let me just go ahead and drop that somewhere. It was at least great. Let me put it in great. For now. Wait. Do we have different ones? I feel like. Oh, your bar is just bigger than mine. Okay, got it. Cowboy Bebop. It really is. Yeah, you got people cosplaying next level vulnerability. Wow. Vulnerability is a dangerous word. All right, Cowboy Bebop.
This one was way too long ago for me.
Okay.
All I remember was really liking Edward.
I really like it. I thought it was really good. Certain episodes like stay with me. The problem is I'm in the same boat. It's so old and I haven't watched it recently that I couldn't give you like more than 1 or 2 specific scenes that I really like. But music, fantastic. Like if I were just to like on instinct, I would put it in at least awesome. But like I want to be fair that like should it be my fave? Maybe not. It is fantastic.
A lot of people's favorites.
Yeah, I'm gonna put it in awesome just because it is at least awesome. But I think I would want to rewatch it to know if it is a fave or not. Again, just because it's so old,
to do
right?
That too. Yeah,
definitely a high awesome.
Right.
Fate is such a mixed bag because it's so big.
It is.
And it's getting bigger all the time, right? They're making so many new anime based on different IPs, right? Within the Fate game, well, they're all games, right? Whether it's the Fate mobile game or the original Fate visual novel. Fate for me is highly varied. A lot of them are just okay, but Fate Zero is like a fave. So if I were to like average it out, I would probably put it in like awesome or great. But if you told me this was Fate Zero, it would be fave. If you told me this was like the original Fate Stay Night, not Unlimited Blade Works, it would probably just be okay. So that's That's my
Wait,
TLDR.
there was a non-UFO table Fate?
Studio Dean
Hmm.
Fate. Wait. Which one is Studio Dean Fate? Let me look this
Yeah, I
up
don't
right
know
now.
which one that is.
Studio Dean.
Stay Night was actually my very first Fate that I was introduced to. And I would agree with you. The Stay Night was just kind of okay. Like, it was good. It made me want to watch more of the Fate series.
Yeah.
I watched Zero, I think, next. And I think that one made me way more interested in the series. Zero was way better.
Yeah.
I remember that much.
I mean, okay, are we including stuff like Fate Collider and stuff in like the Fate universe?
How about we take
Those
whatever
out?
is the best of your personal Fate is
Okay.
where it goes.
Okay. Well then Zero is definitely a fave of mine. So I'll put it up there.
What did you think? Did you watch Babylonia?
I've not seen a lot of the more recent stuff. I think Fate Collider scared me away from the more recent stuff. I'm like, is this the direction it's gonna go? I'm not sure I want to watch this.
I actually really liked Babylonia.
Okay, I'll take a look. I'll take a look at that.
Put Fate up in Incredible.
I think the reason I like Fate Zero so much is the writer. I'm trying to remember the name of the writer. It's escaping me, but it's like a really fantastic writer, and because it's a prequel, it wasn't bound to the visual novel, so they could just like make it more coherent and good. Let me look up who wrote Fate. Hidden. How do you know all these things off the top of your head? Hidden. Yeah, Gen Urobuchi. Gen Urobuchi is an amazing writer. Let me see some stuff that he's done. He did Madoka. He did Psycho-Pass. He did Fate Zero.
Oh.
So if you like Fate Zero, you know, those are some of the other, and you like Madoka, maybe you should give Psycho-Pass a try, right?
Uh-oh. This is like the fourth time Psycho-Pass has been recommended to me in this stream.
I know. I'm pushing it hard. I'm pushing it hard. But it just kind of came up for me because yeah, Gen Urobuchi, he's just a writer I really enjoy. So.
Okay. Next up is Parasite.
I haven't seen Parasite.
You haven't seen Parasite?
I've heard a lot about it, but I haven't seen it yet.
This is the anime came out more recently. I'm gonna be cheating again because I only read the manga for it. I
Hidden
didn't
is
see
an
the
over the
anime.
top.
But I'm gonna assume that
Hidden
it
is
basically
King
just went
Weeb
off the
here.
manga. That's what I'm assuming. And I am going to put it. It's gonna be at like the top of grade for me. It's actually very good. So
Top of grade.
basically
Okay.
just have like little parasite dudes that kind of merge with you and give you powers. I guess you could call them powers.
Mm-hmm.
The anime for it is good. That's essentially what it is, and then you just fight other parasite users.
Okay.
It's
Made by
a
Madhouse. Hey, Madhouse is a great studio.
Yeah.
Nelly loves Parasite. Yeah. You know, probably at the end of this, I'll tell you what. At the end of this tier list, I'll ask you for like 3 animes that you think I should watch from my list that I haven't seen. How about that?
Yeah,
and
sure.
I'll make a very strong effort to go watch them. It made you cry. Wow, it must be very powerful. It must be very good. Parasite. Yeah, I haven't seen it, so
I mean, Parasite will probably be one of them.
Okay. I'll bring it up. Erased. Have you seen Erased?
I have not. It is on my to watch list.
Yeah, it's probably going on my favorites. I will admit it has its flaws, and if I were to be completely objective, it's probably like if this is like an S tier opposed to just like a favorite tier, right? I would probably bump it down a little bit because the ending felt a little rushed/forced, but Erased is really good. I really liked it. It has great atmosphere, has a great sense of danger. I think you can see the plot twist from a million miles away, but you know, like I still appreciate that they're there and that it exists. So I like it.
Okay. Yeah, I was supposed to watch this right as it came out just because the ratings for it were so high. But I never got to it.
I like it a lot. Yeah, it was probably my anime of whatever year it came out. So
Okay. Okay.
Next
Next
up.
one.
Oh, Naruto. What are your thoughts on Naruto? Hidden in. You thought it was great. Erased was great up to the final episode. Yeah, the final episode did feel a little rushed to me. What can you do?
This is the one that I wanted My Hero Academia to overtake.
This is the one.
I don't know. I don't know if I'm gonna put it here. It's in my Incredibles here. I'm going to be honest. I went back and I tried to watch like the beginning episodes of it, like pre Shippuden, however you pronounce it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we didn't.
It seemed pretty bad.
I've only watched two of the
It did not
animes
hold
left,
up
and they
for
both
me
made me
at
cry.
all.
Oh, they must be really good
But
then. Naruto is years
at
ahead
the
of Boku.
time, this was my
agree.
favorite for so long. I remember I was raiding in World of Warcraft. I was in one of the biggest guilds of my server.
Yep.
And Naruto was the thing that got me into anime because
Mm-hmm.
it came on the television. I remember that's where I found out about it.
Mm-hmm.
And then after I saw it on the television, I just looked it up online and started watching episodes there.
Ooh, yeah.
And then I would have it in the background. Like I don't it was so long ago. I only had one monitor.
Yep.
So I just keep tabbing back and forth watching the episodes while I was raiding. And I was the main tank for my raiding group. So
Mm-hmm.
I was not paying attention at all.
Oh no.
And they'd be like, Elgin, pull. Elgin, what are you doing? I'd just be standing there. I'd be watching Naruto.
Be like,
And
look,
then they
guys,
got so
Naruto's
pissed at
on.
me, man. They
Naruto
would
time
get
of the
so
week.
mad. I wouldn't tell. I'd be like, sorry, I was just messing with my settings. I was messing with my settings. They were messed up. And yeah, at the time, this was such a magical anime for me. Yeah, I think. Well, I mean, like Dragon Ball's an anime. That
Yeah.
would
Yeah.
that would have been like my first, or Pokemon even. But in terms of going on off of like the huge franchise ones, I think Naruto is it, and it just it has a special place for me. If I were to if Naruto were to release now in the state that it was when it released originally, probably wouldn't be here. But as of right now,
Yeah.
looking back at it, it definitely was at the time um deserving of its
Never watched
position
Naruto,
here.
never watched One Piece. Sasuke and Naruto face off. Can't pay attention to the raid. That's right. Tsunami aired so much Naruto One Piece. My Saturday nights would just be watching
How did
Killer
you
for
feel
hours.
about Naruto?
Naruto One Piece is too many episodes for me to get into. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm just like trying to catch up with my chat. Yeah, Naruto does have a lot of episodes, and yeah, if it were to air today, I would probably still watch it, but I would like be like, is there a version of this that you can tell me to watch that just has none of the fillers? My feelings on Naruto, you hit them the nail on the head. Okay, so I'll put this right now in my awesome category. Objectively speaking, I don't think it is awesome. I'm almost
Yep.
tempted to put it in my favorites category, but I just recognize there's so much flaws with long-running shonens that I don't want to do that.
It had like a section of like 150 straight filler
Yeah,
episodes.
yeah. Hidden
And I
Nin deleted
enjoyed it.
his own comments. My mods are self-moderating themselves. You guys are getting crazy.
I enjoyed the crap out of every single one of those 150 whatever episodes of filler.
Yeah, I watched them all. I didn't watch all of Shippuden.
Yeah,
But
it was too long running for me. I ended up like not paying attention to it after a certain point. But I went
yeah,
back and looked at the ending.
but I watched all the pre-Shippuden Naruto, like as it was airing. I loved it. Even some of the
Yeah.
fillers had like some good soul in it, like the drunken Rock Lee episode.
That was
Like
great.
it's filler, but it's fantastic filler. Yeah, I guess just to repeat some of what you said real quick, just something about Naruto. Something about it is just like a special place, really wholesome. I'm always rooting for Naruto. I think just this was the generational anime for a lot of people too. Like it really wasn't for me. Naruto came out when I was like older already. And I remember I would still have like, hey guys, it's Friday night Naruto time. New episodes on the fan subs are out. Let's let's download it and watch it as a group. But like like it just had this special place.
Yep.
That's it. Actually, I'm gonna quickly, like, if you don't mind, talk about something real quick.
Sure.
About Naruto. So I'm a basketball themed VTuber, so I'm a little bit into shoes, right? And in the very near future, do you know anything about basketball? Do you follow basketball at all?
Not at all.
Okay, so there's a player that's relatively young, but has kind of like a history of injuries. His name is Zion Williamson, but he's such a good athlete that he has a Jordan endorsement and he has a Jordan shoe, and he's on his second one already. It's called the Zion 2. I'm pretty sure his name is Zion Williamson. He plays for the Pelicans. He looks at feet. Yes, I look at feet. Nellie's a Cavs fan. Hey, Cavs are doing great this season. But yeah, I'm a basketball themed VTuber, and I do love sneakers in real life and basketball. So I wanted to show that in the near future, I think honestly like this Monday or something, I'll drop these on my stream real quick. These shoes are being released. They're asymmetrical, one pair for the left, one pair for the right, and they are Naruto themed Jordan Zion 2s. And you can see there's a yellow one for Naruto and a blue one for Sasuke, and you can even see the logos
They're
on there.
supposed to be Naruto themed?
Yeah. These are you can see on the Sasuke shoe. You can see the Konoha leaf with the strike through it, and on the Naruto shoe you can see that sort of like circle thing that he gets on the back of his like the back of his jacket, and on the inside tongue of the sneaker says "Believe it." Which is like it's like a meme like English translation for datebayo, which is just like a nonsense term, but I think it's like really charming and weird in its own way. So these are kind of cool. I'm gonna try to get them, but it may be difficult. A lot of sneaker drops are highly limited quantities. But yeah, that's my quick talk since we're on Naruto.
Right. Let's move over to Jujutsu Kaisen.
Jujutsu Kaisen. Nelly, you need to tune out since you're watching Jujutsu Kaisen. This is the time to mute. Nelly, mute now.
This one, I'm not entirely sure how I feel about it, to be honest. I know it's very well loved. I know a lot of people just like it because of Gojo. Gojo is a very, very well loved character.
Gojo is the Kakashi for the new kids on the block when their first anime.
I feel like he's like well surpassed Kakashi, in my opinion. That's what it feels like to me.
Well, I'm just like saying he's that character
he's
for
that
them.
Type. But
the cool ninja sensei. It's the power creep. Newer characters get cooler and edgier.
Yeah, power creep Kakashi. That's pretty much what it is. In terms of the anime, I don't think I read the manga. Is there a manga for this, or is it just an anime? There has to be a manga.
There must be a source material. Yeah,
there has to be.
There has to be. It's like it's probably a serialized Shonen Jump manga. To be honest, it feels that way.
I know there's like other series. Like there's one that he references characters from the other one, but
yeah. Jujutsu Kaisen it's a Shonen Jump manga. It's a serialized in Shonen Jump. Yeah, it's a manga. Yeah, for sure.
I've only seen the anime for it, and there were like definitely like a middle part that I just didn't care for. In terms of characters, they're like they're okay. It's I would say it's better than good, but it didn't really particularly strike me at all at any point. It felt like when I watched it for the first time, the first episode, I thought it would go off way harder than it did. I think the pilot kind of set my expectations too high. It was the issue. But Hmm. How do I feel about the characters? The main character, I feel like it's gonna jump into. It's not really like a character centric thing. I really hate like the main character centric ones where shows where it's like the main character is the only one that matters and everyone else is just fodder.
Hmm.
But it kind of like Gojo's kind of like that person, where it's just like he's the indestructible one punch man of this universe.
It kind of is.
And yet none of the other casts really like jumped out as interesting to me, to be honest. Yeah, I don't really know what to say about it.
They're a little
It was
quirky.
better than
They're a little
good.
quirky. Yeah,
Yeah.
Miko Shai's like there's Panda, there's the guy who only talks in sushis. Like it's a little quirky. It's a little quirky. I don't know. I don't know what to say either. I kind of felt like it feels like to me. Sorry, were you done? I don't want to cut you off at all.
Oh no, no, it's pretty much done.
Okay.
Yeah.
It feels like to me it's someone who wanted to make a shonen but didn't want their characters to overlap with existing shonens. So they were
That's
just like
exactly
trying
it.
almost too hard to like make them not like existing shonens, if that makes
Yeah.
sense.
That feels like exactly it, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't know. Like to me, it felt like I a lot of the same feelings. Like, you know, it felt like it was destined for greatness. Then it isn't really. I don't know.
Mhm.
It's either on the high end of okay or the low end of great for me.
Yeah, pretty much. I'm 100% on the cusp of either one.
Yeah. I'll put it in
I might
okay
start like
just
moving
to anger
things
people.
down from great.
Since I
Hmm.
have no real hot takes, these are gonna be my hot takes. Jujutsu Kaisen's only okay, guys. I know you all like finger eating, but you know what? Finger eating is only okay. I'm gonna cancel
Let's
you.
see.
I'm back. Am I good? Yes, Nelly, we're done, Jujutsu Kaisen. We've moved on. Time to cancel. Oh, don't cancel me. My mod is leading the cancel charge. My goodness.
Are there big Jujutsu Kaisen fans here?
I don't think so. I think he's just messing with me.
Oh,
Yu Yu
okay.
Hakusho. This was on our list, right? We both seen Yu Yu
Yeah.
Hakusho. But my problem
Hmm.
with Yu Yu Hakusho is it falls squarely under the I watched it so long ago that I don't think I could give you a good like synopsis of what occurs. It's like shonen tournament arc stuff.
Yeah.
um
I remember it decently well,
okay.
and it's I'm gonna place it in good. It is very old and the age
Have
is
you
showing
seen
quite a bit.
Psyche K?
Um,
I've heard of it, right? That guy has
I
like
might. I'm gonna
antennas
move
or something like that. Let me
Inuyasha down as well.
Psyche K. I have heard of it. I have
Um,
not seen it.
yeah, it just
It
suffers
seems
from
really interesting
age,
though. I like comedies
but
in general, so
I think it's better. It's like
it's funny. Okay, I'll put it on my watch list for sure. For sure.
it is one of the better old series in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
The I remember being extremely invested in the tournament arc.
Yeah. Yep. Do you have a favorite character from this show?
Yeah. My favorite character was Hiei.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I think back then I was like when I was a kid, I was obsessed with any character that was just super fast.
Mm-hmm.
And Hiei was pretty much that.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember all I did wanted was for him to be like the strongest character in the series. And he was kind of basically on par with Yusuke the entire time.
Mm-hmm.
But Yusuke just had the main
He's
character
the edgy
syndrome.
rival character.
Yeah, he was the Sasuke to the Naruto.
He was the Sasuke to the Naruto, exactly.
Yeah.
Only one comedy anime. Interesting. I like comedies in general. Like some of my favorites are
Yeah,
School
not much else to
Rumble
say about it.
and Yakitate Japan. I don't know
In
if you've seen
terms of
any of
like,
those.
it's just old.
It is old. It is old, right? It is old. It
Yeah.
honestly, like, no offense to old animes, but they often just don't age fantastically. Some do, some don't. I
They
honestly
have
don't remember
innovated
much from
past
it.
the point. And speaking of old, Rurouni Kenshin.
Yeah, I was about to say, Rurouni Kenshin. I can hear the intro song like in my head right now, but I
Mhm.
genuinely just also don't remember enough from it to give it a proper rating at this point. So I don't want to give it a rating. Just because I don't think it'd be fair. I just don't remember enough from it.
Um, I remember like basically I fucking really liked Rurouni Kenshin. I couldn't tell you the details around it surrounding it.
Mm-hmm.
I just remember really liking it. I remember the specific like fights and stuff. I
Mm-hmm.
don't know if I even finished it though, because I was also only watching this on TV. I made it to like the fight against the mummy dude.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the show got like canceled or something. It stopped airing, which is the only reason why I stopped.
Mm-hmm.
Um I was too young to know how to use the internet to find it online for this one, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Um hmm. Yeah, I think that's it's gonna go into the great tier for me. The I think it was weird. I was a weird kid. I was very into like romance themes back then. And
Really? Okay.
is the same thing with like Inuyasha. I don't even know how I was so invested in it because like I was just so young.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same thing that I felt about Inuyasha. Is like I really liked that Inuyasha and Kagome's relationship with each other, and it was the same thing with Rurouni Kenshin with Kenshin and whoever the female character was.
Yeah.
And the action in that thing was great too, from what I remember.
It was. It was great. I don't know how well it aged, but at the time it
Yeah.
looked amazing.
Mhm.
The dub of
Right.
Psyche
This
is one of
one's
the best
yours.
dubs. Oh, okay. Ghost Stories Law. This one's mine. Bacano. Bacano. There we go.
Haven't seen it.
Some Nell in my chat's actually mentioning Ghost Stories. Have you ever seen the Ghost Stories dub?
Oh, I've seen someone just recently sent me clips of it.
It's pretty
Isn't
much
that the
the people who
ridiculous one?
dubbed it like bought it, and the original people like didn't care at all what they did with it, so they
Yeah.
just turned it
Yeah,
into
yeah,
this like
yeah.
ridiculous ad lib comedy. Yeah. Anyways, that just came up in chat. That's all. All right, I'll talk about Bacano. Have you heard of Bacano at all?
No.
Okay, so now
I
I'm gonna
don't think
ask you
so.
another question. I'm hoping you answer yes here. Have you heard of Durarara?
Yes.
Okay.
Is that the helmet one?
Yeah, yeah, the helmet, motorcycle riding
Yeah.
Dullahan, yeah.
I just
Um
yeah, I'm going by the cover photos I always see.
they take place in the same universe. In fact, some of the characters in Bacano actually show up in Durarara.
Hmm.
But I don't like Durarara as much because it's like 3 seasons, and like I said, I put a premium on being able to tell a story in like a concise, well-paced, well-executed set of episodes.
When I had more time, I had the opposite opinion, and now I
Mhm.
share yours.
Yeah, it is a time thing, right? I think it's there's just like an elegance to me in being able to like tell a story. Now, if something's good, you obviously just want more of it, right? So maybe that's my
Mhm.
other problem. I just want more Bacano, and they made Durara instead, which is fine. I mean, it's not bad. I just don't like it as much. Um,
Mm.
Bacano is definitely one of my faves. If you're into interesting and slightly darker themes, I would recommend it. Without spoiling anything about Bacano, the TLDR is it's a bunch of crazy people on a train fighting over the Philosopher's Stone or Sorcerer's Stone, whatever you want to call it, right?
Oh, okay.
And it's a mixed bag of immortals, just people who are crazy out of their head, regular mortals,
Oh
weird people in
crap.
between.
Wait 1 second.
Wait.
I
Is this
think I've
triggering
seen
a
this.
memory? Have you like seen this?
I think I've seen Oh crap, I've seen it.
Ah, you
I'm
have seen
remembering it
it.
now.
Yeah, it's
Once
got
you like
a.
started describing it, I remember I've
It's the
watched this.
Harry Potter. Yeah, it's Harry Potter of anime. Kind of, a
Yep.
little bit. Um,
Okay.
yeah, I
I was
really
like,
like
man,
it
I remember
because
how some of these guys look.
yeah, it just like triggers a lot. It's got some good comedy. I like that the storytelling makes sense, yet is like what's the word for it? Like it's not told in order, right? They jump around timelines a little bit,
Mhm.
which gives it a
Yeah.
bit of interest. I like how just like crazy and violent some of the scenes are. Like
Yep.
um Yeah, Crazy People on a Train is highly recommended to people. If you like a non-linear story of crazy people on a train, this is for you. Plus it's like it got a bit of that cool period thing. It's got like this like gangs in New York, cowboy Wild West kind of thing going on. It's kind of cool, right? You don't see that too often in anime. So
Okay. Yeah. I just remembered it right as you're describing it. I was like, oh crap, I've watched this, man.
Yu-Gi-Oh! It's time to duel.
Close. Yu-Gi-Oh! This was probably like of my mainstream shows growing up. It's probably my least favorite one. Like next to like the Pokemons and stuff out there.
Mm-hmm.
Do you collect cards? Have you ever collected any cards?
I have. I don't really have many Yu-Gi-Oh cards. I remember once upon a time I had some. I genuinely have no idea where they are. I have some Pokemon cards. I would say the most I have is either Weiss Schwartz or Magic the Gathering. But I am familiar with card games. If
I see. I have I have a ton of Digimon cards. That's it.
ooh,
Yeah.
oh no,
I
the
was
trauma.
like too young to even understand what to do with them.
Yeah,
My sister would just buy them for me all the time.
that's nice.
But yeah, I was a big Digimon fan regardless.
Wait, why isn't Digimon on this list? Why don't we have
I have no
Digimon?
idea. It wasn't on the list of 100 anime that was that,
That's absurd.
so
Digimon's iconic, right? It's an
it
iconic
is.
anime. The first intro, Butterfly, is one of the most iconic anime songs of all time, in my opinion.
And I remember when the thing like evolved and it turned into like a really hot angel lady.
Oh,
That was
no,
like my awakening.
Patamon turned into Angel Woman. I know.
Yep, that was
Oh,
my
man.
awakening right there. I was like, it was so unexpected.
Digimon had the wackiest evolutions. Yeah. It's
It
like
did.
small round dog becomes Angel Woman. Okay.
Mm-hmm. It was a welcome surprise.
Man. And I feel like, was it like the little kid that had it? Like,
I
oh
think
man.
so.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
was wild. No, fantastic though. Digimon's fantastic.
Mm-hmm. Have you rated your Yu-Gi-Oh? I put
Yu-Gi-Oh!
mine good.
Uh, it's either like low end of great or high end of okay. Like, it's good for the memes, but it's one of those things that's been just going on for so long. Yeah, it's probably the low end of okay. It's been going on for so long that, like, if I were to pick like the best season of Yu-Gi-Oh, which would probably just be the first for me, just because it was so wild and insane, it would still only be at the low end of great. So I'll just put it in okay. That's it. It was also a little sanitized for the US version, which I watched it in, right? The dub. There was no Shadow
Yeah.
Realm. They just died. Spoilers, in the Japanese version, they all just die. There you go. Yeah, Shadow Realm is a euphemism for die. Just like in Pokemon, jelly donuts are the euphemism for onigiris, because they were afraid Americans wouldn't know what onigiris are. So,
Nice.
Your Name. Next one up. You want to take
Your
this
Name.
first, or
Let's swap for the final four.
Final four? We'll swap. Okay. Don't worry. I've
last
only
one's mine.
seen two of these, so we'll swap again for the final two. I haven't seen the last two.
Oh, okay.
But I'll take these two. Your Name, probably my singular most favorite anime movie of all time.
Really?
It's interesting because I literally don't really like anything Makoto Shinkai did before Your Name, and I've watched like all of them. Like, they're fine.
What are some examples of
Other Makoto Shinkai movies? 5 centimeters per second is his probably most famous one.
Oh, yeah, I haven't seen that one. I know of it.
It's a collection of like 3 short stories, but they're like vaguely linked. There's another one that there's another one where there's like, it's like, what's it called? Let me find it. It's called a place promised beyond our early days. It's like a vague romance about 3 friends, love triangle that lived on like some Japanese border with like Soviet Russia, and there was like a tower, and they made a plane, and something about flying to another dimension. I mean, it's I don't know. It's there's a lot of things about it.
Hmm.
Weemy hasn't seen 90% of these shows, and Nelly second behind a silent voice. We don't have a silent voice on here actually, or I would make a really hot take, which will get me canceled. But anyways,
Uh-oh, did you
um,
not like a silent voice?
a silent voice suffers from a lot of problems, in my opinion, and everyone that's tried to explain them to me hasn't really properly done it. So it's possible I just haven't engaged in the right person yet. But
Hmm.
we can bring it up at the end if you want. Another one was a voice of Children Who Lost Chase voice something, and it's about like this girl and like she's like moved to a new town, and it's like a rural-ish part of rural Japan, like kind of a mountainous rural area, and she noticed like some monster gets killed on a bridge, and then she meets some random dude, and then they like walk underwater and go to like an alternate dimension. There's like the world tree and like weird stuff. Yeah, Children Who Chase Lost Voices. Like Makoto Shinkai movies literally were like drug trips before Your Name. They just didn't make any sense. Garden of Words was a movie. It was kind of a short. It wasn't like a full-length movie, but yeah, it's about like a high school student who made shoes for his like high school teacher. It was kind of a little like I don't know, forbidden love, perhaps. I don't know how you describe it, because you know the teacher is an older woman, and well, older in the sense that she's a teacher and he's a student, right?
Wait,
But
which one
yeah,
are you talking about?
A Garden of Words.
Oh, I haven't seen. I
Yeah,
haven't.
that's another
If these are
one.
movies, I actually haven't watched very many
Yeah,
like movies for
yeah, these are all
anime.
Makoto Shinkai movies that I
Hmm.
mentioned. So yeah, these are all the stuff he's made before Your Name, and then he made Your Name, and Your Name to me is it hits a lot of points that I like. I think I like non-linear storytelling, which it has. Spoilers, if any of you haven't seen Your Name, one, shame on you, but two, it's been so many years that you know what, I'm just gonna talk about it, right? It's been like 10 years? No, not quite. 7 years? Long time. But yeah, I like non-linear storytelling. I like that. I like I mean the animation and production value is just through the roof beautiful. The music by Radwimps is fantastic. I thought the body swap storytelling mechanic was also fantastic. I like the like semi-open ending at the end. Just it ticks a lot of boxes for me. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the ending, the semi-open ending was definitely a good touch to it. I think
Jinkai
a
was a
lot of the
background artist.
time,
Ah,
I'm just
interesting.
like, I want them to follow through, but there's a very tasteful way to do it, and I think that's all it needed.
He draws really nice because he does. Yeah, I think. I'm trying to think. Like, it's an implied they find each other, right? It's an implied they find
Hmm.
each other.
Yeah, I think
Kind
it
of like
needed
I don't
that.
know. You mentioned you've seen Angel Beats, and I feel like Angel Beats is also an implied they find each other. But they don't explicitly say they want to leave it semi-open.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah. Sorry, let me get back to your stream. There we go. Where would you put it? Where would you put it? It's one of my faves, but I recognize that there's a lot of just me liking it in
Hmm.
that.
I'm putting it one tier under
Mhm.
favorite. It isn't one of my favorites, but it was one of the better anime films I have seen for sure. I
Did you want to take this
appreciate all the
opportunity to
little
talk about Silent
nuances.
Voice, or did you want to save that for the end?
Um, I don't really know um what I would really say about it. I will say that I think I did prefer it over Your Name.
Well,
As
you're
my
very good at
eh,
explaining things. So let me throw out my grievances real quick, and you can tell me whether you've got a good explanation for those.
uh-oh,
Because I
I
do
might
notice
not.
you articulate things very well. Um, so
Okay,
it's
that was the
possible
thing
just
at
no
the
one's
start where I said I
explained it
didn't.
to me. Um,
I could try. I don't like it's been a while, so
yeah.
maybe I won't be able to.
Okay, that's okay. Well, we'll try it real quick. This will be my real hot take. You know, if you thought ReZero was a hot take, wait till you hear my hot take on um on Silent Voice. I need to like list this out. I have a list of
Uh-oh.
grievances. One is so I like books, I like reading, I like stories, And so I'm a little critical about those kind of points when it comes to stuff. And because Silent Voice is a movie, and I'm viewing it as a movie, okay, actually, that should be my number one point. Everyone that I say, hey, I didn't think the movie was all that, they're like, well, you got to read the manga. I'm like, well, I want to enjoy the movie as the movie. Like, to me, it's standalone. Like, I don't think it's fair to say you have to have read the manga to enjoy the movie. Then, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
to me, that's like, so that's point number one. Nearly everyone that I'm like, well, I thought the movie had some issues. They're like, well, you need to read the manga first. I'm like, I don't want to read the manga first. It's a movie. I should only have to watch the movie. Two is back to my story elements. Nelly said he only watched it. No, I liked it. I don't think I don't like it. It was fine. I liked it. I just don't think it's, a lot of people, I think maybe I had high expectations. They placed it as like the best movie ever, and I just didn't feel that way. Two is they had what's the word for it? They had like loose end characters. Like the characters they interacted with, some of them, and I don't remember their names, they never went anywhere with them. Like you could remove the characters completely from the movie and it would be the identical movie. And so to me, there were a few of these loose end characters, which were just like their friends from school, that just didn't contribute to the plot or story at all. So it's kind of like sloppy storytelling to me, I guess. Sloppy writing. I'm trying to remember their names, but I can't. I apologize. I felt like, I'm trying to say this in a way that doesn't make me seem like a really bad person. But I had a negative reaction to how suicide was thrown around as a theme. I think it's a very heavy and serious topic, and I don't think they treated it poorly, but it's almost a little, are you familiar with the term Oscar baiting?
Yep.
It's a little Oscar baity to me. I mean, I understand that's not completely fair to this show, but it's about a person with a disability. I guess I just felt it was a little much for me. I had a negative reaction to the suicidal themes, And then I think those are the big three. I think the things they had going for it was, the story was good. I really liked it. Thought the characters were developed really well. Thought the characters were very likable. It's from my favorite studio, right? It's from studio, I'm not a bad person for not liking it. Thank you. I don't want to be a bad person. It's from Kyoto Animation, which is my favorite studio. So, I mean, I love that. I love the character dynamics, actually. I thought they incorporated the sister incredibly well.
They did, yeah.
Yeah. They did a lot of things great. I just think there were a lot of major flaws to me that everyone who I've talked to, like, haven't been able to help me reconcile. And, like, I want to reconcile it. Like, I want to like it more than I do. I'm just stuck on certain points that I need to figure out in my brain, I think.
Okay, so here's my take on it.
Yeah.
I think you're absolutely right. You just put more weight on it than other people.
That's fair. Different people weigh different things, right? They value different aspects.
You're completely right. Some of those characters were absolutely unnecessary. They came in, they disappeared. You could remove them, nothing would change. I didn't really care. That one, it just didn't really bother me too much. The thing that bothered me more was probably the suicide thing, and it was more so because like I felt like it was just thrown in there. It didn't really feel like it was fitting.
Yeah, I do agree with that. And I mentioned she was like mute and disabled, and that was the theme going in. So the suicide theme kind of blindsided me. Like I think maybe that's why I had such a negative reaction to it. Maybe I would have preferred if they eased it in a little more.
They probably would have had to. Yeah, it just didn't really seem like it fit into where they placed it. I guess for me.
Some people don't enjoy cheeseburgers. It's true.
It's okay to be wrong.
Yeah, it's okay to be wrong. But yeah, that's it. That's my hot take, guys. Miko Shasha, I guess you should read the manga. You know what? You are actually right. Like, despite that being one of the reasons I should probably just read the manga because I want to enjoy the story more than I do. So you know what? I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna break my rule of not reading mangas. I'm gonna go read it. There we go. Sorry, that's my extreme detour. We're 4 hours in. I'm holding Elgin here hostage. He's never gonna
It's all
want to
good.
collab again. This is the
No, it's
first
good.
and last collab ever. He's like, if next time I collab with Madman, it's gonna be another 4 hours. I'm gonna just end myself.
I mean, like I've been like eventually I am going to be extending my stream length to this length. So
This is a trial run with the power of friendship. We'll keep
I
going
mean,
with the
I've done
power
it
of
before.
friendship.
I've gone for like 6 hours before.
Ooh.
I think it was like a Pokemon stream.
Hey, sometimes you get into those games and you just gotta keep going, you know?
Yep.
All right, your line, April. I mean, I'll by default put it in awesome. It is at least awesome. Is it one of my favorites? I'm not sure, to be honest. I'm not sure if it's one of my favorites, but it is definitely awesome. Great characters, great
Putting in this
music,
name.
a lot of good stuff. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't think I need to convince anyone's good. So, yes, saddest anime. It's quite sad. It is quite sad.
This is yeah. I explained it before when it shows things that happen in real life that touch on just like how unfair things could be.
Oh,
This was really
absolutely.
unfair. This one
Absolutely.
was so unfair.
Do you
So,
like music animes? Because this is a little music centric, right? They're all musicians.
yeah,
Have you seen Nodame Cantabile?
I have not.
It's
No.
it's a music. It's like an orchestra themed anime. Nelly, your
Oh, it's an
favorite is Your Line,
orchestra.
April. It's like classical music orchestra kind of thing. Yeah.
Hmm.
I can look for it later. We don't have to spend time on it now, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm putting in the same thing. It's in my incredible tier. It's up there.
Nice.
It was no, it was just a very heartwarming anime that had one of the more soul crushing endings of all time.
It really is. All right. Speaking of soul crushing, carry us home. I haven't seen
Grave of
either
the
of these, but I've heard of
Fireflies.
them. And I've heard they're both fantastic, so I have no doubt they'll be at the top of the list.
Top of the list for Grave of the Fireflies. I Princess Mononoke it still takes my top for my favorite Ghibli film, but
Yeah.
Grave of the Fireflies isn't far behind. This one, I forget what it is. This been a while for this one too. I forget the reason why they were in the
Given,
situation they were in, but
I might have seen an episode. I
um,
think it didn't hook me, but I think I've seen like
mm,
an episode of Given.
it was just one of those things, especially because it's dealing with like kids. It just
Yeah,
like it hits you like who should like life not be unfair to? It's probably kids, right?
exactly. Because they haven't had an opportunity. It's like what happens to them is not really a consequence of their own actions, usually. You know?
Yeah, pretty much. That's pretty much what it felt like. And it's just like the whole thing is just this movie is so in like one word. It just touches on desperation,
Mm-hmm.
basically. This is hard. This one's the hard one to get through. So it's up there. It's in my favorites. And the last one, um, in the same way, this is Elfin. I don't even know if it's supposed to be pronounced lead or lied, but
Mm.
this
Yeah, I
one's
don't
at
know either.
top. Um, I don't know if I like went back and watched this now if it would be here, but this is like a personal thing to me because in the same way that like Attack on Titan is like a gateway anime for a lot of people nowadays,
Mm-hmm.
or what else is there that was like that we I think there's one other thing that we viewed as like a gateway.
Oh, Full Metal Alchemist, I thought,
Oh, Full Metal
was
Alchemist,
kind of
yeah.
gateway for a lot of people. Mm-hmm.
It's probably it probably was back when it was like airing, and then it became an Attack on Titan. And but for me, way back, it was Elfen. I just pronounced it lead, Elfen lead.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I think that's probably that's the way I've heard it pronounced.
Hmm. But this is I watched this one after like while I was going through my Naruto phase, and then I threw Naruto away.
It's that meme with Woody is I don't want to play with you anymore.
Yeah. I was just like, cause I I was sort of missing like the whole realness
Hmm.
of like humanity based stuff, I guess. Is just because like Naruto is a shonen anime. Is
Yep.
just you have your main character that just can never be wrong. And I was missing like the gray area from
Hmm.
anime, which is I think where everyone like has the idea that every anime is basically just Naruto, where the good guy always wins and no one's ever morally gray. There's nothing bad could ever happen to any of the characters. And Elfen Lied is what showed me that it's it's not all sunshine and rainbows. It was very depressing. It is tied for first place for my favorite music in out of out of this list,
Hmm.
I would say. But
Nice.
yeah, it is somewhat superpower related. You definitely they're not normal humans, but yeah, I can't really get into it too much. It was so long ago.
You know, you're
It's
not
just
the
a
first
very
person to
personal.
tell me that this is
Yeah, it is a very
like one of their
upsetting
personal
thing.
favorites. So I don't
Yeah,
think it is a fluke or anything. I think this is probably a very good anime. Um,
yeah. I'm thinking back to it. It definitely. I feel like it would hold up. Yeah. Um. So that we made it through,
we made
and you
it.
wanted some recommendations from the stuff you haven't
Yeah,
seen.
yeah. Here we go. Yeah, I got my.
I think the I only have 2, probably which is probably Parasite and Elfenlied.
Okay, those are going on my watch list. Parasite. Let me look at something real quick. Real quick.
One of Riffle's favorites too for bloodthirsty female leads. That she is.
Mm-hmm. Hey, nothing wrong with that. I have like 60. I'm not sure what that means. Sorry, Nelly, what was that about? Um, let's see. If I were to give a recommendation from your list, let me take a look at your list right now. Gosh, there's so many. There's so many.
Um the
uh,
ones I know that I'm going to watch, um Makia is
Makia. That's
at
a
the
good one
top.
for sure. And it's a movie, so it's pretty accessible. You can just watch it in a sitting. You know, it's
Mm.
like low time commitment.
Um Belle, I'm pretty sure I'm going to be watching.
I mean,
And Bocchi is a given.
probably Odd
I'm going to
Taxi and
watch it.
Erased. Those are, I think, both worth it.
Okay.
Put it on your list somewhere. You know, I mean, it's not a get to them immediately kind of thing. I think they will hold
Mhm.
up fantastically even years from now. To be honest.
Riffle
What?
wants a top 3 to recommend someone new,
Ooh,
brand new.
you want your butt kicked by a woman? I don't think you're alone in that. I
Hmm.
think that's a common feeling among some people.
It probably doesn't have to be pulled from this list, right? But I'm gonna have a really hard time just
Oh,
thinking
from
of
this
one that
list.
I can't see. Oh, from this list.
That's rough. That's hard. What kind of person are we recommending it to? Like, is this like, is there a
Yeah,
particular
that's what I was
demographic?
thinking.
I would usually
Do they
like,
have like any preconceived notions about anime?
yeah, I don't like to blanket recommend stuff. I'll ask them like, hey, what kind of TV shows do you like to watch? And then I'll try to recommend something that I think would tickle their fancy, right? Um,
Role play as someone coming in asking for a recommendation, as like, give us your personality and your interests.
but I guess if I were to do it like in a complete
Vacuum.
vacuum, um, probably not a shonen. They're too long. Like serialized shonens are just too long. It's too much of a time commitment for people. Um,
I'm an open-minded zoomer, and I heard about this anime thing that my friends keep talking about. I would put Attack on Titan on there. That'd be one of mine.
Definitely not Steins Gate. Too much of a wind up.
Yeah. So 1, Attack on Titan. 2,
I've actually seen Classroom of the Elite. I have seen
I want to be
Classroom of the
like,
Elite.
it depends on their reaction to Attack on Titan. I wouldn't want to recommend Gantz after it. It'd be too much of the same. Serial Experiments Lane.
I've never seen that. I've never seen Serial
I haven't
Experiments.
either. It was on my watch list a long time ago. That one's old.
It is old, yeah. It's definitely one of those, like, I've thought about a lot, but it's at the point where to easily find a copy, I don't know.
I would probably recommend,
I guess if
like,
I were to make
3
a
different
recommendation to like a general person, it might be Odd Taxi, Erased, and then either Violet Evergarden or Makia. I think they're actually, I don't want to say they're similar, but they're both sad in the same kind of sad ways. So, maybe Makia just because it's a movie, less time commitment.
I would say Attack on Titan, Violet Evergarden, and then I'm not sure what I'd do for my third. Because those two are kind of just on the opposites of each other. I was trying to cover ground.
Yeah, it might depend what they're into. Like, if they're into a sport, you might try to recommend them a sports anime, right?
Yeah, I think I agree with you. I might put Spirited Away on there.
Ooh, that's a good one. You're right. I mean, gosh,
Yeah,
if someone's never seen Spirited Away or something, I'd be almost a little
the first
surprised.
Ghibli movie you watch is
Right? Yeah.
usually pretty surprising.
Kuroko Basket. Yeah, Kuroko Basket. I've seen that one. It's a good one. Kuroko's Basket's good. I don't think I would recommend a lot of like more specialized stuff to someone just coming in though. Like, I would kind of put stuff that I think is what is the right word for it? Like normie accessible? Is that offensive?
Depends on the person, probably.
Yeah. If it's, I view it as more normie accessible, then like I say that I'm actually a relatively normal person, but yeah, just like low commitment, easy to watch, and depending on their reaction, maybe the next recommendation will be different, right? They're like, oh,
Yeah.
I love that. That was fantastic. I'm like, well then, there's this thing with like 50 episodes. If you're willing to make that time commitment, here it is. So yeah.
All right, we're getting into our final end questions.
Let's do
Which
it.
anime has the most memorable music? I've already answered this one. It's going to be Gurren Lagann
You did.
for Guerrero Days.
It's a good one. It's a good one. From this list, let me see. I'm looking at my list in front of my face right now. Sorry, I'm a little torn. Can I give like 2 answers?
Sure.
It would either be
I mean-
something from Your Name, because Your Name has a lot of great music from Radwimps, which is a fantastic band. I think they do, like, their music is J-rock, but it almost has some minor, like, slightly folky elements to it that I really enjoy. Or actually, Eurocamp has some good music too. Wait. I'm sorry. Okay. I'm just gonna say Hero by One Punch Man.
Oh.
I think it's a
Yeah.
really catchy song. Really memorable.
I could hear it in my head right now.
Yeah, I think it has some great themes to it. I love there's this one line, and it's like part of the chorus, right? And it's like a hero like doesn't fight for like the credit, the acclamation, right? They fight, no one knows their name. They fight for doing what's right, I think it's really, it's really cheesy, but it's kind of awesome, right? And I think a really cool thing about the song is it is one of the only music videos for a Japanese song, a Japanese band, and anime, where the music video was filmed in the United States. The Hero music video was filmed in San Francisco, which I think is really awesome.
Oh,
Um,
that's a surprise.
yeah, right. It's so that's really cool. So
Okay, so Hero from
let's go with Hero. Let's go with Hero. Yeah.
and then Ferrero Days, or however you pronounce it, from Girl Lagan for me. But I wanted to tie it with Lilium from Elfen Lied.
Mm-hmm.
That thing, it just it rings in my brain even now.
You recommend Haikyuu to any sports fan? I
Okay,
agree. Haikyuu would
next
be
one.
fantastic. Silent
Which
Voice.
anime has the
It's
best
fantastic.
cast?
Your Lie in April, yeah.
I haven't thought about this at all.
Oh.
The overall cast in it from this list.
Oh. I think the interesting thing about these questions, and I really like it, is it prods you into like viewing something in a different light, right? Which is really interesting. Overall cast. Gosh, that is very difficult.
It is.
Like I'm thinking of a situation where all the characters are like memorable or used in a good way. You got to go. All right, no problem. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate you so much. Thank you, and thank you for the follow. Do you have any thoughts? If not, I'll take a shot. But
I'm going to go with a gut reaction.
Okay,
shot on this one. Kingdom.
All right.
The one that you haven't seen.
I have not. And you recommended not to see it, but to read the manga, right?
Yeah.
Or was it a light novel? I forgot. I'm sorry.
It's a manga, yeah.
It's a manga. Okay, cool.
It is over 700 chapters deep.
Oh my god! Please.
Yeah. But it has so many characters, and I remember every single one of them. They're all very memorable.
That's fair. That's awesome.
Yeah. Even like the sub characters, like the little sub generals in the main character's army. Every little one.
Every little guy. You can see their face in your mind's eye right now.
Yep. It'll be Kingdom for me.
I'm a little torn. It might be between... Oh, and the problem is you haven't seen, I think, the ones I'm going to mention. It's probably between Erased, Anohana, or Odd Taxi. They're all kind of different. It's hard to...
Hold on. Clumsy Bear. Are you trying to do Oki? Because there's an N in the front. It's N foo 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 foo.
Is that a character from Kingdom?
Yeah.
Ah.
But yeah, the laugh has an N in front of it. See, I could even tell from the laugh, even when it's misspelled.
Oh my goodness. Rifu, Naruto's got to be up there for memorable music. Naruto does have a lot of good music. What is that one song like? There's this there's a lot of great Naruto songs. But there's one that everyone does. Silhouette. Do you know Silhouette? Can you hear it in your brain right now?
I could probably tell which one you're talking about, but I don't know the song names.
Silhouette is a great one. One that stands out a lot in my brain is the first Naruto ending for odd reasons. Do you remember the first Naruto ending?
No, it's too long ago.
It's called Wind. The song is called Wind. It's really old. I don't remember who it's even by. But I found it really interesting because it's actually completely in English. But I had no idea it was completely in English. And I've watched it ending like 10 times at least. So, just a funny story. Sorry. Yeah. Sorry. I mean, but all three of those animes I don't think you've seen. So, not a helpful selection. Hydrate. Thank you, Hidden In. Yeah, I've been hydrating myself, but I will hydrate right now. Yeah. What else? What else we got?
Okay. Wait, which cast did you pick?
I was gonna
Oh, you
say
haven't picked it yet?
probably Odd Taxi. Um,
Okay.
Odd Taxi's a good one. It really is. A lot of interesting characters.
Hmm. All right. Uh, number 3, best singular character. Oh, Riffle says Chainsaw Man. I mean, that's why I put it so high up, is because I like the characters so much. You're right. They're all very memorable and well used.
I was gonna wonder if you were gonna pick Chainsaw Man for actually your single character, but because we did spend
Oh,
a lot of time talking about Chainsaw Man for characters.
mine is. I feel like my answer for this one. I was just thinking about it. Is like it's mainly just like a Coomer answer.
That's okay. Hit it. Hit us with it.
Okay, it's from Fire Force. It's Maki Oza. It's spelled Makioze.
Is she is she sexy? Is that it?
She's muscular.
Okay, okay. There we go. Nothing wrong with that answer.
Yep. I
Gosh.
just googled her name real quick. It is exactly as I remember her. She is incredible.
The gorilla. Oh, is she a gorilla? Is she really? Is she super strong? Does she have
When someone
physical?
saying, "Oh, the gorilla," you think you see her as a gorilla?
I have a different gorilla character. Whenever someone says gorilla, I think of a different character. I think of that character from Nisekoi.
Oh, I haven't seen that.
It's okay. Yeah, you're not missing out on too much if you don't want to watch it. Don't worry about it. Chitoge. Yeah. She beats people up for calling her a gorilla. Okay, well, if it's
Yeah,
canonically in the
she wants to
anime.
be feminine, but she's just muscular. She isn't like super big, bulky, muscular. Like you don't get that
Sleepy
feeling
time. Good
until they
night,
draw her
Weemy.
that
Good
way
night,
when
Weemy.
she's wearing like a tank top or something.
Hey, nothing wrong with that. Nothing with some muscles. I love some muscles.
Yep,
I would love to have
I am
some
a muscle
muscles.
girl guy.
Work in progress.
Ooh, Riffle's saying Lelouch from Code Geass.
Ooh, Lelouch is a good one. Lelouch
He's a
is a
good
good one.
character.
Actually, you know what I find it funny? We have Code Geass, but there's an anime that I sort of associate with similar like interesting plot elements as Code Geass, which is Death Note.
See ya, Weemy. Have a good sleep.
All right, your favorite character is from Fire Force, Maki. I forgot her
Maki
name.
Oza.
Makioza. All right. What do I pick? I might have to go with Onizuka from GTO. Great Teacher Onizuka. He's the main character from
Oh,
GTO.
okay.
Just
Oh,
super
the main
memorable
character
guy.
arc.
Super memorable guy. Great character, great guy. Sort of a little bit the like he's a little corny, right? You know, really like heart of gold, but you know, like has morals, but kind of takes things in a kind of interesting approach. But I like it.
Hmm. We have
Good,
2
good guy.
votes for Lelouch in my chat.
Oh no! Wait, is that something we're doing here? Will the votes overrule our opinions?
No, we each just have our own.
Yeah.
Okay. What's the last one? Oh, this one is not limited to our list. It was if you had to live in one anime or manga universe, which one would it be? So for me, my
Mm-hmm.
criteria for this question, if I could work it out, it needs to be fantasy. There has to be some sort of magic or superpower to some extent.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing that gets insanely crazy to the
Yeah.
point where
No
like
world-ending
one
super
person could
beings.
like yeah, no one person could rise up and threaten all of existence. plus plus points if it has like stats. If you have like a visible stat window where like you have to like go in there
Muscles.
and
How
you
many
have to be
kilos?
guaranteed to
Oh,
be able
is it?
to to get stronger. You can't just like go in there. There's no RNG. It's not like My Hero Academia where I could be put into the world. There's a chance you don't even get a quirk in
I
that
was about to
world.
say you RNG Jesus the god quirk or no quirk.
Yeah. Or you could be like the dude who just like your ability is you turn things green. And it's like, oh, filmmakers love this guy. He's the green screen man. You need a green screen? The room is now green. Congratulations. I don't want like that. I'm gonna be so jealous of everyone else.
Everyone that has the real power. Hey,
Yeah.
that person can fly. Uh, I can make things green.
Yeah. So it needs to not have any of that. And honestly, there is one on this list that kind of just fits.
Ooh.
Konosuba.
Konosuba! I was actually thinking
Because
you were gonna when you started listing off your criteria. I'm like, Konosuba actually kind of fits. I was gonna say
it wouldn't
Konosuba
it
would have
wouldn't
my
be like
Kumar
sword
answer for
art.
character too. Megumin is my Kumar answer here.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Um,
Okay.
nice. Okay. Um.
Yeah, nothing else really fits because a lot of the things in that usually end up having like a lot of unfairness. I feel like in Konosuba, everyone kind of just has a fair-ish shot, no? And you
Relatively.
could definitely get
Relatively.
you get a lot stronger. Especially like I don't want any realism where like something stabs you and it hurts just as much as in this life.
Yeah. Yeah. You want
It's
some
like darkness
durability.
takes a
You want some
pounding and she's
durability.
fine.
It
Yeah.
could be Kazuma. What is Kazuma's power? Isn't it like steal underwear or something?
It's stealing, I think, but I don't think it's limited to that. It's just
He just
that's
only
what he
uses it for that.
usually or it's just like he can't really control it and that's what happens or something
Got
like
it.
that. I don't know.
Someone in my chat actually brought up an anime called "How many kilo dumbbells do you lift?" Have you seen that?
Oh, that has been on my watch list, but I haven't seen
I
it.
haven't seen it either. Yeah, it was just someone in chat brought it up. I think for me the answer is really easy. Because my ideal life is just like traveling around, like hiking and eating yummy food. Like I love eating. I love traveling.
Hmm.
Pre certain life consequence, certain world-ending events and certain life events. I used to go to Japan every 6 months, like twice a
Wow.
year. Yeah, and I would just walk around, eat food, walk around more, hike more, just see the sights, climb hills, relax. So Yuru Camp would be mine. Yuru Camp is just set in
Wow.
Japan, and what they do is literally they go camping, hiking, and eating. So I'm like, you know what? It's pretty much a perfect world. Climb all the stairs. Hey, the hike to the top of the Fushigi Inari Shrine is not it's not trivial. I mean, it's not super hard, but it's certainly not trivial. So takes a bit of
I had a
energy.
phase where I had like an RV phase where I just looked up RVs on YouTube because I like the lifestyle of just being on the road and being able to live wherever kind of spoke to me.
I know people who do that. They like RV live, or they like like motorbike camp live, stuff like that. I
Yeah,
mean,
I
there's
just wouldn't
certainly
be able
an
to get
appeal
over not
to
having a
freedom.
toilet.
That's true. That's true.
All right,
We made it.
we made it.
We made it. Only
Four
only four
hours
and a
and
half hours in,
36
we've made
minutes.
it.
All right, it is late. It's
Yeah.
past my bedtime.
Yeah. That was amazing though. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
I
no problem.
appreciate
I
it.
had a absolute blast. I was really worried that neither of us would be able to like um bring up extensive talking points in this. I'm glad that wasn't the case. I was like, this is either gonna go on for quite some time or it's gonna be over in 5 minutes.
I
I
can
was like,
see
we're just
that.
gonna throw it up there and we're gonna leave.
I'm glad it took forever because I had a lot of fun. I thoroughly enjoyed it.
I
Um,
did too.
do you have any upcoming streams that you want to tell us about, or anything going on?
Um, I do not have a schedule. I
Mhm.
just stream whenever my Lost Art group isn't holding me hostage in a raid or like if I'm feeling well, which I
Mhm.
usually am. So I try to just any day where I am free at my usual stream time, I will stream, and it usually comes out to about like anywhere between 3 or 5 to 5 days a week.
Awesome. So hey everybody, you
Weekends
can
don't matter.
see Elgin's channel in my stream name. Please give him a follow. Have that bell on so you know when he goes live.
All
There we
right,
go. Stream
and
elements, perfect. Oh wait, that was hidden in, perfect.
on my YouTube stream, I have you credited in the description already. I also have you in my title for Twitch. I changed it to the little @ thing
Oh, you
so it could link
changed
to
it.
our
Wow,
VTuber.
I didn't know you could even do that midstream. Insane. Awesome.
Yep. All right. Thanks for coming by. I'm still wrong about Castle in the Sky and Howl's Moving Castle being the same movie. Okay. I'll take it. It's fine. It's fair criticism. Um, but yep. Check out Rex, and I'll probably be it.
Yeah. Thanks so much. I will not hold you hostage any longer.
All
Um
good. All good.
yeah. All right,
All
thanks
right.
so much. I'll
Yeah.
see
See
ya.
you guys. Till next time.
Till next time. Rifu, thanks for the follow. All right, hey everybody. I'm still here. Um, let's go ahead and let's do a little raid. Let's do a little raid. If you don't mind, I just do a little raid. If you are a follower, which all of you seem to be, you can use the emotes. So let's go ahead and raid. Who's on right now? Who have I not raided in a while? I haven't raided Malibulu in a while. Do you want to go ahead and do that? Let's go ahead and just do a quick little raid. I usually like to raid at the end of a stream. If you are willing to stick around for it, that'd be awesome. If not, that's okay too. We'll just do that. And yeah, I appreciate all of you. My next stream will be tomorrow. We'll be doing Pokemon Violet. So if you want to swing on by for that, that'd be awesome. I hope you have a fantastic Friday/Saturday, and I will see you all next time.